know that the appetite in a Democratic primary would accept a Josh Shapiro because he's not strident. He doesn't have a problem working across the aisle, and he doesn't wave the culture war flag every time that you're supposed to.
So he's sort of like Glenn Youngkin.
Right, exactly. And our system is designed in such a way that it's very difficult to move forward in a primary when there is a sort of bloodthirst for you to be to your furthest right or furthest left in a primary situation.
Well, it comes back to combativeness. Ron DeSantis was my guest on Friday, and he hit it out of the park. It was a terrific interview. That he just can answer anything. Two kinds of guests in the world: those you worry about every question, those you don't worry about any question. Josh Shapiro's in that category. Glenn Youngkin. They're smart. They're composed. Ron DeSantis is smart, but he's more combative than either of those two. Don't you have to be combative to get through a primary? And I don't necessarily mean ideologically. Just have to be willing to punch it up a little bit.
Yes, that's exactly right. You have to have DeSantis's disposition. You have to not only punch back, but you have to punch above people's perception of who you are.
Explain that a little bit.
People will say, well, you're this and you're that and you're good, but can you do this? You have to, every time you are on the stage or you have the microphone, you have to go above expectation.
Well said. Now, I want to ask you about when you're on the road talking to people. Selena is the queen of diners and the princess of roadside attractions. She just stops everywhere. Does anyone believe that President Biden is competent, or does everybody know? Because that Stephanie Ruhle horror show on Friday night was enough, I think, to even make. That's why he's at 36% this morning, and I think that's inflated.
Yeah, I had a piece last week where I went and talked to primary voters in each party about the expectation that Trump and Biden are going to be the nominee. And both people on both sides, not talking about the person across the aisle, not being a Democrat and talking about Republicans, and not being a Republican and talking about Biden, but both sets of voters don't have any, they think neither man is inevitable, and that if age becomes an issue for one, it's more than likely to then have a domino effect on the other one.
It is an extraordinary period of time right now, but as to the president's competence, just his ability, do they know? Have they figured it out?
They know. Look, voters, someone put it to me very well last week, in which they said 4 years ago, Biden was the antidote to Trump, right? He was the safe pick. He was the placeholder. They never expected him or wanted him to run again. And because they just believed that he was just competent enough at that time 4 years ago to run. They don't believe that he is right now.
So when you go see Governor Youngkin, telling I'm waiting on my papers to be named Sirdar of the Shenandoah. I have this, that's my job is Sirdar of the Shenandoah, and they haven't come through yet. So he's not returning my phone calls. So please present my papers to the governor, Sirdar of the Shenandoah. Selena Zito, thank you. Hey, everyone, notice over at HughHewitt.com, next week I start raising money for prison fellowships, Angel Tree camps. It's camp time to send boys and girls to camp. And it costs $200 per camper. This audience is always, I'll never forget Senator Inhofe calling him, said, I want 5 kids, and I want to know their names, and I want to be in touch with them. I'm sure he still is. Great, good-hearted man. Whether you're a senator or a president, or you are way down the food chain and you're going to work today in a truck, or you're going to work today with some tools in your car that you're going to be working with your hands, or you're somewhere even staying at home and you're not working, but you have a spouse with whom you can negotiate, think about a lot of money, $200 over at HughHewitt.com sends a kid to camp that they otherwise will never get to go to because mom or dad or both parents are in jail. And that week.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Attention business owners. Stop throwing your hard-earned money away on rent. Imagine owning your own building and saving thousands every year. Sound impossible? Not if you use General Steel. General Steel can help you save thousands by owning your own custom-designed building. Just call 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-98-STEEL to see how much money you can save with General Steel. Our buildings come with a 50-year warranty, and thousands of companies, from Fortune 500 corporations to startups, have trusted the General with their building needs.
If you need to expand or start a new business, you really need General Steel.
I'm very impressed with General Steel. Everyone's been extremely helpful. I'd recommend General Steel to anyone looking to build a steel building.
Stop wasting money on rent. Call 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-98-STEEL to find out about all our popular quick construction kits, including a 40 by 60 foot building or a 50 by 100 clear span building. Just call 888-987-8335 now. That's 888-98-STEEL.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hammock? Check. Arnold Palmer? Check. Motorized solar shades? Yes, please. Get your home and patio spring ready with brand new custom window coverings from Blinds.com. Blinds.com is the easiest way to upgrade your home with custom window treatments. You can even stay in the hammock while Blinds.com handles the install. Just click installation at checkout and relax while we do the work for you. No matter how many window treatments you order, installation is always one low cost. Need help choosing? Talk to a Blinds.com design expert for free to help you make the best selection, from classic shutters to outdoor roller shades and more. With over 25 million windows covered, you can rest easy with Blinds.com's 100% satisfaction guarantee. See why Blinds.com is the #1 online retailer of custom window coverings, with over 40,000 5-star reviews. Shop Blinds.com and save 45% off selected products. 45% off selected products at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
This is WBFG, 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Was it accidental or intentional? That's what investigators in Brownsville, Texas, trying to determine after a vehicle plowed into a group of people waiting at a bus stop outside a migrant shelter yesterday morning. 8 people killed, 10 others injured. Martin Sandoval with the Brownsville PD says that right now the motive is unknown.
The driver is detained, and of course he is under arrest. He is at the hospital receiving medical attention, and we are taking care of that by doing a criminal investigation on him.
He spoke with KRGV TV. An alert police officer who just happened to be on the scene is being lauded as a hero for stopping the gunman who opened fire at an outlet mall in Allen, Texas on Saturday, killing 8 people. The suspect, 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, was fatally shot by the officer. And gunfire last night in northwest Atlanta. 2 victims, men in their 20s. They have been rushed to the hospital and later died. Well, there's at least a glimmer of hope for an end to the violence in Sudan. The war between 2 rival military factions has killed hundreds of civilians, wounded thousands more. The BBC's Grant Ferret reports the Saudis confirm the combatants are now talking.
These are the first such talks since fighting broke out in Sudan more than 3 weeks ago. Since then, hundreds have been killed across the country. Many thousands have fled, and Khartoum, one of Africa's biggest cities, has become a battleground. The Saudi Foreign Ministry is cautious, describing the discussions as pre-negotiation talks. It says the aim is to achieve an effective ceasefire and a deal to allow humanitarian assistance and the restoration of essential services. It says Sudan's army and the paramilitaries have committed to a constructive and mutually respectful approach.
On Wall Street right now, stock futures are mixed. Dow futures up 42 points and NASDAQ futures down 7 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Inflation is pushing up the cost of just about everything: food, gas, clothing. But life insurance, which thanks to inflation you need now more than ever, actually costs less today than it did a few years ago. Now is the time to get the insurance you need at a price you can afford. Call SelectQuote now and we'll help you save more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's right. Get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam in under an hour.
Call SelectQuote now at 1-800-507-2266. That's 1-800-507-2266. Or go to SelectQuote.com now and get up to $2 million in instant same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's 1-800-507-2266. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Started.
A far-right party leads in the vote count after Chileans cast ballots yesterday for a 50-member commission that will draft a new constitution.
This is Chile's second attempt to replace the current constitution, which was adopted during the military government of General Augusto Pinochet. A first constitutional committee was elected 2 years ago. Its proposal, which legalized abortion and gave Chile's indigenous peoples more rights, was rejected by 2/3 of voters in a referendum last September. The result was seen as a big political defeat for Chile's young left-wing president, Gabriel Boric. The new assembly will have 5 months to draft another constitution. It's due to be put to a referendum in December.
The BBC's Nicholas Russia. South Korea's president calling for officials to map specific steps to strengthen security and economic cooperation with Japan following a weekend summit in Seoul with the Japanese Prime Minister. News and analysis, townhall.com. The J.P. Morgan Chase CEO preparing to be deposed.
It involves lawsuits regarding the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The U.S. Virgin Islands and an anonymous woman sued J.P. Morgan Chase last year, accusing the bank of turning a blind eye towards Epstein's illegal sex trafficking. The Virgin Islands also claims that J.P. Morgan kept doing business with Epstein, even after executives knew about the sexual abuse and trafficking allegations. Tasha Stevens reporting.
Treasury Secretary Yellen says there are no good options for the U.S. to avoid an economic calamity if the government's debt ceiling isn't raised. The Republicans have presented a plan for curbing spending while hiking the debt limit, but President Biden wants to hike the ceiling with no strings attached, and he has refused to negotiate with the Republicans. Mr. Biden will meet this week with congressional leaders from both parties while still refusing to budge from his no negotiations stance. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Siennas, CRVs. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
It's awful hard to try to make love long distance, but I really needed stimulation. Though it was only my imagination. It's just a fantasy. Oh, it's not the
real thing. Oh,
it's just a fantasy.
Oh,
it's not the real thing.
Oh,
sometimes a fantasy.
Oh,
is all you need.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome into a Monday. It is Daybreak. Greg Wood, in with you on this Monday, the 8th day of May. It's warm outside.
It's a little bit warm out there,
I'm
man.
I'm not hating it. Why is that? Was that better?
What?
It's better for me.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Whoa.
Little bit of, yeah, okay. It is Monday morning anyway.
Is that better?
It's Monday morning is what it is.
Yeah, there we go. We're looking at 67 degrees here at the Jing Langley Ford Studios in Midtown Jackson. It is 68 and overcast officially at the airport this morning. That's where we start things off. Forecast for today, 30% chance of showers, thunderstorms, afternoon, mostly sunny, high of 86. 86 degrees today. Sun, it's 68 right now.
And the humidity is back too.
Yeah, we're feeling that.
Did you notice that this weekend too?
I did not. I was either in my car or in my house. I didn't go outside this weekend, man.
So you were just hunkered away.
I was not outside at all.
Okay.
Is that fair?
So you didn't go to see Taylor Swift?
No, I can't even see you.
What? Hello? Hello? Hello?
No, I did not, but I hear it was a huge success.
Well, I was just going to ask you for like a Taylor Swift report.
The only report I got, it was fantastic. Costumes were off the map.
And did you see where some people could not get in because apparently they had bought tickets that were not authentic, that they were not real?
Did that happen?
I just heard. I read something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate.
Not a whole bunch of people, but there were a few that had bought.
Well, if it was you, it would be a big deal.
You better believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a fantasy.
I would be lobbing some Molotov cocktails at somebody.
It's just a fantasy. 30% chance of showers, thunderstorms this afternoon. As we said, mostly sunny otherwise. Look for a high near 86 degrees.
Man.
86 degrees. Tonight, look for a 40% chance of increased showers, thunderstorms. That will come late night tonight, increasing clouds, a low of 66 degrees. And then tomorrow, a 50% chance of showers and more thunderstorms possible tomorrow morning. Partly sunny with a high near 83. Let's look further into the week. We've got a slight chance of showers pretty much every day this week. Slight. 20, 30, 40% chance as we look into the latter parts of the week. I'm trying to figure this out here, but yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Is 68 overcast, chance of showers later on this afternoon. Right now we're looking at 68 officially at the airport here in Midtown. At the Jing Langley Ford Studios, it is 67. So, watch the Derby this weekend? I did not.
I didn't see it in real time.
I actually forgot about the whole thing.
Listen, as much as we talked about it last week,
my weekend was a little discombobulated. I was off my schedule.
that was our word for the week last week. See, I can't even say it.
Discombobulated.
Discombobulated.
Yeah, I was a bit discombobulated as well. I mean, my routine was off. So I was having to I know,
Exactly. I can't see you for the microphone stand.
The boom is between us. We have a boom between us.
Boom.
So yeah, I was a little, off my routine this weekend.
Okay.
So I completely forgot about the Kentucky Derby. Completely forgot.
We didn't watch it in real time because it went off a little bit before 6 o'clock our time on Saturday.
Is that when it was?
Yes.
They run that race that late?
Well,
I thought it was like middle of the afternoon when they ran that race.
No, they want everybody to get liquored up so they'll bet more.
I understand. NBC television sports has had that contract for decades now, and they will cover that all afternoon.
Yes.
I'm talking about 11 o'clock in the morning. They're doing Derby all day long, and then they don't run the race till like 6 o'clock at night.
Right.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Wow.
Can you imagine hanging out in Louisville in a seersucker suit all day long?
Yes, I can.
In about
Yes.
80-degree heat.
Yes, I can see me doing that.
With like your smoking hot girlfriend, and I would be there with my smoking hot girlfriend.
Absolutely.
With their hats about 10 feet wide.
With a peacock on my head.
Excuse me. Hang on, I'm coming through. Looking
Yeah.
Puerto Rican.
Oh, no.
I'll have you know, she is hooked on that.
Is that what y'all did this weekend?
We were looking Puerto Rican. I had to go find those TikTok videos. Those were from last year, bro.
I know. It's not new. I mean, I'm not that original.
Okay. But yes, we just kind of hung out, and we forgot that the Derby was going on too. But then we were like, we went out on Saturday, and so Sunday after we got home from church, I was like, wait a minute, I need to know who won the race because you and I talked about it all week long.
Yeah.
And the favorite did not come in the way. We'll get to it a little bit more in sports.
Yeah, we'll talk about it because apparently there's a lot more going on in the horse racing business than just Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Meanwhile, it is Monday. It is May the 8th. May the 8th. May the 8th be with you.
That's pretty lame, brother.
That doesn't work, does it?
No.
Doesn't
I wasn't even trying to spit my coffee up when you said that. I was just thinking, what in the world is he talking about?
It's Monday. It's May the 8th. 137 years ago today in 1886, ladies and gentlemen. In 1886, 137 years ago, this day, Dr. John Pemberton came up with a secret formula. For what? Do you know?
I do not.
Coca-Cola.
There we go.
Happy birthday to Coca-Cola. Was born this date in 1886. Dr. John Pemberton came up with a formula for Coca-Cola, the syrup, while cooking over a fire in his backyard.
It was a good day for the good doctor.
At first, he combined it with straight water, but a drugstore clerk used carbonated water, and that's how Coca-Cola was born. 38 million gallons of Coca-Cola are consumed every day.
Man.
38 million gallons.
That's a lot of Coca-Cola.
Coke is the most understood word in the world.
Well, in most places for the right reason.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
For the meaning of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, well, you're going down a different avenue than I am.
For the meaning of Coca-Cola, yes.
Coke is the most understood word in the world, and it's because of Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola. It's Coke.
What's your favorite Coke?
Pepsi.
I like a Sprite.
I drink Pepsi.
Do they serve Sprite whenever on Thursdays?
I heard Julie Holt, who follows this show weekdays. I heard her last week saying that Android users and Pepsi drinkers. I don't know what her reference was, but she associated Android users and Pepsi drinkers, and I'm like, that's me. That's me. She's talking about me, because I drink Pepsi, and I'm an Android user, and I can't even see you right now.
It's like
I don't know how to do that. Should I sit up straight?
I don't know.
Am I slouching?
Well, I think I'm slouching a little bit because I'm trying to. Anyway,
47 years ago today. Now that we've gotten past Coca-Cola, happy birthday, Coca-Cola. But 47 years ago today, this day, 1976, the theme song to Welcome Back, Kotter was the #1 song in America.
Welcome Back by John Sebastian.
Yep, The Lovin' Spoonful. Do you know what that reference is?
I do not.
You don't?
No.
You don't know The Lovin' Spoonful?
No.
You don't understand that reference?
I do not.
You don't know what that's about?
Help me out.
I can't.
So should I ask ChatGPT or Bard or any of those guys?
Yeah, you can, but we still can't talk about it.
Can we not?
No.
Not on the air? Will we be chastised by the FCC and by standards and practices?
It would be frowned upon.
Okay, then all right.
It would be frowned upon.
So I am not familiar with that reference, no.
Okay.
But yes, I loved watching Welcome Back, Kotter, and it was my favorite show.
That was your favorite show?
Yes.
1976?
I would have fit right in with the Sweat Hogs.
You do remind me of Horseshack.
Okay, now you've gone too far. No, brother. I was Barbarino. Yes.
You were more like Washington.
Look, man. It's a good thing you got that microphone stand. The boom is between us.
No, Washington was cool, dude.
Washington was a cool dude.
He was cool, dude. You're more Washington
Which one?
than Barbarino.
Who was your favorite? Who was your favorite Sweat Hog?
Horseshack.
Oh.
Because he was the comedy. He was the punchline.
He was, yeah.
He was the punchline. So yeah, it was him. I know he wasn't.
I would have fit right in with the Sweat Hogs in school. I would have hung out with them. Yes.
I think we all had our own version of the Sweat Hogs.
Probably, yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yeah.
45 years ago today, 1978, David Berkowitz, better known as the son of Sam, pleaded guilty to the 6 murder charges against him in the .44 caliber shootings that had terrified New York the summer before in 1977. But he was arrested and pled guilty this date 45 years ago today, 1978. 39 years. You'll remember this. This is where you belong. 39 years ago. Forget about the Sweat Hogs. Welcome back, Kotter.
Oh, no.
1984. What were you doing in 1984?
Barely graduating high school.
Joni and Chachi got married on Happy Days.
I remember Joni and Chachi.
I knew you would, bro.
Joni loved Chachi.
She did.
Then it became their own show.
They got married.
Yep.
They got married. This date on Happy Days, 1984. I was 11.
Joni and Chachi grew up on Happy Days, and then they had their own show.
Now, Chachi was what, a nephew to
the Fonz?
To the Fonz?
Yes.
It was a nephew?
Arthur Fonzarelli's nephew.
Yes. Arthur Fonzarelli, a.k.a. the Fonz.
Hey.
But Chachi was his nephew.
Yes.
Nephew.
And Fonz kind of watched out for him and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And Joni was, of course, the younger sister of the Cunningham family.
Opie Cunningham's sister.
No, it's not Opie Cunningham.
I still call him Opie Cunningham to this day.
It's Richie.
I know. You're right.
Opie was on the Andy Griffith show.
It's a blended portion of characters he had played
in your mind.
Career. Yes.
In your mind. But that happened 39 years ago today, back in 1984.
I bet I'm not the only person who calls him Opie Cunningham.
I think you probably are, because nothing about that's right.
It's not right. It's just.
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
Just perception.
That's what I'm saying. You're the only one.
No, I'm not.
Also happening this date 39 years ago, the same year, 1984, on this date, also, Russia announced they were boycotting the LA Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
They blamed it on security concerns, but it was basically payback for the U.S. boycotting the 1980 Moscow Olympics.
Yep.
And both of those instances, 4 years apart, ruined a boxing legend here in Jackson.
Jackie Beard.
Yep.
I went to elementary school with his younger brother, Obi.
Yep.
And there were good guys.
That was supposed to be a coming out period for
Jackie Beard.
For Jackie Beard, and it didn't happen because of politics.
Wouldn't it be nice if the Olympics were about sport and it were not about geopolitical issues or human rights issue or whatever? Wouldn't it be nice if the Olympics were about sport?
Well, it's not. It can't, and it won't ever be, because they're quote amateur sports. Olympics are quote unquote amateur. Now we know that that's not true,
right? But
that's what they are.
When you've got the dream team playing basketball, and you've only got one college player, which was Christian Laettner at the time. The rest of them,
don't get me started.
Magic,
on that.
Jordan, Larry Bird,
yep,
Charles Barkley,
yep.
Wouldn't it be nice if the Olympics were about sport and they genuinely were amateurs?
Well, that's gone and done. Well, it's not going to happen.
You're right.
Not going to happen.
You're absolutely right.
Now, we've got the Olympics coming up next year.
Yes.
Where are they going to be, the Summer Olympics? That'll be 2024, so we got those coming up. Yeah, look that up for me. I do love the Olympics. I like the spectacle of it, and I enjoy watching the Olympics. Are you more of a Summer Olympic fan or a Winter Olympic fan?
I think I'm a Summer Olympics fan, especially because they're going to be in Paris next year. We should go and cover it from our show.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm down. I would totally do it.
Is your passport validated?
I'll need to get one.
You don't have a passport?
I do not have a passport.
I don't know where mine is, so we're in the same boat.
Have you lost it?
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
There's another Greg Wood impersonating you out there with your passport.
It's in a safe deposit box, but I don't know which one. It could be in one of three.
Okay.
And I don't know, and I don't have the time to go check.
Yep.
So, but yeah, it's out there somewhere. So you want to go to Paris?
They will be in Paris next year for the Summer Olympics.
All right.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
33 years ago today, 1990. That was 33 years ago?
Man.
What?
All this gray hair that I've got.
Tom Waits, the recording artist, won a $2.5 million suit when a L.A. court ruled that Frito-Lay unlawfully used a Tom Waits sound-alike in a Doritos ad. Do you remember this case at all? You know Tom Waits.
He was a musician.
Swordfish trombone. Come on, man. You know Swordfish trombone?
No.
Then you don't know Tom Waits.
Listen, I was listening to Motley Crue on the way in this morning. So
in 1990?
No. Well, probably in 1990, yeah.
What were you listening to in 1990? Not Tom Waits.
Probably still Ozzy and some Motley Crue because they were getting really hot at the time. I think that was when Dr. Feelgood came out. So that was their tour. They seemingly toured for almost 2 years. But I was literally listening to Motley Crue on the way to work here this morning.
You weren't listening to Tom Waits?
No.
And the Doritos ad?
No.
That he sued Frito-Lay for.
I probably
$2.5 million
I would
on
probably
this day.
remember the ad, but I wouldn't remember.
I'll see if I can find it. Jog your memory. 1994, 29 years ago today, John Daly won the Bell South Classic. The John Daly. won the Bellside Classic. He said it was the first time he had won a tournament sober. Do you believe that? I believe that.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. That was 1994. I saw a video. Maybe it was TikTok or Instagram. I don't know. But he was doing karaoke.
Yes.
He was doing karaoke in like it was not even indoors. It was like they were in a parking lot, or it was outside somewhere.
I think
John Daly was doing karaoke.
I think he also likes little bitty juke joints like the PRC.
I would think the PRC would be right up his alley.
To do karaoke with.
I think he would be down with some PRC.
I believe it. Yep.
I would not be surprised.
Would you go to see John Daly if he was doing karaoke at the PRC?
No. That's not going to happen, dude.
For any reason.
You cannot get me in there. You cannot.
All right.
You're just not.
See, but I'm
able to do it.
open-minded enough to go and have chicken livers with you on some Chicken Liver Thursday.
Well, you're not going to get beat to death with a pool cue in the parking lot eating chicken livers. But that may happen at the PRC. I'm not doing it.
All right.
I'm not doing it. Birthdays today, May the 8th. It's Monday, May the 8th. Olivia Culpo is 31. You know what that is?
I do not.
What about Elise Gable?
Nope.
She's 40. Christina Cole, 41. Stephen Amell, 42. Matthew Davis, 45. Enrique Iglesias.
Yes.
The son of
Julio
Iglesias, To All the Girls I've Loved Before. Remember that?
Yes.
He and Willie. Well, his son is 48 today. Darren, is Julio dead?
Is Julio dead? Let's see.
He died. Look that up. Darren Hayes is 51. Melissa Gilbert. You know who that is.
Yes.
Laura Ingalls Wilder from Little House on the Prairie. She is 59 today. Look her up when you get through looking up Julio.
Apparently, Julio is still alive and is currently 79 years old. Born
79.
September 23rd, 1943. So that would make him, well, Wikipedia says 79 years old.
Oh, he's older than me. Is he older than you?
Just barely.
Look up Melissa Gilbert. She's 59 today.
He's got a little bit more money
She's
than I do.
59. Ronnie Lott, San Francisco 49ers legend, is 64 today. Alex Van Halen, the drummer.
Yes.
Alex is 70 today. Alex Van Halen, 70. Philip Bailey, Earth, Wind, and Fire, 72. Tony Tennille.
Yes.
From the Captain and Tennille. She is she's 83. She's 83 years old.
Were you old enough to remember the Captain and Tennille variety show?
No.
It was way back in the day.
I mean, I wouldn't know her if she walked in here right now and slapped me in the face. I would not know who that is. I know Captain and Tennille from Love Will Keep Us Together.
Yes.
But that's as far as my knowledge goes.
They had a variety show in the early 70s. The Captain and Tennille
had a variety show.
Yes.
Like network television.
Yes.
What network?
I don't know.
Had to have been ABC.
Well, there were only 3 back then.
Had to have been ABC. They did all the cheesy stuff. Remember Three's Company and Love Boat and all that Fantasy Island?
Yes.
All that cheesy stuff. That was all ABC, right? Charlie's Angels. No, I did like some Charlie's Angels. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Did you have the Farrah Fawcett poster?
No, I was not a Farrah fan. I was a Jacqueline Smith
Were you
fan.
allowed to have the Farrah Fawcett poster?
I don't know because I didn't want it. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Well, yes, but that's not the question you asked.
The question I asked was, did you have that poster?
I did not.
Okay.
I was a Jacqueline Smith fan.
Millions of young guys my age had the Farrah Fawcett poster.
Not this one. Well, you're right. Your age. I'm not your age.
I'm only about 2 years older than you. Because this Saturday, you're going to be, what, 57?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I promise you, brother. She and I.
You've been working on that all weekend.
She
Dude,
and I have been.
Come on, man. Come on.
You know what? And she and I have been doing that all weekend long. Like we're back in the 8th grade.
She knows about it, too.
Yes.
It's a secret code, man. And if you know, you know.
That's right.
If you know, you know.
Yes.
And if you don't, you're going to get busted. Like I just did. That was so uncalled for. So Captain and Tennille, Tony is 83 today. David Attenborough is 97. 97! You know, he does all the voiceovers for the Discovery Channel, like, you know, Planet Earth and Frozen Planet and, you know. And his brother, Richard Attenborough, was the old guy from the Jurassic Park movies. He's the guy. He's the guy that ran the parks.
The professor, or what Nutty Professor, or whatever he was on Jurassic Park.
He's the old guy that ran Jurassic Park.
Ah, okay.
So, but David Attenborough, 97. Don Rickles would have been old. He died back in 2017. I miss Don Rickles.
Don Rickles was hilarious.
He was really funny. You know, when I was a kid and he would be on television, I thought he was incredibly insulting and mean.
Yes.
And I didn't understand the humor until I grew up. And then when I became an adult and got into the real world, I realized just how funny he was. And still is. Ricky Nelson would have also had a birthday today. He died back in 1985 in that tragic plane crash. But Ricky Nelson, rock and roll pioneer, television sitcom star. I mean, you guys, all you old people, grew up watching Ozzy and Harriet
See how
and
you are.
Nelson's, you know.
Go mess around and find out on your birthday week.
Today is National Give Someone a Cupcake Day. That's today.
It's not your birthday, so you can't have a cupcake today.
Oh no, but that's coming up, and I will have cake on my birthday.
You will? Okay.
I will.
You think?
No, I know.
You going to buy yourself one?
If I have to.
Believe it.
If I have to,
Right.
but I will have cake on my birthday. It's going to happen. So National Give Someone a Cupcake Day is today. It's also National Women's Checkup Day and Reward Yourself Day. Celebrate appropriately. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 6 days away from Mother's Day.
That's right.
Mother's Day is Sunday. Write it down if you haven't already.
Govern yourselves accordingly.
6 days away. Is your mother still with us?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
That's good. Are you making plans for Mother's Day?
Give my mother a call. Normally, I would go to her church on Mother's Day, but she said she's just not able to go. So I'm going to give her a call and tell her that I love her and everything that.
You going to take her a cupcake? I'll tell you what. I'll give you a couple slices of the birthday cake
to take to my mother.
Because that's Saturday.
Right.
That's Saturday, and then Mother's Day is Sunday.
Right.
So,
and your mother is still with us.
Yes, very much. Talked to her last night. So, but yes, Mother's Day is 6 days away. It's Sunday of this week, and we're 18 days to Memorial Day, the weekend. Memorial Day weekend. You got plans for Memorial Day?
Probably sit around and watch the Indy 500.
But that's Sunday. I mean,
That is on Sunday of Memorial Day
You
weekend.
got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, actually even Monday if you want to count it for the holiday. So just going to sit in your recliner and watch races in your underwear?
Chill.
That's the best you got.
Well, I could watch him in my underwear, but she may not like that, though.
Is she going to watch the Indy race?
Yeah, she loves racing.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she likes drag racing as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. All right, 6:38. Boy, we have actually done absolutely nothing in the 30 minutes we've been on the air. But you're going to fix that because we got sports coming up. We're going to talk about the Kentucky Derby and what went on in Louisville over the weekend. That's coming up next right here. Daybreak 96.5 FM, News Talk 965.com.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Conquerors are made of different stuff. When the waves come crashing down, they beg for more. When the drop-off sinks beneath them, they grit their teeth and dive head first. And when others quiver, conquerors stare thrills in the face with steely eyes of determination. Smoky Mountain Water Park, Sevierville, Tennessee. Conquer the mountain. Season passes available at SmokyMountainWaterPark.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
All right, it's 6:43, 17 away from the top of the hour. Greg Wood, G Unit, in with you on this Monday morning. Daybreak 96.5 FM, NewsTalk965.com. What generation do you consider yourself a part of? Are you Gen X, or are you a millennium, or are you just old, or what are you?
I'm almost getting a pretty old, brother, because all this gray hair up here. I don't know if I qualify or quantify for any of those designations.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means.
I don't know what I don't know. You're probably Gen X like me. I'm Gen X.
Listen, those are fighting words, brother.
Well, that's what we do.
I was born in 1965, in December 1965.
Yeah, you're Gen X. You're Gen X. Barely. Kinda. I mean, if you're not Gen X, what's before Gen X? Millennium?
I thought it was.
You're a millennium?
No, I thought it was the very tail end of the baby boomers.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think that's what I meant, not millennium.
Okay.
No, not millennial. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're probably on the tail end of a baby boomer. Dude, you're old.
Gee, thanks, brother. I was going to ask you what's your favorite kind of cake because you've got a birthday coming up, but you know what? Never mind now.
I'm Gen X all the way, man.
Does that mean you like white birthday cake or coconut or what?
I like coconut cake. I do like coconut
Brother,
cake.
I love me some coconut cake.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I want it for my birthday. It's more of a Christmas holiday thing, but yeah.
Yes.
You like coconut? A lot of people don't like coconut.
My Aunt Tootie made the best coconut
I'm sorry,
cake.
what now?
My Aunt Tootie.
Tootie?
T-O-O-T-I-E. Aunt Tootie.
Tootie.
Aunt Tootie.
I went to high school with two girls that went by Tootie.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, my Aunt...
Two of them. Two of them.
Like Tootie squared?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that what you guys called them?
No, because they weren't having that.
Did they hang out together?
No.
Did they know each other?
Yes. Come on. Are you kidding me? In Bolivar, everybody knows somebody.
Well,
everybody knows everybody in Bolivar.
were they mad because the other one had the same name?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
Because one was a real Tootie and the other one just kind of adopted it.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, we had two. So you've got an Aunt Tootie.
I do.
That's fantastic.
She makes the best coconut cake in the world. OMG. You can't dig it out of the pan because you'll cook it in a...
Does she only make it around the holidays?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
That's when you have coconut cake.
It was so that I was so infatuated with it that one year we showed up at, for Thanksgiving or Christmas, one of those days, and they played a joke on me and they said she didn't make a coconut cake this time. I almost started to cry.
Isn't it funny how food does that?
Yes.
I have never and will never shed a tear over butter beans, but I might over some coconut cake.
Right.
You know what it is.
Yes.
You know what it is. It is 6:46. Market 6:47, 13 away from the top of the hour. G Unit standing by with sports.
Good morning, Greg. This morning sports brought to you by our friends at Gene Langley Ford. Hey, when you're in Humboldt this week for the Strawberry Festival, be sure to stop by Gene Langley Ford.
That started yesterday. Yeah.
The Strawberry Festival is in full swing right now in Humboldt. A fantastic time to stop by Gene Langley Ford to visit the dealership that's service-built on both sides of East End Drive in Humboldt. That's our friends at Gene Langley Ford. Also brought to you by our friends at Southeastern Termite and Pest Control and Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, the spring season of high school athletics is in week 8, so that means it's tournament time on the softball and baseball diamonds. On Saturday in District 12 2A play, Milan beat Gibson County 2-1. The winning pitcher was Mary Ellen Montgomery. Huntington beat Milan in softball in the nightcap by a score of 8-1. Westview picked up the win over Huntington 5-2. On Friday in baseball action, Westview beat Huntington 3-2. Brady Gardner picked up the win for the Westview Chargers. And in 14 single-A action, Peabody absolutely blasted Halls. They won the game 11-2. Garrett Weber stayed perfect on the year to improve his record to 6-0 as Peabody took down Halls. Greenfield beat South Fulton 8-5. Talon Reddick with the win there. Also in District 12 3A softball action, Southside blitzed South Gibson 4-0. Alyssa Clift picked up the win there. Emmy Whittenmore suffered the loss. She is now 15-6 on the season. Well, Greg, you and I mentioned it the best 2 minutes in sports was this past weekend at the Kentucky Derby.
Churchill Downs.
And
that's
a
right.
late scratch on Saturday morning.
What happened?
Not exactly sure, but Forte was the favorite leading coming in.
Yeah.
Forte was 3-1 as when they woke up on Saturday morning, was a late scratch, did not get to run in the Kentucky Derby.
Do you think that had anything to do with his placement in the field? Because he was like way out there at number 15.
Yeah, he was way out on the post position, and
It was like number 15. He was
Something
way
like
out
that.
there.
So he would
Do
have
you
had to-
think that had something to do with it, what?
I don't know. Not exactly sure. Let's see. According to the Louisville Courier-Journal, the field for Saturday's Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs has lost its morning line favorite. Florida Derby winner Forte was scratched from the race about 10 hours before post time.
We all heard that. We knew he got scratched.
And according to, he was made because of concerns about a bruised right foot. And this we'll talk about this a little bit more, just on a little more of a serious note. But the winner, I guess you could say, it was amazing. Mage, I believe, was a 15-1 favorite.
Oh, I see what you did there. Dude, don't ever do that again. That was bad.
No, it was not.
That was bad.
That's award-winning radio right there. Don't chastise me. The winner was literally amazing.
It was terrible.
Mage, I believe, started with a 15-1 odds and beat the second place horse named Two Fills by 1 length. And the favorite at post time, Angel of Empire, was a length and a half behind.
We didn't even talk about these horses last week. I don't even know any of these names.
We talked about Angel of Empire because
I don't remember that.
That was one of Todd Pletcher's horses. Todd Pletcher had 3 horses.
Well, and Forte was one of his.
Forte was one of his.
There was the favorite that got scratched.
Favorite that was scratched because of concern over a bruised foot.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that something like a bruised foot could lead to more serious issues, especially in a race like that.
Well, yeah,
horse,
the thoroughbred, yeah. I mean, they're only here to run.
They are born and bred to run. And what Mage did was nothing short of amazing.
That's so bad.
For the 2 minute and 1 second victory, Mage, the trainers, the ownership group picked up a cool $1.86 million on Saturday. The jockey, Javier Castellano from Venezuela.
Dude, what? Really?
Javier Castellano.
You talk like you know the man personally.
Okay. Javier Castellano.
What do you mean he's not Puerto Rican?
He is not Puerto Rican. He doesn't have enough hair to be Puerto Rican. So Javier Castellano, he made 10% of that purse. So for 2 minutes of work on Saturday, he made $186,000.
That's not bad for a Puerto Rican.
He's not Puerto Rican.
Oh, I'm sorry. Venezuelan?
He's Venezuelan.
Okay, sorry.
So, and he had been in the Kentucky Derby for 15 years and had never won. So congratulations to the jockey, Javier Castellano. And he made $186,000. The second place horse brought home $600,000. Third place, a cool $300,000 to show in the Kentucky Derby.
Now, let's talk a little bit, if you've got some details on it. Let's talk about the other issue in horse racing that we found out about today, and that's that 7 horses died at Churchill Downs.
It was not a good week in that
What is going on?
Well, according to an NPR article, Dateline yesterday, a string of horse deaths before the Kentucky Derby reignited scrutiny about the sport. Juliana Kim was reporting and said the 149th Kentucky Derby may be over, but questions about what led to a string of horse fatalities at its famed track have just begun.
Now, this is not really anything new. I mean, these horses are only on the earth to run.
That's correct.
And when they can't run, they're euthanized.
Euthanized, yes.
You know,
in the most humane way that they can, to put the horse out of its misery, to keep it from suffering, because the horse is not able to stand on 3 legs. It will develop a lot more issues if they try, and this has been tried over and over and over again. We used to own horses when I was a kid, but over last week, a total of 7 horses died in the lead up to the final race on Saturday, prompting an investigation into the deaths and fueling outrage from animal rights activists. A disturbing death toll seen at Churchill Downs, home of the Kentucky Derby, is the latest scandal to hit the horse race industry, despite recent efforts to make the sport safer.
Yeah, I think
for
everybody.
animals.
I think everybody was kind of taken aback when they found out that 7 horses were put down in Louisville Saturday.
First death occurred on April 29th. The horse named Code of Kings was a 3-year-old gelding, reportedly kept flipping and broke its neck prior to the race.
Broke its neck? Wow.
And the horse's trainer added that the horse appeared to be fixated on the lights from a nearby DJ booth prior to turning over.
Oh yeah, let's blame it on the DJ. That's what it always is. Blame it on the radio guys.
This is according to
Give
the
me
attorney.
a break.
Well,
in the neck with a horse.
Literally, and that's what caused this particular horse to be euthanized. On Tuesday, a horse named Take Charge Brianna was euthanized after getting hurt during a race. 2 days later, another horse was also euthanized following an injury during training. So this doesn't necessarily have to happen while the race is going on.
No,
it could be a training accident or what have you. And they do the best thing that they can to euthanize the horses. 2 horses also died this week under mysterious circumstances. Their trainer has been suspended indefinitely for the
Attention
unexplained...
Kmart shoppers, we're looking for Bob Baffert. Attention Kmart shoppers looking for Bob Baffert.
This is not Bob Baffert, but that's a good point, though. Their trainer has been suspended indefinitely for, quote, unexplained sudden deaths. On Saturday, 2 more horses were euthanized after sustaining racing injuries which appeared irrecoverable. So, you know, they do the best they can with the horses, but to your point, they are born and bred to run races and earn money.
Well, and once a leg or a foot gets messed up on these racehorses, you know, they can't rest that injury because they stand all the time. They can't rest that injury, so they're put down.
Yes,
they're put down.
Yep. And again, you know, we owned horses when I was a kid, so I can understand when the horse simply cannot sustain life and what have you on 3 legs. But yes, the deaths of the horses this week leading up to and even on Derby Day has just brought a little more of the focus and a little more of the spotlight.
And indeed, because I've heard a lot of people talk about it
on the sport. So 7 horses
over the weekend. I've heard a lot of people
died
talk
during
about it.
Derby week.
Yeah.
So, but the Preakness is coming up on, I believe, the 30th of May.
Word.
So about 3 weeks. And so that should be a fun time there. So congratulations to the trainers and owners.
Who won?
Mage.
Mage?
M-A-G-E. Mage. It was literally amazing. I'm going to wear that out. This morning sports brought to you by Cambridge Men's Store. If you want to look your best on her best day, go to Cambridge Men's Store on North Highland, right next to the News Talk 96.5 studios. Also, plan your future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab Bio-T, Precision Auto Body. Log on to precisionautobodytn.com. Pops Music in North Jackson. Watson's Cleaning, and Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The clock is ticking toward a potential first-ever U.S. government default at issue, raising the debt limit, allowing Uncle Sam, already some $31 trillion in debt, to borrow still more money to meet his obligations.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns the U.S. could default on its debt as early as June 1st and says that could spark a global financial crisis. In a letter to Congress, she urges lawmakers to protect the full faith and credit of the United States by acting as soon as possible. On Tuesday, President Biden will meet with the top 4 House and Senate lawmakers to discuss their impasse. The White House and Democrats want the debt ceiling raised without negotiation, while Republicans want to secure spending cuts in exchange. Greg Clugston, Washington.
It's kind of thing you'd hardly expect. You're shopping at the mall, in this case an outlet mall, in the Dallas suburb of Allen, Texas.
My mom and I were in Johnson & Murphy shopping, and out of nowhere heard about like 10 pops go off. And I look at the customer next to me, I was like, was that gunshots? And he was like, no, it's probably just construction or something. And then like heard 10, 15 more shots go off.
Cole Korchak talking with WFAA-TV. The gunman, identified as 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, fatally shot by a police officer, but not before 8 people had been killed. In Brownsville, Texas, 8 people died when a vehicle plowed into a bus stop yesterday morning. Police are looking at whether it was accidental, intentional, or whether alcohol may have been a factor. As illegal aliens and drugs continue flooding across the southern border, Title 42 runs out on Thursday, and authorities in border states and far beyond racing for an even more devastating surge as the Biden administration continues insisting the border has been and is secure. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 65. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Factor pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Bible.
School districts around the country have been looking into whether it might be a good idea to have kids start the school day later.
Many adolescents have to be on the bus and in school as early as 7:30 in the morning. And if they had homework or extracurricular activities the night before, they could be sleepy. Experts think that in part is contributing to mental health struggles.
I've been much happier in the morning.
At Upper Darby, Pennsylvania High School, where students don't have to be there until 9:45, Khalid Dulap prefers the later start.
I've been more positive, and I've come to school
smiling more.
Students can come in earlier and do their homework. At least 9 states are looking at starting the school day later, but critics say it cuts down on classroom time. I'm Jackie Quinn.
A double-decker bus carrying more than 30 people capsized last night off a beach in southern India. 22 people were killed. News and analysis, townhall.com. No contract yet between the nation's railroads and some of their employees.
A primary stumbling block is paid sick time. That and concerns about demanding schedules took center stage during last fall's contract talks. Now, several railroads have made deals this year to give some of their workers sick time. But the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen saying the railroads are still asking too much in return for giving sick time, adding most railroads still want to penalize workers if they do take sick time. Jason Walker reporting.
French Bulldogs may be ranked among America's favorite canine breed, yet none has ever won the nation's preeminent dog show. However, this year, a Frenchie named Winston is considered a strong contender to take the trophy at the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show later today. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, Jackson and West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face truck today.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jewelers. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com. GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Welcome back in at 7:10 on this Monday morning, May the 8th at 67 degrees here in Midtown at the Gene Langley Ford Studios, 68 at the airport, fair skies. Going to a high today of 86 degrees. Slight chance of afternoon showers. And, of course, with summer coming on, we'll see that pattern, warm days and chances of afternoon thunderstorms. That's already begun to set in. So we will see that today. But yeah, a high today of 86 degrees. I need to pull out my short pants. Do you wear short pants?
I do.
You wear short pants?
Absolutely. When it's hot enough, I'm going to wear them up in here.
Oh, Lord. I don't know that I'm going to do that. I mean, I'll wear some short pants in the car and at my house, but I'm not going to go out. I'm not. You're not going to see me at the grocery store with some short pants on, or flip flops or anything. I don't do that.
Do it in a heartbeat.
I'm not going to be barefoot, and I'm not going to have on sandals or short pants or a wife beater. You wear a wife beater?
Yes.
How did I know that? How did I know? How did I know that you're going to be able to see G-Unit at Target with flip-flops, short pants, and a wife beater
and hair looking like a Medusa's brother? That's it, man.
How did I know that?
Rough.
Good morning to you. 7:11 is the time. Greg Wood, G-Unit, 96.5. It's Daybreak, 96.5 FM, and newstalk965.com. All right, so we had the Music Fest in Beale Street Music Fest in Memphis. I hear from unofficial sources that was a big success. Big success.
Good.
And I was in Memphis Friday evening, Saturday morning, and I can attest that the traffic was noticeable.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even go downtown. I was not even close to downtown. But yeah, traffic was amped up.
On the 240 loop in downtown.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean,
you could tell that something was going on.
And it wasn't a complete mud pit like it has been before years and stuff like that, though, right?
It's funny because traditionally, one of the 3 days of the Beale Street Music Festival will experience a near flood, and it turns into a mud fest.
Yes.
I mean, we've all been there. We've done it. We know. So traditionally, that has been the case. This year, however, they dodged it.
Man.
And I think it's because of Taylor Swift. Because she was in Nashville this weekend. She played Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights at Nissan Stadium. And so there were lots of people who were splitting their time. I'm not saying everybody, But there were people who were splitting their time between Memphis and Nashville.
Yeah, you and I talked about it, about what days that we would go to Nashville to see Taylor Swift. And I said if I had to go, it would have been because I wanted to see, crazy enough, I wanted to see Low Cut Connie on Friday and 311 to close the night out.
Yeah.
Then I would have went to see Taylor Swift on Saturday, came back to Memphis Sunday for
Look, man, you're already boggling my mind. The logistics of that, there's no way I'm doing that.
To see Gary Clark Jr. and then Robert Plant and Allison Krauss.
Yeah.
That's what I would have
Which
done.
they played last night.
Yes.
Last night, yeah. So big weekend for Memphis, big weekend for Nashville. Yeah. The airport, BNA, Nashville, International Airport there in Nashville, Friday was saying that there were going to be an extra 500,000 people in Nashville this weekend.
Wow.
Because of the Taylor Swift shows. And they had some other stuff. There was some craft thing going on, and there was some convention of square dancers and I don't know, toenail painters. I don't know what it was, but they had other stuff going on in Nashville this weekend as well. But they were anticipating an additional 500,000 people in Nashville this weekend.
According to the Tennessean, the Saturday night show had a little over 70,000 people to see Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Yeah, my person was there.
Okay.
They were there Saturday
All
night.
right.
Yeah, they were there Saturday night.
Did they like it? Did they think it was a good show?
Oh, yes, very much. Very much. From everything I've heard, it was just absolutely phenomenal.
Well, you know, if she packed in over 60,000, and this is just speculation, if she packed in 60,000 people average for 3 nights, that's 180,000 people.
180,000 people.
For 3 nights.
Yeah. Yeah. At, let's say,
$100 a head.
Well, you know it was more than that.
Oh, I'm conservative.
I was going to say 250.
Well, all right, let's see that.
You might even can say 350.
Let's say 250.
All right, 250. You gonna do the math?
Yes.
250. All right, average. I mean, you know that's not even average. Average would have to be like what? 650?
Probably a lot.
Yeah, average.
A lot.
Do 600.
Well, let me tell you.
Do five just to be.
Are you sure?
Just to be even. Well, we want even numbers, so just do 500. 500. Because we want to keep it easy.
All right.
We're doing easy numbers.
Are you ready for
here.
this?
Easy numbers, yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
$90 million.
Over 3 nights.
Yes.
3 nights worth.
That's just for admission, not including merchant. Well, you know, $500 a head. That might include merchandise, tickets, all that stuff.
No,
Parking.
I don't think that even touches it.
Scalpers.
You know, they opened the merchandise vendors Thursday of last week.
Good Lord.
I mean, her first show was Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
She played Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. And the merch was open Thursday.
Did your person get you a shirt so you could say you were there?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Listen, if you wear a Taylor Swift shirt up in here, I'm going to slaughter you mercilessly.
Oh, man. And it's a tank, too.
Oh, God.
It's a tank.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
A Taylor Swift wife beater.
No, a tank.
A tank top?
Yeah.
You mean a midriff tank top? They get you a midriff tank top?
I haven't seen it, but yeah, maybe. If you're lucky.
So not at $500 a head, 180,000 people, $90 million.
That ain't bad
in revenue.
I mean, she almost is doing what we do in a week. She's close. Bless her heart.
Oh man,
she's trying, isn't she? She's trying.
She is working her little rear end off.
Maybe one day she'll get there.
Bless her little cotton picking heart.
Maybe one day she'll get there. 7:18 the time. Meanwhile, I don't know whether you heard about this. This happened in Nashville over the weekend. I don't know. I had heard about it, but now I'm seeing the full story. But this happened in Nashville. Police allege that a sleeping hotel guest in Nashville, and this is the downtown Hilton with the UFO on the top, you know, the revolving restaurant,
Yes.
you know, that hotel downtown, right adjacent to the Capitol building. Okay. Police allege that a sleeping hotel guest in that hotel in Nashville woke to find the night manager sucking his toes.
My God. Oh, my God.
I did not misread that. Police allege a sleeping hotel guest in Nashville, Tennessee, woke to find the night manager sucking his toes.
Oh, my God.
Suspect David Neal, 52 years old, the manager of the Hilton Nashville downtown, has now been arrested and charged with aggravated burglary and assault, according to Channel 4 WKRN Nashville. Nashville Metro Police say the manager made a key card, a duplicate, to gain access to the hotel room and entered around 5 a.m. back whenever this occurred. The guest from Texas, named Peter Brennan, told police he woke up to find the night manager, Neal, sucking his toes.
This is insane, man.
Brennan said he jumped up screaming, according to Nashville's new Channel 5. WKRN. Brennan said he confronted Neal as he recognized him as one of the hotel employees who had entered his room the previous day to help him fix his TV.
What are you doing in my room?
I could see he was wearing a uniform. Had his name tag on still, according to the victim, alleged victim. He was talking to me, but not giving me any substantive answers, said the Texas resident who was visiting Nashville for a conference, according to News Channel 5. The victim admitted to police, or the suspect admitted to, the alleged suspect admitted to police that he did enter the guest room, but claimed it was because he had smelled smoke and wanted to check on the guest. However, authorities noted that the suspect had not told security about the apparent smell of said smoke, and there were no other complaints about a smoke smell in the entire hotel. The room key was not found, and Neal, the suspect, told investigators that he had thrown it away. He was arrested Friday last week at his home in Lebanon and is jailed on a $27,000 bond, according to WKRN channel.
Oh, man.
Channel whatever, Nashville. The victim, alleged victim, said that he had been traumatized by the bizarre episode. I'm having problems sleeping, frankly. I'm going through some PTSD, and I'm talking to a therapist, he said. I still don't really feel safe in my own home, he went on to say. Man. That is uncalled for. There I am, out of town, checked into a hotel, minding my own business. 5 o'clock in the morning, wake up, dude from downstairs got my toes in his mouth.
Dude from downstairs finna get kicked in the jaw.
I was fixing to say, why did this not take a turn like
boom?
The night manager was sucking his toes, and why does the story not end with the night manager flew out of the 13th floor window? How is that not part of the story?
I'm just saying, man.
I don't understand how you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and your toes are in somebody's mouth that you don't know. And how does that person not go flying out the window and land on the roof of a taxi downstairs? I don't know. But that didn't happen.
Dude would have been leaving my room in an ambulance.
No, your dude, you'd be like, there's a 20 on the nightstand. Help yourself out.
Stop it.
Here's a 20. Thanks for coming by. Room service.
I don't think I'd have paid him that much. Jeez, man. It's a little expensive for sucking somebody's toes.
For some toes?
Did you get all that toe jam out of there, man?
Oh, come on. No, stop it. That's uncalled for. Now you've crossed the line. It's 7:23. We're going to open up the phone lines. The CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. That's the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. You can call us. We'll talk to you. Or you can text us as well. The Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398. We'll be back right after this.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Are you looking to move up in your career, change career paths, or maybe even thinking about finishing that degree you started? Jackson State Community College is here to help you greenlight your career. If you're 23 and older, you may qualify to go to college tuition-free through Tennessee Reconnect. Yes, you heard that right, tuition-free at Jackson State. Whether you're earning your degree for the first time to advance your career or finishing a degree you already started, Jackson State Community College is here to greenlight your career. It's time to take the next step in earning your degree. Learn how at jscc.edu/reconnect.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Not only did we have the Beale Street Music Festival at Tom Lee Park, back at Tom Lee Park in Memphis over the weekend, also Taylor Swift 3 nights in Nashville over the weekend, but we also had the 2023 MTV Movie and TV Awards. Did you catch any of that?
No.
Didn't watch any of that?
No. Didn't even know what was going on.
What?
No.
Dude, I depend. I rely on you to keep up with things like this.
Yeah, but not
you. You are the cultural expertise that we rely on.
You are in trouble
at this show.
I haven't watched MTV since, because once they became Real World and Jersey Shore, I'm like, this stinks. So I'm not watching it.
You are the cultural expert, the expertise that we rely on, and all you can do is buy wrestling tickets.
Well, we went to wrestling and we thought about going to the Pine Ridge Club. So, and the flea market was in town too, bro.
The flea market!
Flea market!
Shut up!
Yes.
They still do that?
Yeah, it was jam packed, brother.
Y'all went?
No, we didn't go, but we drove right past, and it was elbow to elbow up in there.
I did not even know they still did that.
Yes. First weekend of every month, flea market, fairground. Be there.
Woo! Give me some homemade chicharrones.
If you're feeling Puerto Rican, you can get them.
Some crackling bread, because I'm feeling all Puerto Rican. All right, so last night, the 2023 MTV Movie and TV Awards were held. Here are your winners. Best Movie, Scream 6.
What?
Did you know there were 6 of those movies? I've probably seen 2, maybe 3. Maybe 3. I saw Scream. Well, I know I saw Scream and then Scream 2. Probably saw Scream 3. But I did not know there was a 4, 5, or especially 6.
No, I'm not watching that crap.
That you don't like slashers?
Because I might get scared, so I'm not watching it.
Oh, G-Unit. You don't like scary movies.
I'll bury my head behind her shoulder. Honey, let me know when the scary part's over with.
It's funny because I do like scary movies, but I won't watch them by myself.
I believe it. Yeah.
I won't watch them by myself.
I'm not doing it.
She's got to watch them with me.
Right.
Or I can't do it. I won't do it. I'll watch them with her.
Have you ever tried to watch them with the sound off?
I'm sure at some point.
Just
I don't know. This sounds like college, and a lot of that's a blur. So.
When you think it's getting really scary and you cut the sound off to see if it's going to change how scary it is a little bit.
Oh, you don't like the jump scares?
No, I don't like that at all.
Yeah, you don't like. That's what that is. Music, that's what that is.
The music gets really eerie.
Yeah.
So I tried to watch a couple of them, like The Grudge or The Ring.
Yeah, those are kind of old though.
They are, but I was like, I wonder.
I like the ones that I like are the creepy ones, not the slasher, gory
not
stuff.
Not Saw.
I don't care anything about that. That does nothing for me. I don't care anything about that at all. But the creepy ones, the spooky ones.
Oh man,
that's the ones that I gotta have. If I'm not holding her hand, she needs to be holding mine. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. Honey, let me know when the scary part's over with. I'm going to the I'm going to the bathroom.
That's the ones that get me, but I dig it. Right? I like them. Anyway, Scream 6, the best movie last night at the 2023 MTV Movie and Television Awards. Best show goes to The Last of Us. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Oh, yeah, me either. Best performance in a movie, Tom Cruise in Top Gun Maverick. That's Top Gun 2. Mm-hmm. Have you seen that?
I have, yes.
What'd you think?
Well,
I hated it.
I didn't hate it. I kind of like it because, I've got my own personal Top Gun.
You do. And, but aside from that,
but
movie-wise, I thought it stunk.
I didn't think it stunk. I thought it was okay.
Okay. All right. So that got best performance.
Yeah. Probably better than the Scream 2 performance, so I could see that. Yeah.
Scream 6.
Scream 6 performance, yes.
Best performance in a show goes to Jenny Ortega for Wednesday on Netflix. Did you watch that?
No,
Wednesday Addams?
We haven't seen that, no.
Man, she is cute as a button.
Really?
I'd watch that girl paint a wall. Never mind a movie or TV show.
Man.
I mean, put her in some carpenter pants, put her on the ladder, and let her start painting and brushing. That's a $10 ticket every day.
Bro, you're going to get us both in trouble.
She is cute. So she got best performance in the show. Best hero goes to Pedro Pascal on The Last of Us, which I'm not familiar with that show. Let's see. Best kiss. This is the one you wanted to hear about.
Here
Best kiss.
Yep.
Madison Bailey and Rudy Pankow on Outer Banks.
Let's see. Outer Banks.
That's the show, Outer Banks. Madison Bailey and Rudy Pankow, Best Kiss, got the award last night from MTV.
See if I can pull it up.
Best comedic performance goes to Adam Sandler in Murder Mystery 2. I will not watch that. Let's see. Best fight. I love these awards. Best fight goes to Courtney Cox versus Ghostface in Scream 6. Yeah.
So not The Rock or Vin Diesel or anything like that.
No. Goes to Courtney Cox from Friends, from Dancing in the Dark, Bruce Springsteen video.
Man. Not Chuck Norris, but no.
Courtney Cox.
Courtney Cox
versus Ghostface in Scream 6.
Come on.
Gets best fight. Best song goes to Carolina by Taylor Swift from Where the Crawdads Sing. That's a good movie. And a good book as well, if you're familiar with that. I do recognize that. Best docu-reality series.
Okay.
And that's a category. In the MTV Movie and Television Awards.
All right.
Best docu-reality series goes to your favorites, The Kardashians.
Stop. A docu-series?
Docu-reality series.
Oh, okay.
Docu-reality series.
Lack of reality series.
The best competition series, because we got all these competition shows that are on.
Like what is the name of that?
Like The Race and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Those
America's Got Talent.
No, not those. The competition games.
Okay.
The
one on the island. Yeah, I forget the name of it.
Yeah, okay. The best one of those is also your favorite, RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars.
Please stop. You're giving me a headache with this kind of crap.
I know you and your smoking hot girlfriend settle down at night and watch RuPaul's Drag Race.
I watch drag racing. I watch the NHRA channel on Roku. Thank you.
That's a whole nother drag race, right?
RuPaul is not at those drag races.
Oh, it's 7:37, 23 away from the top of the hour. Greg Wood, G-Unit. He is standing by with sports on this Monday. Good morning to you.
That's all right. Good morning. I've already got you on our little 8th grade thing once already. That's what it is. You're mad about that. This morning sports brought to you by Jing Langley Ford.
Oh, mercy.
When you're in town this week for the Strawberry Festival in Humboldt, it's the perfect time to stop by Jing Langley Ford. That's the dealership service built on both ends of East End Drive in Humboldt. Log on to JingLangleyFord.com. Also brought to you by our friends at Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. You'll see the Pest Patrol out and about in West Tennessee. That's Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. Also brought to you by our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, the big news wasn't just the Kentucky Derby this weekend. The playoffs. We're talking playoffs. Last night, the Philadelphia 76ers beat your Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics.
Whatever.
By 1 point to tie the series at 2 games each. Philadelphia won 116 to 115 to take the win and tie the series up. And in the Western Conference semifinals, The Phoenix Suns beat the Denver Nuggets by 5 points to tie the series at 2 games all. The Suns won 129-124. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker overpowered the Nuggets to even the series. And in Major League Baseball, Mookie Betts hit a game-tying home run with two outs in the 9th inning. And James Outman hit I believe it was a 2-run home run in extra innings for the Dodgers to beat the Padres 5-2. Congratulations, L.A. Dodgers. And in other Major League Baseball action, the Braves beat the Orioles 3-2. Michael Harris couldn't wait to get into the batter's box, and he singled in the 12th inning as the Braves lifted over the Orioles 3-game. Final score 3-2. The Philadelphia Phillies beat the Boston Red Sox 6-1. Kyle Schwarber homered after being dropped from leadoff to 5th in the batting order to lead the Phillies 6-1. The Philadelphia Phillies have now won 16 games on the year. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they took one on the chin from the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays blasted them for 15 hits and 10 runs, 10-1 in picking up the win. Colorado Rockies, they were feeling mountain high. They beat the New York Mets 13-6. The Guardians.
There you go. See, you did it. You did it, though. You did it.
Right.
You did it.
Frustrated.
Way to go. The Guardians.
The Guardians.
Yeah.
Beat the Minnesota Twins 2-0 to pick up the win. And the hottest team in baseball, they keep on chugging along. The Tampa Bay Rays, listen to this record. They are now 28-7.
I know. It's ridiculous. I don't know. It blows my mind.
Unbelievable.
I mean, nobody's watched that team for, 5 years? 4 or 5?
20 years?
4 or 5 years, that team has not had a heartbeat. I mean, they were talking about moving that team out of Tampa, St. Petersburg, because they were terrible and nobody was going to the games.
You're absolutely right. Well, not only did they win last night, they beat the New York Yankees 8-7. The Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, that's always a good thing.
Are now 28-7 on the year. And in NHL action, let me find it real quick.
Yep.
We'll get to the scores. According to ESPN's.
Bring me some Regina.
I'm getting to it. Trying to find it. Are you looking for Regina this morning?
I am.
Well,
from you.
The New Jersey. Wait a minute. This has been Monday all day long up in here. The New Jersey Devils beat the Carolina Hurricanes 8-4. They now lead the series 2-1 in the Eastern Conference. The Florida Panthers beat the Toronto Maple Leafs 3-2 in overtime. They now lead the series 3-0.
Ooh.
So the Maple Leafs have dug themselves a big hole.
Yep.
And the Kraken, Seattle Kraken.
Yep.
They beat the Dallas Stars 7-2. They lead the series now.
7-2?
7-2.
What is going on there?
5 goals in the second period alone by the Kraken, and the Stars, they faded very quickly.
Wow.
Losing that matchup 7-2. And our favorite team.
Yeah.
The Regina Oilers.
Yeah.
They play tonight in Regina, not actually in Regina, but in Edmonton, actually.
Yeah.
But we have nicknamed them the Regina Oilers. The Regina Oilers play the Las Vegas Golden Knights tonight. In Regina, the series is tied at 1 game each. This morning's sports brought to you by Cambridge Men's Store. When you want to look your best on her best day, stop by Cambridge Men's Store. They're now taking wedding fitting appointments on North Highland, right next to News Talk 96.5, across the street from AutoZone R Us. Also brought to you by Plan Your Future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. And hey, guys, it's not just for girls. Your moods will be better with Advanced Rehab Bio-T. I don't know about you guys, but Greg's got a birthday coming up, and he's looking older every day.
Oh, yeah. Saying I need some work done?
Some Advanced Rehab Bio-T will hook you up right up.
Really?
Right up, yes.
Okay.
Also brought to you
Noted.
Also brought to you by Precision Auto Body. Visit your location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg, log on to PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com. Also brought to you by Pops Music in North Jackson. And Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough for the downtown courthouse, it's good enough for your house.
Yes.
And by Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
It's 7:44 Daybreak. 96.5 FM, newstalk965.com. The all-you-can-eat buffet. Is it back? We'll talk about it next.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. It's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
I spent a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. And in 09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Come on, man.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man.
Darling, that's for you. I asked him if he would play it. Yeah, baby.
Remember that dude in the hotel room I was telling you about?
Yep.
Woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning and the night manager was sucking his toes.
Yes.
What they didn't tell you is this was playing in the background.
That's all I ask. You know, that's all I ask.
Mercy.
Ooh, Lord. Excuse me, sir. Are you in the right room?
I am now. That's what he said. Oh, Lord. If you missed that story, I'm sorry.
Man.
The all-you-can-eat buffet. Remember those days?
Yes.
The all-you-can-eat buffet. Well, they are back from the dead. And they're more popular now than before COVID, which is when they all got shut down.
Okay.
You know, the easing of the pandemic is part of the upswing, but it's also because people are looking for value right now, and they find that in, apparently, the all-you-can-eat buffet. 3 years ago, when we were venturing out in public in our hazmat suits, which I've
Yes.
still got one in the trunk of my car,
Mm-hmm.
it seemed like the all-you-can-eat buffet was over for good.
Yeah, I remember that.
But they are coming back. A company that tracks restaurants said that this spring, which is now, visits to 3 leading buffets, Golden Corral, CC's, and Pizza Ranch, whatever that is, were up 125% from 2021.
Man.
That's a faster rate of growth than any other type of restaurant. 125%. That's huge. Part of the reason is, you know, we've eased off the pandemic and, you know, because all that got shut down. And we know we were isolating. We weren't going anywhere. We were brushing our teeth to happy birthday songs. You know, we were doing all that. But some people are no longer concerned about people touching and breathing over the same food that you're all eating.
Man.
Not to mention the same serving spoon, you know, that big old black plastic tong.
Excuse me, ma'am.
That you reach in there and get your whatever with.
Are you finished with that one, ma'am?
Yeah. Hey, just, hey, pass that over. When you're done, pass that over here. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
But there's also there's another reason in that buffets are making to come back, and that's the cost. People are looking for value. Higher end restaurants are raising prices due to inflation, so people are going to buffets to look for value.
Our stream's not working, bro.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
There we go.
They just can't see your lovely face. Now they can.
It was you.
But yeah, it's working.
We were notified about that.
Yeah, it's working. So, where are you doing the buffet? I mean,
yeah, we went to a Chinese buffet. I think Friday afternoon. Yes,
you did not.
Yes, we did.
Well, I'm going to have to find out where that is because now I want to go. But that is disgusting.
No, it's not.
But I want to go.
I stuffed myself like a pig.
A Chinese pig?
Yes.
I stuffed myself like a Cocker Spaniel.
And waddled out of there about, excuse me, so you eat way too much.
Yeah. Golden Corral's sale. You know, we used to have a Golden Corral.
We did.
Years ago, we had a
Long time
Golden Corral. Their sales grew 14% last year alone. 2022. Their sales grew 14%. Where's the nearest Golden Corral?
You literally, that's the exact question that I asked.
Oh, Lord, he's on Chat GPT,
no,
y'all.
not on Chat GPT. Just hang on.
Where's the nearest
Golden Corral locations?
Yeah, nearest one.
Oh. Nope. Let's see. Jackson.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a Michelin star rated restaurant. Man, you can eat all day in there.
They've got them in Memphis and Nashville. None in Jackson. None in West Tennessee.
Well, no. I mean, I know that.
Not anymore.
I know that. We used to have one. Brother, you could. When I was in college, when I was at MTSU, and of course, they're open all the time anyway, you know, and they got that buffet that just won't stop.
Yes.
And if it wasn't for Golden Corral and Shoney's,
Man.
Remember Shoney's?
Yeah, Shoney's big boy.
When I was in college, if it wasn't for those two places, I guess I'd have been starved to death. I don't know what I'd have done.
Shoney's was on Broad Street back in the day.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, and
Yeah.
there was another one out on I-24, the second exit. Now there's 3 exits, but back then it was just 2, and the second one going towards Chattanooga had the Shoney's. That's the one I would go to.
There was a Domino's that was open 24/7.
Oh, yeah.
In Murfreesboro.
Yeah.
That was maybe from where we are to AutoZone, from the dorm. And my roommate, he would come in and he would be blitzed. So
y'all hit Domino's?
we'd be trying to go to sleep.
You'd have to wash him out at Domino's?
He'd be like, bro, I'm hungry. And I'm like, okay, let's go.
It's 2 a.m.
Let's go.
Did he ever break in your room and suck your toes?
No. I'd have kicked him in the jaw.
Did Channel 5 ever do a story about y'all?
No. They probably could have me sneaking my son's mother in the dorm as much as I did.
Okay, there we go. 7:55. We're back after this.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today.
The Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Hi, this is Dan Reeves. Unfortunately, I have a few prescription medications that I must take regularly. Fortunately, we have locally owned and operated Healthcare Pharmacy, an independently owned Health Mart pharmacy. When you need medication to help you return to or maintain your health, it's essential to have a warm, caring, and compassionate clinical expert dedicated to your health. Matt, Tiffany, and Healthcare Pharmacy have proven to be dedicated to the health of our community for the past 40 years. Healthcare Pharmacy is not a department store that sells drugs. It's not 200,000 square feet. In fact, from the front door to the counter, it takes me about 10 steps. Or stay in your vehicle and fill your script at the drive-thru window. Healthcare Pharmacy, serving our community for the past 40 years. Healthcare Pharmacy, 505 Roland Avenue in Jackson. Call 731-423-2273. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
I know you wish that you could see in my window, wishing you could pull up the blind, and I'm wearing my romance flowers, just me and my maid of mine. I know you like to walk in my garden and pull yourself up a big bouquet. You can smell the magnolias, but it's just like I told you, I'm in a higher place.
All right, it's 7:58. We're just a minute or so away from the top of the hour. We're going to toss it over to Julie Holt, who just entered the building.
Julie's here. What up, Jules?
Just outside the studio doors, so she'll be joining you around 8 o'clock this morning for her show. According to a recent global study, Americans generally stop feeling young when they're 43. That's when the clock starts ticking for the majority of Americans. They don't start feeling old until they turn 52, but they stop feeling young when they're 43. I don't understand the dichotomy there, but...
So you're saying you started feeling old about 5 years ago?
Well, I'll tell you exactly when I started feeling old. And it was probably when I turned like 25. But what happened was I realized that there were grown people younger than me. And when that little toggle got flicked in my brain,
that was it.
That's when I started feeling old.
Man.
And that was probably when I was about 25.
Man.
Now, people that know me from my childhood say that I've been old since day one. He's been an old man since he was born. I've heard that before. But yeah, when I realized that there were younger people older than me, that's when it was downhill after that.
All right.
All right, we're going to get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Today is Monday, May the 8th. See you later.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. It was a quick-thinking police officer who took down the gunman who had killed 8 people at an outlet mall in the Dallas suburb of Allen, Texas over the weekend. Investigators now trying to determine a motive for the deadly attack. 8 people dead in Brownsville, Texas. They had been standing at a bus stop outside a migrant shelter.
They were waiting for a bus to take them to the bus station or the airport in order for them to get on a bus or the airplane to their final destination and where they were going. Of course, this is a mixture of people. We don't know if all of them were immigrants or not, but we can confirm that there were some immigrants within the deceased and the injured.
Brownsville police spokesman Martin Sandoval talking with KRGV-TV. Nothing yet on whether it was intentional or accidental or whether drugs or alcohol might have played a role. People in a Cleveland, Texas neighborhood are skeptical about time healing the wounds inflicted on their community by a recent mass shooting.
It was April 28th that police say neighbors told a man firing off a gun in his yard that his shooting was keeping a newborn baby awake. An angry Daniel Oropesa allegedly went to the infant's home with an AR-style rifle and shot and killed the baby's mother, 9-year-old brother, and 3 extended family members or friends. Neighbor Sean Crawford lives 2 houses down from the family of Wilson Garcia, where the shootings happened.
He was just always happy-go-lucky. Wilson is him and his family.
I'm Donna Warner.
Ukrainian air defenses have shot down 35 Iranian-made drones over Kiev in Russia's latest nighttime assault. Officials report attacks all across Ukraine left 4 civilians dead. Meanwhile, Moscow tightening security on the eve of the traditional Red Square commemorations marking the Nazi defeat in World War II. On Wall Street, Dow futures are higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Miss Prager here. Sue and I mean it when we say dogs are part of our family, and there's nothing like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens, R-U-F-F. Because we want them to feel healthy and be with us as long as possible. I know Charlie Kirk feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. I rely on my trusted furry friend, Mr. Briggs, who's an absolute machine, and he relies on me to provide what's best for him. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens, not a dog food, but a supplement full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, and omega oils that Mr. Briggs absolutely needs and loves. Trying Rough Greens for your dog just makes sense.
Greetings, Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here. I'm honored that the Pragers and Charlie trust their dog's health to Rough Green. I'm so confident that Rough Green can help your dog too that I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, dog food is dead food, but it doesn't have to be. Go to ruffgreens.com.
Bible. A gun amnesty program takes hold today in Serbia. The government trying to disarm the country following 2 mass shootings in the past week.
Serbia is one of the most heavily armed countries in the world, according to the Switzerland-based Small Arms Survey. Experts question the figure of 39 guns per 100 people, but the country's president, Alexander Vučić, has ruled that action must be taken following last week's attacks. From today, people who hold unlicensed weapons and ammunition may drop them off at police stations with no questions asked. The amnesty lasts for 30 days. Mr. Vucic says anyone found with unlicensed weapons after that will face very...
Forcing train routes to close temporarily and leaving some residents trapped in their homes. There have been numerous high-water rescues all across the region. News and analysis at townhall.com. It is a conundrum for a leading maker of athletic footwear.
Adidas still hasn't determined what to do with $1.3 billion worth of Yeezy sneakers after splitting with the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. Those shoes have been sitting in a warehouse 7 months since the German company ended ties with Ye over some offensive remarks. A company spokesman says they are getting closer to a decision and declined to say if destroying the shoes had been ruled out. There's no word if Adidas might consider donating the shoes to the needy. Jason Walker reporting.
The Biden administration working on new rules aimed at expanding the rights of airline passengers, requiring airlines to compensate passengers for meals, hotel rooms, if they're stranded for reasons that are within the airline's control. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Good morning. I came in and things have moved around, and apparently we don't have intro music right now, but that is okay. We will get through it. How are you this Monday morning? It is 68 degrees and it's going to get a high of 86. We were supposed to have a really ugly weekend, but it ended up being one of the best weekends we've had. Sunny. We stayed out beside a swimming pool all day yesterday. We all got red and tan. I'm ready for summer. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for it. Also, this weekend, I went to the new inaugural Jackson baby shower. We see these on a lot of bigger cities, but this was the first one for Jackson, and I was lucky enough to get to MC it with some awesome women. Holly Stockdale of Jackson Doula had it all put together. We gave away tons of prizes, everything from diapers, car seats, anything you could think of that you needed for a baby. And then for mama and the postpartum care, massages, permanent makeup, everything. It was awesome. Big shout out to Cliff. If you've ever seen the JKSN shirts going around, the Jackson shirts, he was there. He had made a baby shower version, so you could buy a pink one or a blue one. And it was on like a cream shirt. So that was really awesome to see. A ton of people come out for Jackson. A lot of new mamas and mamas to be's coming out and learning and just getting resources to help. You know, nobody prepares you for what parenthood really is. You can go to all the classes, you can learn everything, but at the end of the day, we're all just trying to figure it out as we go. I know what I could do for my first child versus my twins looked way different. Maybe it's because my twins are mean. I don't know. But it was completely different. We had a lot go on this weekend. A lot of news has been coming out. I don't know if any of y'all have read about the reparations that they're going to pay out to qualifying black citizens in California. If you're not watching this story, it's definitely one to watch. There is a California reparations panel, and they have set up the California Reparations Task Force. Formally recommends that the state offer payments of up to $1.2 million to every qualifying black resident. The task force held a public meeting in Oakland, California on Saturday and voted on the final set of recommendations to be sent to the state legislators. The 9-member panel called on the state to offer its black residents a formal apology in addition to the payments. Reparations are not only morally justifiable, but they have the potential to address long-standing racial disparities and inequalities, Representative Barbara Leake of California said after attending the meeting. The panel's recommendation breaks payments down by types of historical discrimination. For instance, black residents affected by the redlining by banks would receive $3,366 for each year they lived in California from the early 1930s to the late 1970s, amounting up to $148,099. Similarly, black residents could receive roughly $2,352 in compensation for over-policing and mass incarceration for each year they lived in California between 1970 and 2020. Those payments could amount to $115,260. In total, from these and other payments included in the plan, a black Californian who is 71 years old and has lived in California their entire life could receive up to $1.2 million, according to an analysis from the New York Times. The panel's Saturday vote included only recommendations for the state legislature and does not have any legal weight. What are we doing? Now, in reality, it'll probably never make it. Let's just be real. It'll probably never make it. But if we're going to give back all this money for crimes we didn't commit, then what about the indigenous people? Because they were here first and we slaughtered them. I want to know what you guys think. Get in with us on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, or call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. This just came in on our Advanced Rehab text line, and it said, G-Unit here. Tell my smoking hot girlfriend that Daddy is on the way home to finish what we started at 4 a.m. this morning. Good Lord. 4 a.m.? Ain't no way. What were y'all doing at... Never mind. Let me read. Why were y'all awake at 4 a.m.? I don't know any reason to be awake at 4 a.m. I'm just not a morning person. I can't even imagine. 4 a.m. That's just getting into the REM sleep. No way. No way. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Apparently, G-Unit had a good morning. But I do hope everybody had a good weekend. Also, this weekend, it came out that Biden's approval rating is at a new low. Biden's approval rating dipped to 36%, down from February, just below his previous low in 2022. Uh-oh. This just came in on our Advanced Rehab text line. It said, super hot girlfriend here, practice. So I'm assuming that's what we were doing at 4 a.m. this morning. You know, I'm practicing at 4 a.m. this morning. I practice every morning at 4 a.m. of sleeping and getting ready to ignore my alarm so it can go off for about, 45 minutes while Chris is saying, you need to get up, running around. He gets up super early. He gets up at like 5:30 every morning, and I'm just not that person. So he has to come back and be like, come on, you got to get up. Me and the kids we don't wake up well. We really don't. And then once we're up, you can't talk to me. Can't talk to me for about an hour. You can't talk to Presley for the rest of the day. But Jackson Harper they're happy. Most of the time. Super hot girlfriend, if you're listening still, I hope you're ready to practice more because he is on the way home. Did anybody get to go out to the vintage markets? They did it this weekend. It was a big show. There were people from all over selling stuff. That Lolo performed. Some other musicians performed. I want to know how it was because I did not get to go. This came in on our Advanced Rehab text line. It said, good morning, Julie, from the Super Hot Girlfriend. Good morning, Super Hot Girlfriend. I almost want to say your name because I know your name, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to give it to him. I'm not going to let him know. I'm just going to have to keep it Super Hot Girlfriend. But I do want to know if anybody did go out to the vintage market shops. Music festival, there was supposed to be food and stuff. It was supposed to be a really big deal, and I definitely wanted to go, but unfortunately we had everything else going on and we couldn't. We were also supposed to go to the Derby party at the country club, and we did not get to make that one either. It was just one of those weekends where it was boom, 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 go, 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 and we couldn't do everything. We are going to take a quick break real quick, and I'm going to try to figure out what is going on with this music. So I'm sorry I can't lead you out with something real cute, but I will be right back after this break.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
She was 27 years old. She took the gun that my grandfather had given her for self-defense. She never got to see her son grow up to be anything. Because she had easy access to a gun, I've been robbed of that relationship.
63 Americans a day die by gun suicide. With safe gun storage, we can give our loved ones a second chance at life. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
You think your words will make me black and blue, but I think I'm pretty with these old boots on. I think it's funny when I drink too much. Hey, you try and change me, you can go to hell. 'Cause I don't wanna be nobody else. I like the chip I got in my front teeth. And I got bad tattoos you won't believe. So kick out the jams, kick up the soul, pour another glass of that rock and roll. Turn up the band, find the hole, gonna lose control tonight. What do you want from me? I'm not America's sweetheart. So beat the drum with me. I'm not America's sweetheart. Well, they said until I fall this time, so I lit up and she put it down. What do you want from me? I'm not America's sweetheart. She loved me anyway. My hands are dirty and my heart.
There we go. Well, we got some music now. Had to do a little tweaking with the laptop, but we got it. So I'm glad about that. I love that song. I love Elle King. She is Rob Schneider's daughter, which is insane to me. But then when you look at her, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I see it. That's little Rob Schneider with a blonde wig on and makeup, who can actually sing. She's awesome, though. If you haven't ever checked her out, her name is Elle Woods, and she's just, or Elle King, and she's just kind of that, I don't know, swampy country rock. I love it. It might not be for everybody, but it's definitely for me. We got some text messages that came in while I was tinkering with the computer. Get in with us on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, or call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. This came in and said, good morning, Julie. I know it's early, but I just wanted to say happy Mother's Day to you, my wife, and my mom. I love them, and I will be back home soon. This is the only day I can text this week. Well, I hope they're listening. Happy Mother's Day to your mama and to your wife, and we are still hoping and praying you get home safe and you actually get to come visit us and hang out with us. We do have a call on our CWA phone line. Let's get to it. Thank you for calling. Julie said it. How are you?
Hey, when you say Rob, you about that was on that TV show, Behaving.
You cut out a little bit on me, Bull. What'd you say?
Talking about the Rob Schneider that was on Men Behaving Badly?
I don't know if he was on Men Behaving Badly, but he's an actor. He's been in a lot of stuff, a lot of Adam Sandler movies. He's been on some different shows. He's funny.
I thought you were talking about the guy that was in the American the boat.
Hold on, I'm looking up who was on Men Behaving Badly real quick to see if it's him.
He's been on all the Adam Sandler movies. This Weekend Boy.
Yes, that guy. That Rob Schneider. That was his daughter singing.
Well, yeah, I like Rob Schneider. He was big time for me. I thought he was a funny guy.
I did too. He is one of those people that he's never had massive roles, but every role that he had, he stole the show because he was so funny.
Man, when I was younger. So he was spying on two girls that were in the apartment next to his, and he thought they were lesbians. So he wanted to watch them. So he broke into their apartment while they were not there and drilled a hole in the closet.
Bull, you're going to call me back. Wherever you are on that field, you are losing me. And I want to hear what you got to say. Call me back, Bull. I want to know what Bull knows. Bull always has some of the best information. Sometimes it's odd, but it's very, very cool. And I love it. But I can never, I couldn't hear him just then. Call me back, Bull. Let's talk. Let's talk about Rob Schneider and Men Behaving Badly. I've never seen that show. When I think about Rob Schneider, I think about the Adam Sandler movies. And there was another movie that he was in where he got somehow the bodies traded with him and a girl, kind of like a Freaky Friday situation. And I just remember him jumping out of the bushes and being like, "It's me, Jessica." I can't remember what that was called. But Rob Schneider, he's good. He's funny. I like him a lot. Oh, this might be Bull calling back. Let's see. Bull. Thank you for calling. Julie Holt said it. How are you?
Oh, yeah. I'm calling. I'd like your comment, please. On all the horses in the Kentucky Derby, where 7 of them died, I believe it is. There's no way that there was that many by accident that died. There was something happened there, and I'd just like your opinion on it. Thank you.
I know. I want to know your opinion too, but my husband was watching it. I'm not real big into the Kentucky Derby. I've never been. I was supposed to go, but they flaked on me and I didn't get to go, and maybe it's because I wouldn't fit in. But I was listening at one point and they were talking about, there was a guy that was there. He was some kind of trainer, and he was like, everybody's just trying to put this off on me, but it's not me. And they made it sound like it started with some kind of wound and then it progressed and then they died, which to me seems so odd, so weird. What do you think it was?
Well, I'm not no rocket scientist or nothing, but it don't take anybody. They can figure out that it was intentional. Yeah. I don't know if they got money or going to collect on big insurance money or what, but it's something going on that we Americans don't know about.
I agree. I would like to, I don't think this can get just swept under the rug. Don't you think more is going to come out?
I hope so.
Me too.
I hope we get to the bottom of it.
It just doesn't make sense. Did you see where that one guy, I can't remember what they call him, but he's the one that puts all those crazy bets. He bet like $1.5 million on one horse to win. The horse didn't win, so he obviously lost it. But if he had won it, he would have won back like $5.4 million.
Yeah, I know it. It's just a sad day in America, and I hope people just boycott next year and don't show up on account of the way they've done around there.
Well, I can get behind that. I can definitely get behind that.
Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for calling. Yeah, that whole thing going on with the Kentucky Derby, that was odd. I read a little bit and listened a little bit, and then I kind of checked out because I don't do good with animals dying. You know, I could handle a person dying better than I can an animal. I think I'm emotionally stunted and immature, but it was weird. My dad, my biological dad, he's got his girlfriend in Texas. She has some world title holding horses, and but she does English riding. And I can't imagine anything like that happening to where they didn't have the best doctors out there and immediately have those horses taken care of. So something is up, something is fishy, but I don't know what it is. What do you guys think out there? Get in with us on the text line, 731-800-8398, or call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. A lot of people ask us, well, what is the CWA phone lines? What is that? Who are they? It's CWA Development. They are open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 9 p.m., which is insane to me. And then Sundays for emergencies. What do? They do it all. Commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, renovation, fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, gutters, roofs, window cleaning, wood repair, fence and deck repair. So just call them. Anything you need, they got. And they're open a lot. Their phone number is 731-503-9598. CWA will take care of you. They're going to take care of you no matter what. Could you imagine being open 8 to 9? Ooh, Lord, there'd be so much that could happen. So much that could happen. This came in on the advanced rehab text line and said, I think the horses died before the race because they were given some type of drug or steroid. I can get with that. It makes you wonder if the medicines hadn't been changed out or something. Because, I mean, these people, they spend so much money in these horses, and to get them there and to get them racing, to think that, there was just something so simple as medicine. Oof. I'd hate to be that vet. That ain't good. How many actually died? I knew at one point when I was listening, it was like 2. The caller said 7. That's insane. I bet that put a damper on the show too. I see everybody going. They wear all these little bright colored dresses and these big hats. They've actually got a name for them that I don't know what they are. Yep, 7 died. Okay, so yes, that came in on the advanced rehab text line. It said, yep, 7 died. Lord, that's a lot of horses to die. We're going to take this phone call. Hold on one second. Thank you for calling. Julie Holt said it. How are you?
Can you hear this long-haired country boy now?
I can hear you now, Bull. Okay, now tell me what you were telling me.
Oh, I just like the Rod Snyder. He had an episode on men behaving badly. That was the American show. There was also a show in Europe that was. I've never watched it, but I guess it's pretty good. But anyway, he drilled a hole through a wall to spy on 2 lesbians that lived in an apartment next to him, and he drilled a hole in the fish tank. Of course, all the water spilled out, and then he's trying to save the fish, and the 2 girls come home, and he tells them their fish tank has a leak. But when he made his movie, the Gigolo movie, he also, again, he's swinging upside down trying to get in shape where he can charge women $10 for a one-night stand, and he destroys that fish tank in that movie, too.
That's the one. Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo. That's the one I couldn't think of.
Yeah. And then the other guy that's in that show, I don't know his name, but he was a better actor in 2.5 Men. He, on one of his episodes, he's talking to Mallory. Mallory from Family or whatever with Michael J. Fox. And,
yeah.
It's Justine Bateman, I think. Anyway, he has a dream of flying for the Navy and landing on cruise ships, and then he's in the movie Sudden Impact, and he's the one that goes blind, and of course he was a pilot before he became an astronaut. So sometimes a part you play in a TV show coincides with the part you play in a movie years later. It's just a coincidence.
Yeah. Sometimes it definitely does cross like that.
The thing about the horses, you know what a pacemaker is for your heart, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then people who have sleep apnea, they get starved off of air at night because their throat relaxes and it shuts off, and they snore so bad they can't breathe. You know about that?
Yeah, every night. Every night.
All right, they make a device that they can put in your chest, and the wires go to those parts of your throat. And at night, a small current goes to the muscles in your throat, stimulates them to where they don't relax, and then you breathe good all night. You know about that part?
No, I need to get that. Where do I get that for Chris?
I don't know. I'm just telling you stuff that I've accumulated, facts that I've accumulated over time. So they can make you sleep better by stimulating the muscles that relax too much while asleep, to where your pathway stays open. The pacemaker makes your heart stay at a steady rhythm. Now, the next step would be for a racehorse, put something in the brain that stimulates the glands that make you get excited and produce a lot of epinephrine, to where you run faster because you're super excited. See, that used to happen to me in arm wrestling. I could be totally calmed down and just be another fellow, but when I got super excited from the threat of losing to, somebody arm wrestling, I would get a lot stronger. And like playing basketball, we could be shooting basketball after lunchtime every day at school, and if there wasn't any good-looking girls in there watching, I could just maybe touch the rim, maybe an inch above the rim, just barely touch it. But if the good-looking girl came through, I could hit the rim between my elbow and my wrist. I would jump practically a foot higher if the good-looking girl came through, because it raises your hormones, makes you a lot stronger. So they could put a device in a horse that stimulates his production of epinephrine or adrenaline, where it would run a lot faster for a few moments. And see, in arm wrestling, if you get excited too quick, you burn out before your contest. So you got to learn how to stay peaceful, calm, and quiet, almost asleep. And then when they call you up there, you turn it on. You turn it on, and it's like opening the floodgates to a dam. But it doesn't last very long, because your body gets used to it, and then you just that peak of power goes away. That might be what they're doing. Of course, you know about Lance Armstrong, the Mr. Bicycle fellow. Remember him?
Yeah, Una.
He took so many steroids that he was the best bicycle rider for a bunch of years.
I wonder if that's what happened to his extra appendage. All them steroids make all that go wrong.
They had to remove one because he developed cancer.
Yeah.
So there's a price to pay for glory.
You're right about
that. If you're the best
that.
at anything, if you're the best at anything, you're giving something else up.
Well, lucky for me, I'm not the best at anything, so I'm not paying that price anytime soon.
Well, I mean, if you put all your attention in just one area, you lose out on other things that you should be developing too.
You're right.
So that's just the way it goes. But yeah, if they give me an opportunity to go into the lab, yes, I can make a electrical device that would stimulate probably the amygdala in a horse to where it would run faster for 2 miles or for a mile and a half before it dropped dead. Because that's what you're asking it to do. Go as fast as you can go just before you drop dead, and then we win all this cash.
Yeah.
And then if you survive, say they can clone a horse now, so there's no danger of him being lost forever. If your horse dies, there's a guy down in South America. He had the best horse to play horse polo that he had ever seen, like 10 years ago, and so they saved some of the sales of that horse. He clones 10 new copies of his favorite horse every year.
That's insane.
And when he goes to a polo match, he calls them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2015. Then the next year it's 2017. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and he can trade horses all during the game. Because like number 5 might be better at doing this part of the game, when the number 9 would be better for a scoring opportunity. So he's trading horses, even though they're all the same thing. They still are better at different things as the horse game goes during the polo. Have you heard about that?
No. So what happens with the ones, like let's say the 2015 group, then what does he do with them when it goes to 2016? Does do they die?
A horse is at its prime at a certain age. So every year he's got his horses where they're at their prime during the season of play. it's it's kind of like beauty review girls. Past 23, the girls are not going to win anymore. When they're 50, they're not going to beat a 23-year-old in a beauty contest. There's a peak. So every year he has the very best horse. And the bad thing about cloning is you always stay at the same place, so he's never going to get a better horse. That's why they breed the best male racehorse with the best female racehorse. They might get a better offspring than the two are. But when you're cloning, you're just getting the same thing over and over and over. But, if you could clone Isaac Newton, that's an IQ of 190. That's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah.
It never advance anymore,
Yeah.
Or Einstein had 160. I think the highest IQ that I know of is 305 IQ. That's off the charts.
Now, who's got that?
You see, both his parents were college teachers, and he's already lived and died. I can't think of his name, but he was so brilliant, and everybody's always asking so many questions all the time. He ran away from all of the attention and just wanted to pump gas at a gas station. He couldn't stand all the noise that you get from being
a genius.
Yeah, and see, it's like I know people who went and got tested their IQ, and their IQ's 100, and then I know what mine is, and I could tell a big difference just in 30 points. Imagine being 300 IQ versus somebody with 100 IQ. Here's another way of looking at it. Gorillas and humans, there's 1% difference in their DNA and our DNA, just 1%. But they will never, monkeys or gorillas will never make jets or TV sets or radios. All they'll do is they do know how to identify 300 different types of vegetation in the forest to eat. And then they'll throw their feces at you that they're locked up in a zoo. And that's about all they're going to do.
Yeah.
And humans do the same thing, but they also can make a radio.
True.
Which is incredible.
Thank God most of them don't throw their feces at you. I'm sure there's a few out there that do.
They kind of do. Would you walk by and pass a gas? That's what you're smelling. You're smelling infinitesimally small particles of that.
You're right.
So that's what you're doing.
You're right.
All the dead skin cells you're dropping everywhere.
That's right. Did you do anything fun this weekend, Bull?
I drove a tractor every day, driving one now.
You ever get off that
tractor? That's what we do this time of year. Huh?
You ever get off that tractor?
Hey, it's like my daddy always said, tractor sitting still ain't doing nobody no good nowhere.
You're right. You're right. We're going to get you out, Bull. We're going to get you out with me and Chuck, and we're going to go. We ain't got to go around a bunch of people, but we're going to get you out. We're going to play Phase 10. We're going to do something.
Hey, I'll do anything on telephone, but I don't like being sick. I don't want to breathe in somebody's germs, and they got a disease that's not curable, or this COVID stuff.
Yeah, I don't blame you on that.
And you have a vaccine for that, can't remember, it's abbreviated, PSD or DSP, or I don't know if it's going to be the mRNA stuff or it's going to be a safe vaccine to take.
I get nervous with all these new vaccines because, they do just very little testing, but we don't know long term. And that's why I get so funky about it, because I don't want to, end my life early because I took it and then 10 years later, something really bad's happened.
Well, they do testing, but when it's a bad result, they don't tell you nothing about it.
Right. Hey, Bull,
that's the way it operates.
This just came in on the advanced rehab text line for you. It said, Bull, how many acres do you farm? You there? Bull. Either he don't.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So this came in on the advanced rehab text line and asked, how many acres do you farm?
I got one brother that does 2,000 acres, and the other brother does 4,000 acres.
How many do you do?
I don't do any.
Well, what you riding that tractor on?
I'm out here working.
On the 2,000 and the 4,000?
Yeah, I don't borrow money and I don't owe any money.
There you go, smart man.
In other words, I'm invisible. See, when a woman finds out that I'm not the what they think I am,
look, well, you
that's
smart.
just the way it is.
You smart. No debt. No debt. That's a genius. I mean, I think I might rather somebody with no debt than somebody with a bunch of money and a lot of debt. Because that can all be gone in a blink of an eye, and then what are you going to be doing? Looking at each other.
Illegal chemicals that's next to you and spray them and wipe you out. And
we're losing you, bull. You must have made that tractor take a round, and you call us back when you get service.
I'm heading north instead of south.
Now we can hear you.
When you get caught using illegal chemicals that wipes out, nothing at all. And that happened to us in 2015.
Well, we got to take a quick break. We'll be back. We'll talk to you again soon, Bull. Thank you for calling us.
Well, have a happy ride tonight or day.
You too, Bull. I love Bull. He's so smart. I could probably talk to him forever. He'd get tired of me, though, and say, go on, girl. Can't deal with you no more.
Just when I was low, feeling short of stable, all that she intends, and all she keeps inside is in on the label. She says she's ashamed. Can she take me for a while? Can I be a friend? We'll forget the past, or maybe I'm not able, and I break at the bend. We're here and now, will we ever be again? 'Cause I have found all that shimmers in this world is sure to fade away again. She drinks champagne dreams.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers. This Mother's Day, show mom some love with sparkling jewelry from King Jewelers. Don't miss out on this 1 week only sale from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Desperate for changing, starving for truth. I'm closer to where I started. I'm chasing after you. I'm falling even more in love with you. Letting go of all I've held on to. I'm standing here until you make me move. I'm hanging by a moment here with you.
Just hanging by a moment here with you guys. We got a quick little set before the top of the hour news comes. We're going to get into the weather, which thank you to one of my best buds, Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses for cash and fast. He is our weather sponsor. Now, this is an official weather update. This is a Julie weather update. And right now it looks cloudy. We have a chance of rain. The current temperature is now up to 71 degrees. We're going to have a high of 86 today with a low of 66. It feels 75 degrees outside. It's cloudy, but I don't see any raindrops. Maybe there are some out there that I have not seen yet. And if you're out there and you're being rained on in Madison County, give us a call. Let me know. You know what to do. Get in with us on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, or the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. We do want to say thank you to Advanced Rehab and Medical for being our Advanced Rehab text line support. In your chronic pain, call Dr. Shannon Bone now for your free consultation, 731-664-6998, and visit advancedrehabjackson.com for an explanation of your options to get back to an active lifestyle. I need to be back. I feel like I'm active, but then some days we stayed at the pool, our neighbor's pool, yesterday, and had all the kids, and that means they're jumping, and mama watch this, and mama look at this, and mama. And I'm gonna tell you what, we were all in the bed before 9 o'clock asleep. Wore down. Tired. Has anybody out there gone to Advanced Rehab and done anything? Me and Chris have gone over there before for a little bit, but something, I'm the only one in the studio, and something loud just happened in the back. P.S. If you guys aren't already doing it, if there are any events or anything going on, we want to know about them. Send your PSAs, community events, and church functions all to community events at News Talk 96.5. Look at that. It's Chuck. I heard somebody come in. You got some sun this weekend too. You are blistered. Y'all must have had lots and lots of ball games. How did Knox do? And I know my little buddy won. He had to.
We ended up finishing third. We were the 1 seed going in and played really good on Saturday and been pretty good on Sunday. I mean, I'm not too upset for the little team that he's on, but the headline from the weekend is, I can feel the heartbeat in the back of my neck.
Yeah, you're red, bud.
And I cannot find aloe vera. And by not find it, I mean I asked 2 people if they have any I could borrow, and they said no.
Why didn't you ask me? I got tons. I even got the stuff with lidocaine in it.
Yes, that's what I need. I
got the spray. I got the gel.
I need aloe vera and a prayer.
You're going to have to run over to the Jeffrey Court and let us set you up.
I will be there because when I tell you, I mean, I hate to be the guy that's going to complain for the neck until 1 o'clock, but everybody buckle up because this is not how I wanted to die.
Yeah, you're red, man.
I mean, I'm dying. And look, it stops right here because you can tell where I wore the shirt.
Yeah.
But I couldn't wear a shirt with a collar today. I was like, no, I'm got to go t-shirt because just that little collar was popping me up. I couldn't handle it.
Look, I mean, I thought I got some sun this weekend, and I'm looking at mine, and I'm like, man, no. You did.
And you know, the problem is, I didn't have a mom out there with me. Like, I see all these moms, and they're out there, like, spraying their kids, like, the back of their neck and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm glad I'm so old and I don't burn it. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, I could have asked, probably, for somebody to borrow some sunscreen.
Let me get a little bit of that.
Yeah, that will happen next time. Or I'm going to wear one of Tom Scutteri's scarves when I'm out there coaching. I'm going to have
an ascot on.
Yeah, I have an ascot.
I cannot with you.
It's rough.
Golly. Now, let me tell y'all, Chuck is radiating color here. If you're watching online.
Normally, I'm only red because of stuff Julie says. This isn't blush. This was actually.
This is real sun.
This is real sun. It was a big weekend.
It looks like you're about to drink some powdered aloe vera.
I am about to. Yeah. Well, I drink anything at this point. I'm about to drink some liquor if this pain doesn't subside quickly.
Did you take a shower this morning?
Yeah.
Did you have to do the when the water hit?
I tried to tough it up and I shaved. The worst part was like I was shaving like right here.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, but you know what? If you don't do it, you're never. I mean, you just got to do it.
Yeah, you just got to take it.
Well, do you like this new setup?
Is WBFG.
I'm here for it. We'll be right back.
FM, 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Communist China lecturing the Biden administration again. Beijing blames Washington for a downturn in relations, saying the Biden team must reflect deeply before ties can improve. China's foreign minister tells Ambassador Nicholas Burns that the U.S. must, quote, correct its understanding of China and return to rationality. Leaving the pandemic in the rearview mirror.
The Biden administration has announced that the national public health emergency for the coronavirus officially ends on Thursday. As a result, vaccine requirements for federal workers and federal contractors, as well as foreign air travelers to the U.S., will no longer be required. The government is also beginning the process of lifting shot requirements for Head Start educators, healthcare workers, and non-citizens at U.S. land borders. Greg Clugston, Washington.
8 people killed, at least 10 injured after an SUV slammed into a bus stop outside of a shelter in South Texas.
A mass was held in the Texas border city of Brownsville Sunday evening for the victims of a fatal crash. Police say an 8th victim died Sunday night after an SUV ran into a group of people waiting for a bus Sunday morning across the street from the Ozanam Center. Shelter director Victor Maldonado says most of the victims were Venezuelan men.
We have never seen something like this.
He says surveillance footage shows the vehicle running a red light before it ran up on the curb, crashed into the group at the bus stop, flipped over, and continued moving for about 200 feet.
Whether it was an accident or intentional, that is still under investigation.
Police spokesman Lieutenant Martin Sandoval. I'm Jennifer King.
President Biden set to meet tomorrow with Republican and Democrat congressional leaders. They'll talk about raising the nation's debt ceiling. On Wall Street, ahead of the opening bell, the Dow futures 81 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Ukrainian President Zelensky seeks a decree for an annual Victory Day remembrance.
In an address in Kyiv, Zelensky proposes a bill to establish May 8 as the day of remembrance and victory over Nazism in World War II in Ukraine, breaking with the Soviet tradition that celebrated the Victory Day on May 9. Zelensky adds, "We'll never forget the contribution of the Ukrainian people to the victory over Nazism. Remembering the heroism of millions, we see the same heroism in the actions of our soldiers now, the descendants of those who secured the victory, the surrender of Nazism that day on May 8, 1945. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Pakistani authorities and Afghan's Taliban-appointed foreign minister have agreed to enhance trade and lower tensions amid a surge of terrorist attacks, the attacks taking place near the border between the countries. News and analysis at townhall.com. A new artificial intelligence system developed at the University of Texas could help those with speech issues.
It's designed to translate brain activity into a continuous stream of text, similar to ChatGPT, but it doesn't require a surgical implant. A test of the technology had people listen to hours of podcast while hooked up to an MRI. It's not a word-for-word match, but it did translate the general idea of what they were thinking. Opponents of the technology say the reading of minds is something that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. Tasha Stevens reporting.
French President Emmanuel Macron has led the traditional ceremony on Paris's Champs-Élysées, commemorating May 8th, the day that marked the end of World War II in Europe in 1945. He laid a wreath as a brass band played. Later in the day, Macron is due to honor members of the French resistance movement, some of whom gave their lives for their cause. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com. GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her when she smiles. How many days in a year she woke up with hope, but she only found tears? And I can be so insincere, making her promises never for real. As long as she stands there waiting, wearing the holes in the soles of her shoes. How many days disappear when you look in the mirror? So how do you choose? Your clothes never wear as well the next day, and your hair never falls in quite the same way. You never seem to run out of things to say. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her when she smiles.
Everybody's loved better when they smile. It just makes you more likable. I have a hard time smiling. I think I've had too much lip filler and Botox that I don't smile like a normal person anymore. I'll get back to it though one day. I don't know what you guys are doing on Monday, but I'm already thinking about what is I going to have for lunch because I didn't eat anything for breakfast and I'm starving. Today at Mulligan's, their lunch special is the Molly Burger, the chicken and wild rice, country fried steak, and farm fresh vegetables. So if you want that, you need to get on over to Mulligan's and get you some. Now, if I'm going to Mulligan's, I ain't the same. If I'm going to Mulligan's, I'm not getting any of those things.
Are you going the bang bang
boom
boom? Yeah, but sorry, wrong.
The boom boom chicken.
Boom boom chicken. I thought so. You know, I like to get the half order chicken tenders.
I love the chicken tenders
tell them
too.
Go on and get it. Put that buffalo sauce on there. Give me some blue cheese.
Have you tried the tangy honey mustard?
No.
Oh, yeah, that's what you
need. I'm a creature of habit,
need.
though. I get like whatever restaurant I normally go to, I get the same thing every time I go to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I never change, which kind of sucks because they got other great stuff on the menu. But I'm like, nope, just give me what I like.
I like the boom boom chicken. I like the boom boom shrimp on the house chips. And I like I love the Sidewinder press.
Yes, I've had that. That is good. That is very good.
If you'll put peppercini peppers on it, I'm gonna eat it.
Now on Fridays, I'll go there and I'll like their catfish.
Their catfish is phenomenal.
I will deviate on a Friday. Give me some, I grew up in the South. Give me some catfish on a Friday. I don't know why that's a thing, but that's a thing.
That's just who we are.
That's who we are. But I will say this, you can get it blackened, which may be like, I don't know. It's great.
Really?
It's great.
I've never tried it.
I like it just as good as fried. I really do.
Really?
Yeah. No kidding.
They did change their coleslaw. Their coleslaw used to have a mustard seed, and we went in there a couple of weeks ago for Maddie's birthday to have like a big birthday lunch.
Yeah.
And it was on Friday, so I got the fish. And they had changed their coleslaw, and I will say I do like it a lot better.
Really? Is it vinegar or mayo?
It's kind of it's a mix, but it used to be super vinegar based with like a celery seed in it.
Okay.
And it wasn't my thing. But some people loved it. Now it's like, okay, this is more of that southern
what you're looking for.
Coleslaw. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got it's great specials every single day there. Every single day there you can get something. And chicken wild rice is good too. Like Dan Reeves,
I've never had their chicken wild rice.
Wild rice guy. You know,
with a cup of coffee
for lunch.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah,
I could totally see that.
Yeah.
So what did y'all do this weekend?
Man, So Saturday I emceed the
That's right.
Jackson baby
How
shower.
did that go? I did not see any video.
Well, there's no video, but it was good. It was really good. There was a lot of soon-to-be moms, new moms, and they were all coming in and learning about what to expect, postpartum, all that. We gave away so much stuff from diapers, car seats, pampering mama,
That's
massages, permanent makeup, all kinds of stuff.
Permanent makeup?
Yeah.
Do you
Tattoo
make
makeup.
tattoos? Really?
Yeah.
That's
I don't
awesome.
have any of that. I will never get that.
Really? Why not?
Because I change up too much.
I got you. You don't want to be like locked in because you're like the makeup. That's how Julie became so TikTok famous in the very beginning. It was your makeup tutorials, right?
Yeah, because, I did hair and makeup for 14 years,
How
traveled.
do you learn to do makeup? Or do you just play with makeup and figure it out? Or is there do you learn that in cosmetology school? I guess is a better
No,
question.
cosmetology. Well, you could, but they're going to teach you like the very basic. This is a moisturizer. This is an eyeshadow. My mom always did really good makeup, and I remember watching her as a kid, and she would let me play, which is now what Harper and Presley have done. So, like, Harper's makeup skills at 9 years old is equivalent to most 16-year-olds.
Really?
Yeah, she's good.
And she likes to play and do it.
Yeah.
Will Presley be still long enough for Harper to put it on her?
No.
No,
I take that back. Saturday morning, they were leaving to go to a birthday party with Liz, and Harper had on very neutral makeup, and she had put some like shimmery eyeshadow on Presley, and you couldn't tell Presley nothing.
She was all about it, huh?
She had her chapstick on, and she was strutting.
I love chapstick.
Saturday, our neighbors had a massive garage sale. It was like 6 families.
Oh, my.
So Presley went shopping and came back with so much crap. She came back with a tutu, a unicorn purse, a PJ Masks costume, and they just kept giving her stuff. I was like, stop.
Yeah, well, because at the end of the yard sale, it's like, hey, if you'll just take all this trash, you can have it. You can have everything.
Yeah.
And I know you just want 4 things, but you can have them all for free if you just take all of this.
Yeah.
That's what people do at yard sales.
I was like, stop giving her this mess.
I thought Facebook Marketplace would have killed a yard sale. Like, because not killed it, but like diminished it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's pretty much what Facebook Marketplace is a yard sale, right?
There was probably at least 100 people in my cul-de-sac this weekend for that yard sale. Marketplace,
we don't need to
too
lose
many
that
people
part of
get
America.
scammed. Too many people get scammed on Marketplace. I think Marketplace has killed itself.
Really?
Yeah. And then,
Just
a lot of it's not local stuff anymore. It's companies selling.
Putting it on there. See, that stinks.
And like, they'll have, I'm a car fanatic. I was looking at cars the other day on there, and it was
Are you
like,
still in the G-Wagon phase? Or
yeah,
have
I'm
you
gonna
moved
get
past
one.
it?
I'm gonna get one.
Ugh. All right, go ahead.
But there was like something that was a really nice car, and it was like it said $10,000. I was like, oh, what? I'll buy that and flip that. Clicked on it. It was $10,000.
I know what you know it.
Yeah, it was $10,000 down, and I was like, girl, buy.
$10,000 down, $1,222 a month.
Yeah,
get you in this
for 84 months.
That's why I'm gonna tell you something. I've only bought cars at Gene Langley Ford, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you got number one, you got to trust it. I want somebody to look at it, even if it's a pre-owned. I bought pre-owned there before. Even if it's pre-owned, I want somebody that knows more about cars than me, which is everybody,
right,
to go through and look at every single part of it. Because, what am I gonna do? I like it like I'm gonna pop the hood, and then I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna be like,
that's pretty.
Motor,
oil,
radiator cap,
windshield wiper fluid,
thing that spins around with a belt on it.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, what's that thing that spins?
Yeah, just that thing.
Holds a belt.
Yeah, that one.
Now my knowledge is, I look at a tire. I do know the penny trick with the tires. Do you know that?
Yes, about your tread.
Yeah, with Abraham Lincoln's head.
Yes.
And with some tread on the tires. So pretty much, and that's it. That's my 4-point inspection, or whatever you call it. 40 point, 5. That's my 2-point inspection.
My 4-second
tires.
inspection. Yeah.
Look at, there's a motor and there's those tires.
And the good thing about Gene Langley is, and a lot of people don't talk about this, is that if you do buy something from them, they also have a really, really good service on site. So if something goes wrong, you take your car there, they got you.
And they'll pick up and deliver to most parts of town, which is pretty cool too. The whole pick, if you need some service work done but you're at work, or you can't get it there and have, you don't want to wait or whatever, the pickup and delivery option. And don't you think that most companies since COVID have really done a good job with stuff like that, like reducing your wait time or your inconvenient stuff. I mean, as bad as COVID was, there are some good things that came out of it. Obviously, everybody, DoorDash, Kroger's got their thing.
I love DoorDash, Instacart, and all that.
Yeah. And that was really born from COVID, and those are things that stick. And those are good things, I think, for a lot of people.
It stuck at our house. Literally, Saturday morning, I woke up and I heard the guys putting in the walls for the pool.
Yeah.
And I walked outside. I said, "Y'all going to work on a Saturday?" And he was like, "Yes, ma'am." And I was like, "Okay." So I went in the house and I Instacarted 3 cases of beer for them.
Would make sure you don't tell their boss that.
Their boss was there.
Oh, okay, so he was fine.
Yeah. I was like, "Oscar, what do you think about these?" And he was like, "Good. We're good to go." And I mean, when I tell you they work fast and they don't play.
We got water in it yet?
No, we got walls, though.
As soon as I get this sunburn handled, I plan on coming out.
I think concrete's going in today. They've already plumbed it. I mean, they're insane. Hub City Pools does not get enough recognition. They are insane. But when I started really digging for pool companies, I can't tell you how many people were like, "Oscar at Hub City is amazing." And they would say, like, "I had a pool put in that was messed up. He completely fixed it." Or he did this, or he did that, or they came and put in this pool. And, everybody was so
really
positive.
Good experiences, yeah.
So I was like, all right, we're going to do it. Look what Daddy brought you.
Oh, yes. Who's your daddy?
So Chris Holt just came into the studio.
Day. All right, Chris, now apply this on my neck.
Rub it on there.
Oh, which one's better?
The one with the lidocaine and the spray.
Is this one?
Well, they both have lidocaine, but the spray one.
Oh, yeah.
So just so everybody knows.
We don't have to listen to 4 hours of me complaining about my sunburn, which is probably the worst sunburn anyone's ever had in the history of the earth. It's ridiculous that I'm here, not in a trauma unit. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a very bad. Oh, it's a very thin shirt. This shirt even has holes in it. I was like, I don't care. I cannot wear a collar.
You needed something light. So Chris is. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is what I was missing this weekend. Chris Holt, why didn't you come out this weekend when Knox was playing and bring me some sunscreen? All the moms and you know what's crazy? Now, and I would not expect my ex-wife to do this. I would not expect my ex-wife to do this. This was not an expectation for her. But the other moms on the team, I would definitely expect one of them to do this for me. How come no one even offered me sunscreen?
They might have thought you already had some on.
I think that most of these people know who I am.
No, sunscreen's high. That's why. Let me tell you why.
Is that what it is?
Sunscreen is high.
That's probably why nobody offered. And I'm not saying I'm going to cut all the kids on the team, but it's not a good look. When your parents don't offer me some sunscreen and I almost die, that's not a good way to stay on the team.
Well, Chris is real good at, we'll go to the beach and we will suntan.
That feels so much better already.
That's
good stuff.
We will cover everybody in sunscreen, but Chris will forget. So he'll end up having a hat band around his face, and his back of his head, because he wears visors, will just be scorched.
Oh yeah, because real short.
And
hair.
then he's got he's got to complain for 3 days about it. And I'm like, we do this every time we go.
There's nothing worse than man pain. That is a real thing. Like sometimes women give men a hard time for no apparent reason, but when it comes to man pain, like what do they say? Like a man headache is twice the equivalency of a woman giving birth. I mean, it's something like
y'all,
that. Like
y'all are weak.
The man flu. Yeah, we're not.
It makes me crazy that y'all are always considered to be the stronger sex, and y'all can't handle pain
I don't know
for
that
nothing.
anyone's ever dealt with a sunburn this bad before. I'm not.
I have.
No, you
I have had water blisters when I was a child.
It's even too burned to blister. That's what the ER
No.
doctor told me. That's the worst I've ever seen.
You're full of
2
it.
years ago when you got so burned,
had sun poisoning?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was bad.
I have gotten that before.
That sucks.
I think Maddie got burned. That everybody just got fried.
And you know what it is? Like I went to the beach. You guys went to the beach. It was like 54 degrees and cloud. I mean, we've had
that's when you get the worst sun.
Well, and that's true too. But I mean, you don't want to be out of like we didn't stay out the beach for 6-7 hours like we normally would, and so it's one of those deals where it hasn't been hot yet. And that was another thing too. Like the heat guy, and it wasn't even hot this weekend, but it was hot because it's been so cool. It's like felt hot. I'm talking. I was zapped.
Yesterday was nice.
Yeah, it was a beautiful weekend. I'm ready for that weather all the time. And Of course, since we had 2 good days in a row, it's going to be overcast and rainy all week.
Very muggy right now. It's weird.
Well,
Are the pool guys there today?
Yeah, they're out there.
I'm telling y'all, these guys don't play. They dug the whole backyard up while it was raining.
Hub City Pool. This is a great time. I wonder how far out are they? I know a lot of times pool companies will be out for a minute. Like
we were
months,
talking to
year, what?
No.
not
I
that
think
far.
he's like August.
Maybe a
That's not
month or
bad.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, July or August.
I put a pool in at my old house in Medina a couple of houses ago, and it got done around July, August. So you're thinking, no, man, we were swimming until October.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's even then, it's still not, well, I don't want to pay for it and not use it. That's what everybody thinks. And I get it. But I mean, we were swimming till October because it's, warm nights and stuff like that.
I think he has, of course, his dad and him and Oscar and his brother, they all run it. I think his dad has like another kind of stuff like opening and closing pools, and he does pools and goes, I asked him about a pool one day, and Oscar was like, he was like, I think that's my dad's pool. Like, so they kind of split it up.
They've got multiple
too.
crews,
Multiple
basically.
crews.
Okay. Well, that'll help too with the whole being booked out or whatever.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you got 3 or 4 crews going at once.
Super nice people.
Yeah.
Gosh.
We're going to take a little break. We're going to be right back. While Chuck mends his sunburn.
With his words killing me softly, with his song.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Fiat, CRV. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog. lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
In the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains lies a world made for conquerors, for those who slide faster, surf bolder, splash bigger, the ones who test their fortitude on the newest and ultimate water slide thrill, the Edge. Ask yourself this: are you a conqueror? Smoky Mountain Water Park. Conquer the mountain. Season passes available at SmokyMountainWaterPark.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings: West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services: stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is
There you go. Throwing it back to the 90s. I love 90s music. I miss the 90s music so much.
What about the fashion?
You
Did
know,
we dress good in the 90s?
No.
I mean, I know I didn't, but
No.
like I'm talking about like people. Us as people.
No.
I felt like 90s dress was pretty. Was that grunge?
No, it was just kind of loose.
There were eras of that. No, there were. I can remember for a hot minute, I was like 9th grade maybe, so this has been 95. And maybe this is a Crockett County thing. I always like to say, perhaps this was just Crockett County. But bell bottoms made like a very quick comeback for just a hot minute.
They're coming back again.
Are they? They don't ever really go away, do they?
No.
Like I'm sure now though, they're like squeeze you to death tight and then belt out.
I'll tell you something.
That's
I did
exactly
in the 90s.
what they are.
Yeah, of course.
Around 90, probably 4, I made the mistake of buying Hunter Green crisscross jeans. Do you remember the huge baggy crisscross jeans? and you turn around backwards.
I can remember. No, I never did that.
Heck, no.
I can remember the.
It was gangster.
It was like corduroy
Not at all.
was cool in the 90s for
Yes.
a minute too. Like,
Oh, yeah,
why
yeah. Oh, yeah.
anyone would want to wear pants that make you sweat, but that was the thing.
And sweaters got real big in the 90s.
Yes, yeah, I had some sweaters. I don't like to brag, but I did
Yep.
have a sweater or two.
And you remember
Tommy Hilfiger.
girls were wearing those little they would wear like those dresses that would come down to their ankles, and they would have those little shrugs that were
Mhm.
like cropped. And yeah, and
Oh,
they
yeah.
would tie in the
remember that.
front. And they would be like long, like trippy looking colored dresses with pattern. They'd be real stretchy, so they were real fitted.
I can remember. I don't remember that necessarily, but I do remember it was so cool to have like a white T-shirt and your button-up shirt unbuttoned with jeans,
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you like do the rope belt thing, with like the braid through it where it hang back down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Terrible.
Matter of
I
fact,
had-
90s fashion was amazing.
I had and people
Get
who,
right up on that
people
mic,
who
Chris.
were, I'm sorry,
You're
people who I had this one outfit every Friday. It was one outfit: jeans, my Timberlands, and I put a white long sleeve T-shirt under a hunter grain polo, and I wore that polo so much it had holes in it, and it's kind of like your hoodie. I wore it until I literally
do
could
not. Do not.
Speaking of, I have holes all in this
Do
T-shirt. I have
not.
guests
shirt's-
coming in on my
that shirt's
show today.
barely there.
I know. I have guests coming in on my show today. I'm like, this is the kind of pain that I'm in, people.
All I know
apologize
is-
to
Luckily, you have
Commissioner
anything on at
Abernathy.
all, right?
Hey.
Exactly. I could be in the ER, but I decided to
Let me
work.
tell you, don't ever come after my hoodie.
What kind of hoodie is this?
It's an Ole Miss
Ole
hoodie.
Miss hoodie.
Oh, whatever.
Oh,
Whatever.
what
Have you had
would
it for a
wear?
long time?
Since I was 15.
Very long time.
Okay, so it's like a security.
It's
hoodie.
20 years old.
But I get made fun of for trying to keep my Tommy Hilfiger shirts.
that
Which are
don't
those come back to
fit.
style.
I'm sorry.
That don't
Well, they don't fit,
fit.
but I mean, they're still, you know,
I can wear my hoodie.
vintage.
You cannot wear
He's gonna
your
give it to
shirt.
Jax.
That's fair. That's fair.
Jackson's not going to wear that mess.
You
I'm
don't
not going
know
to
that.
let.
Look,
Yes, I
there
do.
were- for a minute,
Yes, I do.
some of the higher end stores in town, like I remember when Will was in high school, Duckhead made a resurgence.
Yeah,
Like
it did.
stuff
still-
comes
yeah.
back.
Do you remember? Dixie Outfitters?
Vaguely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a thing in the 90s.
I can't believe Champion made the comeback.
It did. I
Like,
know.
that was-
Jimmy,
like,
it's
that-
good price stuff
and
too.
it- yeah.
Compared, I mean, nothing's a great price, but comparatively speaking, it was a good price.
Yeah,
I
now
had-
it's high.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
I'm ready for that to happen with Fila because I'm gonna go back to
Oh
some
my
Fila
God.
kicks. I love those.
No.
Fila.
Remember the
No.
song? The what was it? Will Smith. The
No.
Fila sneakers and my Fila hat.
I don't remember
No.
that.
Walked outside and kicked my Fila cat.
You know, the thing is, you were like I was a gangster because I had my crisscross on. If you were listening to Will Smith in the 90s, you
Yeah.
were far from
Summertime.
If that's your experience
gangsta.
with
Summertime
rap
was one of the
music,
best songs he ever made.
Negative.
Terrible
Terrible song.
That actually
Very good
may be
song.
true.
It's a
for Will
terrible
Smith.
song.
Oh,
though.
no. Well, yeah.
No, you like it.
It's a good song. You
It's
can
a
actually
terrible
understand
song.
what he says. I mean, you know.
No, I was like 7 and bumping Bone Thugs and Harmony. We are not the same.
That part is true.
Yeah.
The
Little
first of the
3-6.
month.
Little
Wake up,
3-6 was
wake
like that's
up.
big. Me
Yeah.
and Josh, my buddy Josh, we used to love Play a Fly.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, he had some bangers back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, Fly Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the days.
100 years ago, wasn't it?
Good
Because
Lord.
when you think about it, I mean, it was 30 years
Yeah.
ago,
That's
right?
I was
20
5. It
Right.
wasn't
yeah,
30.
Early 90s, yeah, 30 years ago.
That's
Good
insane.
Lord.
Oh, I miss the 90s. So I have decided every year I throw a humdinger of a birthday party, and I do it. And I also have some way to raise money for somebody local. Like last year, it was
Better Balance Sports and Fitness.
yes.
Yeah.
Jamal Brady's
Love
organization.
him.
Yep, great dude.
So, but this
It really
year
is.
I am going to do a 90s bash,
Yeah.
and we're going to bring back the 90s.
Yes,
do
that'll
it.
be fun. What
Yeah.
venue? I love the venue last year at the Neely House. That was
I don't
great.
know. You know, I try to find something that is local owned, that is not your typical.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have to do some research on that because I don't want to do the big venues that everybody goes to already. I like to get people into places they haven't been before.
Right.
And so, like the
And I've
Neely
never
House,
been in the Neely House, which
Right.
was really cool. I've been by it a million times. Like, that's a cool
That
little
was my
building.
first time too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was awesome.
so I try to find like cool stuff. So I got
You
to
know what would be cool if you do 90s?
What?
Because that was kind of the era.
I wish I
the
could
era
rip part of
like
them all.
Rave or something like that. Well, you may be able to. That was like, the era of like rave music and all that.
Yeah.
And now don't play that crap because you don't need people zonked out on X with glow sticks passing out at your party.
I think we're
you
all
could
past
get-
that.
You could get, I know, right? But you could get the like an empty like building or warehouse downtown, something like that.
What about like the
and have a
skating rink?
DJ there. A skating rink. Now,
Well, I
that
mean, I'm
was-
not going to skate, but
yeah,
like,
well, I know. Old people skating probably.
Like the old magic
yes,
wheels?
You would later in the evening. Like,
That
I
would
wasn't
be-
going to dance at your birthday party.
yeah, well, guess what?
Yeah, and then I just
Yeah.
towed a flow up. Just
That's
really
just
left
what
my
happens.
mark. Really left my mark on the Neely
Shout
house.
out to Brandon Easley for always putting out the best music when he's DJing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he did.
He did the
Yeah.
wedding. He did.
All right, he's done our
um,
wedding.
Yeah.
He's done our parties. He does
I mean,
it
he's
all.
everywhere.
Brandon Easley is awesome.
Yep.
He knows how to read a crowd. He's very good at what he does.
That is good. That is good. I wonder, like, can you make a living DJing in Jackson, Tennessee?
Probably.
Or is that a side
Oh,
job?
sure.
Is that a side hustle, like the young folk call it?
Well, I think it would probably be a side hustle because you're usually not DJing at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, you may be resting
Okay.
from DJing the night before.
I know, talking to Greg Nichols with DJ5, he's done that for probably
Which is definitely his side hustle.
20 plus years. He's done it, and definitely a side hustle. But it got to a point, and he stays booked up almost a year.
Wow.
But it's like every weekend, and it almost. He told me not too long ago. He said it's almost gotten to the point now. I'm 40 plus years old. Is like, man. He's like, I'm just gonna have to pass the wand over, because it's like too much almost.
Yeah.
But there is definitely, if you're good at it, and
Pass the wand over.
the baton.
baton. That's what I mean.
I knew
You know
what he
what I mean.
meant.
Whatever.
I knew what he meant, Julie.
Baton.
Be ugly
I'm
to
talking
him.
to Chuck. I'm not. I mean,
See,
come
he
on.
ain't
You
messing
know what?
with you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now.
He brought me aloe vera.
That's
Leave
right.
him
I'm
alone.
gonna pass the wand.
Be nice to him.
Indubitably, I'm gonna pass the wand. I can't.
Did you ever watch Higher Learning? No. Did you ever watch? You watched the program, right?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Do you remember when
No.
when Omar Epps
Okay.
first got on the team and he was number one, or he actually was number
I mean,
two?
is this really what you're gonna do?
listen,
Try to
listen,
justify it because it's
And
from a
he's- this
scene
is
at
where
the
it comes
movie?
from. He
Yeah, but
said-
you use it in
he
real
said,
life situations.
My number is number two, but indubitably we will be number one. That's where it comes from.
Indubitably.
Yeah. It's-
Yeah, well, because you thought it was a real word.
No, it's
So
whatever.
you've
That was a
used
brand
it.
new word.
You've used it in real life situations. Now, look, I got crucified the other day at the pool because everybody
Oh,
thought
yeah.
that I was making it up about a hyperbola. They were like, "No, it's a parabola," and I was like, "No, there
It's
is such
hyperbole.
hyperbole.
No, hold on. No, there is a hyperbola in math. It's about the
That's
axis.
true, yeah.
And all of them were like, "No, Julie, that's a parabola." I'm like, "No, a parabola is the U shape." And they were all like, "No, no, no, no." And I was like, "I know I'm right." I had to literally Google it and prove to them that it is such a thing. It is real, that we learned it in school. But you cannot do that with indubitably.
is not a word. I know.
Well, we have a caller that calls into the station every so often, and he has been known to
calm
make
plotter?
up. Yeah, he's been known to make up and cross up a handful of words, and sometimes it's really cute and funny. Sometimes it's, oh wait, you just didn't really understand this word.
Yeah.
So and it's always a fun game to figure out. Does he not know what this word means? Or she, could be a female caller. I'm not going to let you know who it is.
Yeah, do they know?
Do they know what this word means? Or are they being funny here?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but complotter was my favorite.
Yeah.
That should be the word. Like every now and again, we can make a word better, and complotter is so much better than
I
comptroller.
don't know. I think I like comptroller.
Complotter. Complotter.
Anyway.
It's just funny. It's a funny word.
Well, there are
Chernobyl.
words that I can't say, and there are things that I didn't know about. I got crucified at the dinner table the other night about Chernobyl and not knowing about it. My mom was like, "I paid for you $60,000 to go to JCS your entire life, and you don't know what Chernobyl is." And I was like, "Girl,
had
Diane,
another
like,
explosion there the other day. Like, or not say the other day. It's been a handful of months ago now. But like, how do you not know about it?
I don't know."
All the news that we do throughout the day.
They
I know
did it.
today's not a heavy news day. Although Bob Ney makes his triumphant
Thank
return
you, Bob.
down from the mountains.
Coming back today?
He's back. I mean, he's still in India, but
Yeah,
India's
but
got really good phone reception. Like, Julie can't call me from Bourbon and Barley, but Bob Ney can call me from India. Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
No, it's Verizon.
Yeah, but AT&T does the same
But
thing.
here's
Like,
the thing: Verizon is owned by Vodafone, which is the biggest mobile provider in the world. So, but I mean, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
They're replacing a lot of those parts right now on antennas around here in town, and that's why we're seeing some of the issues.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. They're taking and this isn't. It sounds bad, I guess. It's not. It is what it is. They're taking the Chinese parts off, putting American parts on. You know, for it's a nationwide government deal. So,
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was
Why are we
selling the
putting out,
parts.
like, are the American parts better, or
No,
we're
they-
just like
they were
cheaper?
They were well. It was cheaper, and I think they were a little concerned about
safety.
Safety, yeah.
That makes sense.
Now, I don't
I
know
can see
exactly.
that.
I don't know
can
exactly
see
what
that.
parts were being replaced. I just know one of the cell phone people I sell to. That's one of his things. He puts up cell towers everywhere.
Mhm.
Now he's going around fixing them. So it's a multi-billion-dollar deal.
Oh,
so,
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's
I
a big
can't
deal.
imagine how many cell phone towers there are everywhere. Supposedly, we're getting
A
one
lot.
on Van Drive because, you know, Van Drive, you can't use your internet on your phone. You can't, you know, I don't know if it's
I bet it's just-
congestion or
that's what I
lack
was
of
gonna say.
signal. Probably congestion, but somebody told me, I think it was Joey Hale or maybe somebody else, that they're putting up I tell you, it's an AT&T rep. Because when I went in to get my stuff at AT&T, they said that they are going to put a tower up. But I mean, and I was telling Joey Hale, he came in on the show. He's like, yeah, they told me the same thing like a year and a half ago when I re-upped to it. I was like, oh, well, there you go.
I know.
They're
I
probably
know
just
some-
telling people that at this point.
Yeah, I know some people that have had those towers like in property and stuff. Man, they make a killing. They pay, you know, do like a 10-year contract, you know, like so much per month. I mean, just to have it on your property. You know, it's like, man, you just happen to be the person that
They
had the
pick where they
area
put
that,
it.
yeah.
That'd be great.
I make it's a pretty good. I mean, I'd love to put one in the backyard. If it paid
That's
enough.
why they-
No, we're not having one at the Jeffrey.
For
No.
enough money, yes, you will.
No,
Put one
I
on top of
won't.
that house.
No, I won't.
Put one coming up off one of them eaves. Straight
No.
up into the
Right off
heavens.
the top of the
No.
fireplace.
For enough money, Chris said he'll put it in a swimming pool, just right in the middle of the pool. Y'all swim around it. Y'all swim around the antenna.
That's right.
No, negative.
Grounded. It won't shock you.
No, negative. There's a lot of things that we can do at that house, but putting a cell phone tower, that's a nerve.
Your neighbor said you've done enough.
My neighbors like me. Most of them. There's a few that don't.
No cell phone
Have y'all
tower.
gotten in good with the ones who didn't?
No, I think that one's a lost cause. He's not gonna
Have
like
y'all
me.
tried to be nice?
No,
Okay, well that may be the problem.
That didn't like the
I
black.
haven't tried to be ugly though. Hey, how are you? And go on about it. But I haven't had serious conversation.
The yays by far outweigh the nays. So I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Man.
As far as people that like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got cool neighbors. Like every neighbor that I've ever met.
Well, I
of
mean,
y'all's
some of
is
the
really
ones
cool.
that don't like it, I want to be like, your house looks like crap. Would you like me to come over there and tell you what you need to do? I'll be glad to.
And Julie did get, you got maybe just one single pushback from when you painted your house black, which now it looks like it was always supposed to be black, but it probably was a shock. But I'm seeing new homes being built in Medina, a handful of them in Jackson too, that are black now. Like you knew this was coming. You didn't just arbitrarily
That's it.
pick this out.
No.
You knew this was going to be a trend.
Mm-hmm.
And black with cedar looks so baller.
And
it makes your house look slimmer. So I mean, it's
exactly.
I'm telling you.
Since I've done mine, I've actually been contacted by other people to do theirs, and so we did there was a house that I would call it $1 million house in Jackson, probably 7,000 square feet, heated driveway, amazing house. Now it is black.
Isn't that cool?
That house is so.
That house is one of the coolest
it's
houses
one of
in
my
town.
favorite houses in town by far.
You got to tell me where that is at some point. I'm going to go see
I will.
that.
Yeah. It's
So, and there's
very
one
cool.
down that Lisa and Rex that owned the tanning bed place.
Yeah.
Suntan City?
Yeah.
Well, they had it when
The
it was
one
Island Tan,
yeah.
and then they sold
Oh,
it out.
Island.
Their
Okay.
house.
When she
Now
got
I don't
sick,
know.
They sold, but
I don't know if they still live in that house, but theirs has just been painted black down on Wally Parker, and it is beautiful.
it looks good.
It was very mid-century modern, so it was cool already.
It's
and then
right
you
up
put that
from-
on there.
I bet.
It looks awesome. There's been a lot that have popped up downtown that are going black. And you know what they say? Once you go black, you don't go back. So I'm staying in my black house.
That's funny. I love any painted brick. You know what I'm saying? Now, and I've had people tell me that work for brick companies, they're like, look, you're taking something that has no maintenance and now you're creating, every 10, 15 years, you're creating maintenance to it. And I get that part of it. But honestly, every 10 to 15 years, you may want to spruce it up anyway, do something different.
Yeah. We just painted my mom's house.
Have you seen that? I mean, have you seen the finished product of her mom's house?
Yes, I saw it on
The
Facebook.
before and
It
after.
looks amazing.
The before and
Yeah.
after is. I mean, it's not even the same house.
Painted brick can change so much. There's not very many painted bricks I don't like. Now, there's a few in town. Color is really hard on brick, and you've got to really be smart with it. You can't just
You got to
go
get the right guy to paint it, too.
You got to get the right kind of paint. Like we go and we get a certain paint from Farrell Calhoun that does amazing on brick, you got to have your primer. Your primer needs to have a certain tint to it, depending on what you're going to paint it. And then you need your paint. And a lot of people will just spray the paint. You cannot do that. It'll bubble and break down over time. You've got to roll and spray. So there's a lot that goes into it.
What do you do first? Roll first or spray first?
Roll.
Roll first and then come back with the spray.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like a primer, another primer rolled on, and then like a finished product to spray almost.
Well, like the guys that did ours, who you cannot beat this crew for exterior jobs. They're going to come on and they're going to have two people side by side, and one's going to be rolling while the other person comes back immediately and sprays it. And then they're going to do a whole second coat just like that. So,
Wow.
I mean, it's boom, boom, boom. You think about it, you're getting it rolled four different times and sprayed 4 different times.
That's awesome. So
But
that's going
that
to give you the
intricate.
longevity.
Yes.
For the
people
brick
ask
to
us
reduce
if,
that.
if the heat, if it like, is it hotter because it's black or whatever?
No.
I actually feel like, and then even the painters were saying, it actually reflects, to some degree, in a weird way. Like it just gets no hotter.
Absorb heat in.
Exactly.
I can see that.
It's no hotter with or without.
I understand that. Yeah, with it being black. Yeah, that's a good question. I could see that too. Almost kind of it kind of deadens it out there.
Yep. So it's been positive for us. And if anybody ever needs a good crew, holler at me. I gotcha. For painters, they're awesome. Do a lot of cool woodworking. We put that cedar shake in, and then we have that tongue and groove underneath our porch roof and all of that. My mom, she's got a cool idea, and they're going to take brick and cut them down, and her front porch is going to be all brick pavers. So that's going to be really cute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That will be cool.
The cedar shake on ours is the part that
makes it pop.
Really just takes it to the whole other level. So.
Makes it pop.
Julie, before I got on here, did you talk about what happened in Texas over the weekend?
So I saw with the driver.
Well, and then there was a shooting too.
At the mall.
There was 2 things. Yeah.
One was in Brownsville, Texas. That's where the driver drove through and killed 8 people.
Yep. And he was an Hispanic individual they released now. At first they were thinking he was white, but he was an Hispanic. Not that matters, but it does to some.
But I mean, this is what we've said a lot, Chuck, that even if you take the guns away, there's other means to kill people and do heinous crimes. This is your
and 8 people's a lot of people.
Yeah, this is your and there's still people being treated. There's still people injured.
Yeah.
So this is your sign that even if we take guns away, this stuff will still happen.
Yeah, people will find ways to do it. For
What about
sure.
the guy? What was this? The guy? I think it was. I can't remember where it was. The guy, the neighbor, who he was shooting. He had a lot of land. He was shooting guns, and the people came over. It was late at night.
No, this isn't the same stuff. This guy literally drove his Range Rover over people.
That was a story from a week before.
About a week before, yeah.
That was a week before.
Just went over there and shot them all.
Killed a family of 5 because they asked him to quit shooting because there was
in and out of jail like 5 or 6 times already for aggravated, already. And I believe I think he said it was illegal, like he'd been deported and come back.
Yeah, and come back.
Came
Came back illegally. Yeah, and they'd known about him because they caught him a couple of times.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get what's going on in Texas there. And now I did hear an interesting argument over the weekend, and I want to remember to ask Bob Ney about this. And this particular person was really blaming Governor Abbott really hard. Chris, will you go tell them in the back?
Yes.
Somebody's up front. Yes. Thank you, buddy. Governor Abbott was being blamed for this.
Yeah.
Politicizing what's going on in Texas. He said, this commentator's like, look, here's what a governor can do. You can get the National Guard down on the border. You can have people that are there to, protect. You don't have to wait on the federal government to come in. This is becoming a political issue. So I'm curious to hear what Bob's thoughts are about that, because I've never interpreted it that way. I always put it on Joe Biden, which I still will, by the way. I wouldn't let him skirt on this issue. But if there are things a governor could do, I thought, well, hey, that makes sense too. So I'm curious to get his opinion. Don't let me forget when Bob comes on. Let's ask him that.
Okay.
Because I thought that was an interesting.
Did you see how low Biden is still dropping in the approval rating?
Yeah,
we're down now.
Those are in Bob's notes. Like Trump is just.
See, I saw it on Newsbreak this morning.
Ahead of him.
Yeah. And I did see there is a guy that his name is Vivek. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. It's Vivek. He's running for Republican presidential, or he's starting campaigning. But anyway, long story short, he was on doing an interview on, I don't remember if it was Fox or where, but anyway, he was doing an interview saying that Biden is actually not going to run, and that this is, the media propagating all this, and that in reality, he's not going to run because the majority of Democrats do not want to see him run again, and they want the Democrat Party to pick someone else.
I mean, all right, so you've got Robert Kennedy out there who's saying he's going to run.
Yeah.
And what? And who? Gavin Newsom's not going to run. He's not electable. Kamala Harris is not electable.
No.
The only person, and Bob has told us this, and I don't know that she would do it, but Bob says it would be a landslide, like we have never seen, would be Michelle Obama. And I've never heard her say, I've never heard anybody say, well, she is, what do they say in the beginning? They're testing the waters to see their favorability ratings and stuff.
Yeah.
I've never even heard that
about
her. So
I don't foresee that happening. I don't know.
So, I mean, I think it has to be
I
Joe
think
Biden.
the Democrat Party has done a lot of damage to themselves with this past administration. They have taken a lot of their validity away, and people don't trust them like they did. So, I mean, I think they're going to be struggling, period.
It does seem like this.
And we've seen so many people switch party lines.
Yeah, but I think that probably happens on both sides. It's just the news that you and I consume. We probably hear it more when it happens with Democrats.
Yeah.
But I will say this. The Republican Party, if you just look at this objectively, they seem to have a better potential lineup. Because even at the end of the day, Trump's still in his mid-70s, right? I mean, it is what it is. He can't be president for the next 25 years, chances are. But you've got from DeSantis, which is a hot name, Pompeo, Carrie
Nikki
Lake, Nikki Haley,
this Vivek
Tim
guy.
Scott, who I like a lot, from South Carolina. You have young, fresh, energetic blood. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, some people like her.
I love her.
You do. She does not rub me the right way. It could be the Arkansas thing. I'm not a huge Arkansas fan.
That could be it.
But regardless, there are people. Marco Rubio still finds cameras all the time.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz rubs me the wrong way, but he's still a viable. I mean, I've listed 10 people just off the top of my head that have viability options.
But do you think if we were actually more in tune with the Democrat Party that we could list those 10 people?
No, because I've heard Democrats talk about it, and they're like, James Carville, who is like the bald-headed dude that was in the Clinton campaign, and now he's like a political commentator, who I don't always love, but I like his style. And he just calls it like it is. He's like, dude, he goes, guys, we are in trouble. He said, short of, and of course, the Democratic Party was kind of in trouble. You had a whole lot of John Kerrys and Al Gores, and then all of a sudden, Barack Obama spoke at the Democratic National Convention, and 6 years later, he was president. He did such a great. So, I mean, sometimes they can come out of nowhere. Like, that can be a thing. But short of that, they're in trouble.
I agree. I mean, they've made a mess. They're going to have to lay in it. This past administration made a bigger mess. So I think that you're going to see a lot of people leave the Democratic Party in their voting because this is a mess.
That's right. Julie, I have to prep for the show. I'm going to say someone print my Bob Ney notes. I'll see you in a second.
Well, we're about to take a commercial break anyway and hit the top of the hour news. And then we will be back. And when we get back, Bob Ney makes his great return from the mountains in India. He's going to tell us what he learned, what he's found out, and what we've missed hearing from him the past week. We're glad that Bob's back. We have missed him dearly. So hang tight. We're going to take a little break. You're going to get the top of the hour news, and then we're going to roll on in to Bob Ney. Thanks for listening. I hope you have a great Monday. The temperature is 72 degrees with a high of 86. So keep on climbing. And hopefully we're going to see some sunshine today, even though they're saying, hey, it's going to rain. I'm waiting on the sunshine. Have a good day.
So I let you fly, 'cause I know in my heart, babe, our love will never die. No, you'll always be a part of me. I'm part of you, definitely.
Now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more. There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online. Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Why does President Biden refuse to negotiate with Republicans over raising the debt ceiling? House Majority Leader Steve Scalise has some ideas about that.
The president loves just sitting back, trying to stir up a crisis, scare the American people so that he can get more money to spend. That would be the most irresponsible thing that can happen.
The Louisiana Republican tells the Salem Radio Network the GOP has produced a bill to responsibly raise the debt limit by also putting some curbs on out-of-control federal spending. He says the Democrats, at least so far, have offered no plan. Investigators in Brownsville, Texas, trying to determine whether it was accidental or intentional. A vehicle plowed into a group of people at a bus stop yesterday morning. 8 people were killed, 10 others injured. Martin Sandoval with the Brownsville PD.
The driver is detained, and of course he is under arrest. He is at the hospital receiving medical attention, and we are taking care of that by doing a criminal investigation on him.
He spoke with KRGV-TV. Gunfire last night in northwest Atlanta. 2 victims, men in their 20s, died at the hospital. Ukrainian officials say the country's air defenses have shot down 35 Iranian-made drones over Kiev, Russia's latest nighttime assault. Attacks across Ukraine by Putin's military killed 3 civilians.
Serhiy Popko, head of the Kyiv City Military Administration, says in addition to the deaths, 5 people in the capital were injured by falling drone debris. Drone wreckage had struck.
Welcome in to Walker Talks here on a nice and warm and cloudy Monday. The 8th day of May here. May is already started, got a big jump on us. We're almost halfway there. By this weekend, we'll be halfway there. Mother's Day weekend coming up. I hope all of you celebrate appropriately. Today is a big day for the show. Huge day. Bob Ney has de-escalated himself from the mountains of India. He makes his triumphant return. Much like an astronaut coming back home from the International Space Station, our good friend Bob Ney is back on the airwaves. Good morning, Bob.
Hey, good morning. How are you, Chuck?
I'm good. I hope you got the song dedication. It's the only song I could think of with a mountain in it.
Well, yeah. Of course, I like Tennessee quite a lot, and then the mountains, and I just exited the mountains, the big, tall mountains. Yeah.
Tell us about your trip, because you know everyone's going to want to know.
Well, real quick, I flew to India. I went to, because I did your show from India in the city of Udaipur is where I did that show. And I was able to do that week. Well, then I went to the mountains and I was out of contact. So went up into an area called Spiti, S-P-I-T-I. Somebody Googles it.
Right.
They'll see Spiti, and then they'll see Ladakh, L-A-D, let's see, in English, L-A-D-A-K-H, and a place called Leh, L-E-Y is near there. Anyway, these are very mountainous areas going towards, well, actually, I was within 3 miles of the China-India border.
Wow. So did you look over to see if they were doing anything nefarious?
I tried, just like...
Did you take binoculars?
When, No, I didn't. But I have a very powerful camera on my on my cell phone. So.
Bob
but
said,
yeah, we were close. We were in the last. Well, we were in the last eating place. They're called dhabas in India, because after that you're over towards the China border, and then of course Ladakh and Leh go towards Tibet. Which the Chinese call China, but the Tibetans like to call it Tibet.
Right. China likes that a little bit. Like, hey, congratulations on you calling it your own country. It is still part of one China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of like Ohio says, well, Tennessee's going to be called Ohio now. No, it's Tennessee.
Exactly. Well, and I have been petitioning some of our senators and representatives here in the state of Tennessee to try to pass legislation to make Puerto Rico a state and Arkansas a territory. So I understand completely. Just give Arkansas back. I mean, it's if there was somehow we could just cut it out and just
even though my cousin's in California, you might want to cut a California deal.
Now but I mean, I know no one wants that crazy. That's over there.
Yeah, right.
Well, the good news is, Bob, you didn't miss any news last week. Very little happened of concern around the world or in the United States.
Yep, I watched it every day. I click on to see some of the news, so trying to follow it.
What did you think? I'm curious to get your point on this. Then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes, because I want you to explain this debt ceiling thing to me like I'm one of your grandchildren, because I keep reading it and I'm like, all right, I understand this, but I don't understand it. So do you be thinking about that? But the video that came out of the drone, attacking the Kremlin, potentially being shot down, like that, I don't know why it didn't look real to me, but it really, like the first time I saw it, like I believed it before I saw it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but here's the problem with all of this, and I'll use Iran as the best example.
Okay.
Do you remember when a few years back, we were told that Iran bombed some ships, Saudi Arabia, oil ships, and all that?
Vaguely, yes. Vaguely, yes.
Yeah, there was a bombing, and Iran did it because it was during the Obama nuclear deal, and Iran was bombing Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi Arabia bombed its own ship. I always have thought that. They didn't want the Iran deal until now, when China puts the two of them together, and they're practically getting a hotel room together, So, but back then they didn't want it, so all of a sudden, quote, Iran did it. With these situations, especially when controlled media out of the Kremlin,
right?
I mean, who knows? Could, if I was a Ukrainian and I'm living in Russia and I got a drone, or, is it a military drone or a sophisticated drone or whatever, would I try to do something? Sure you could. The other thing is that Russia did it themselves. They did it themselves.
Right. It looks that way. Now, we actually have a texter that messages in all the time, and part of his job, he owns his own company, and he does recordings and videos and promotion, just things like that. And so he's really sent some good information over. And of course, anytime I need to pull something up on the text line, it decides to sit there and spin. But on the type of drone this was, right? The 4-prop drone, and you would have to be, probably this close. He was curious on how that drone could be around that airspace, because he's like, I can't be, within X amount of feet of an airport, no fly zones, things like that. And I was like, but don't you think if this were a whatever type of drone, if Russia was telling us the truth, whatever, modification inside the thing of that, they would just take that out?
Well, they're saying, Russia says the U.S. did it.
Sure. That's what I'm saying. And so we would,
Yeah.
I'm sure if hypothetically, the military drones are probably different than the ones that you and I pick up at our hobby store that have those, things in place there.
Right.
So that would be my guess, but I don't know. All right. Well, let's get into this, because this is a big deal. I'm going to skip right over this King Charles stuff, by the way. That's the weirdest dude in the world.
Sure.
Just the weirdest man in the world. Anybody who
Well, no, wait a minute. If you lived with your mother to the age of 76, and then you finally got out on your own and got a job, you'd be weird too.
Now that is the way to present it. That is the exact way to present it.
Sure.
All right. Well, now we've got a couple of texts because it did work. You want to address these first, and then you can explain to me like you're talking to your grandchildren.
Whatever you want.
All right, let's go. Are the walls of justice closing in on Trump? Also, what does Bob predict about the Jean or Jean Carroll verdict will be?
Well, now let me go to the second part first.
Okay.
That's a tough one because it's a civil.
Okay, now who is
and
that?
That's the rape trial.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm with you now.
Yeah.
I didn't know the name.
But that's civil, and the burden of proof is far less in civil. I think if it were in the criminal court, I would say that he would not be found guilty by any stretch of imagination if it was in criminal court. I can never predict, civil court. I would say that he probably won't be guilty, but again, the preponderance of evidence, the level of what you have to prove is a lot different in civil. In a criminal court, I can safely say he would absolutely not be convicted in criminal.
Okay, well, let's stay there for a minute. I did not realize the name, but I did see a video that was on TikTok, my new news source. But it's, you do find good stuff on there. It's like anything else, the algorithms know what you look at. So I get a ton of news stuff on there. And this was on, I believe, ABC News, but it looked like Trump during his deposition, and he's like, yes, this is my wife, Marla, or one of his wives, essentially, in the picture. And it was actually this person, because he's like, no, I've never been around this person. And so is that pretty damning?
Well, he misidentified the picture.
Right.
And I'm not sure what was going on there. Then they didn't have any witnesses from the store at the time. They tended to not go near the dressing rooms, and there's just a whole series of things. Like I said, I firmly believe probably the case would not ever have been brought in criminal court ever.
I got you. All right. Well, let's move on then, because I know we got some more Trump stuff about the polls, which are interesting. Let's move on to this debt ceiling talk, though, because this is it.
Okay.
It's this week they're setting down, right? And Biden has even said to McCarthy, he's like, look, this is a big deal. We got to have a meeting.
Right.
What are your thoughts on it?
And that's going to happen tomorrow. But first of all, the debt ceiling, it's also called the debt limit, by the way.
Okay.
And that is this is not a constitutional. This is a legislative limit created. And it's on the amount of national debt that can be incurred, let's say, taken up by the U.S. Treasury. So it basically limits how much the federal government, let me put it this way, can pay on the debt it already borrowed by borrowing more money. So let me say that one more time.
See, this is the part
it limits. It's hard, honestly, but it limits. This is really important part, though. It limits how much money the feds, the Congress, can pay on the debt it already borrowed by borrowing more money. So it's an aggregated figure that applies to the debt. Now, the reason I kind of wanted to mention that is because no matter what one believes about the debt, personally, this is so disgusting that we're in $31 trillion that it's beyond my comprehension because I lived in a Congress where we had the first balanced budget in generations.
Right.
You know, I lived through it. We did it. Republican House, Republican Senate, Democrat President. We did it. We did 5 budgets.
Bob,
so then it started to get out of order towards the latter part of the Bush years. And then the whole budget blew up and they quit doing them is what they did. But the reason I wanted to mention that, Chuck, is because they are voting whether to raise the debt ceiling based on what they voted on last year. Let's say they voted, which they did these continuing resolutions, not budgets. I love to make that clear. Continuing resolutions. And the continuing resolution said, basically, I'm putting this in grandkid terms. Continuing resolution said, here's what we're going to spend on domestic, on defense, on everything. Here's what we're going to spend, Social Security, everything. Then you come back, because this is the budget year, and you say, okay, guys and gals, you voted on this last year. You voted to spend this much. Now we're going to raise the debt ceiling because we're coming up against it, and what you voted for is raising that ceiling. So you got to raise it a little bit to meet basically what they voted for last year in a continuing resolution. That's what it does.
It sounds
now, if they don't do it, the Treasury has to do it themselves.
And what happens there?
Well, you know, now here is a constitutional part, I should say. The way they do this process, they've created. But under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, only Congress can authorize the borrowing of money, only Congress, on the credit of the United States. Okay, so that's a constitutional issue, right?
Okay.
And from the founding of our country until about like 1918, Congress directly used to authorize the debt that they were going to issue, right? And then they had an act, I can't remember the name of it, years ago, like this is around 1917, 1918, and under that act, way back then, they established a limit or a ceiling. So this thing's been around since 1917. This isn't anything new. I did want to say that. You know, it's not nothing new.
It feels like this. If this were my budget at home, and I had maxed out my $20,000 limit on a Visa card, $20,000 on an American Express card, and $20,000 on a MasterCard. And then I sat down with my financial planner. My financial planner said, have we called Discover Card yet? We need to decide if we can borrow some money from Discover to make these payments on the other 3 credit cards listed. Am I close to right here? Is this what this is in a personal finance term?
Yeah, in a personal finance term, this is like your listeners sit down as a family. And last year, they decided that they were going to buy a boat, pay their bills, you know, whatever they're going to do.
Right.
And that's going to amount to another $3,000 a month they're going to have to spend. Of course, families can't do what the Fed does, which, you know, is to create money.
Just make more money, yeah.
But that's what they're going to do. So then a year passes, the next year, and they have to come back and they have to say, ooh, we authorize spending another $2,000 or $3,000 in our family budget, but we don't have that. So we're going to have to kind of raise, you know, how much money we need now based on what we did last year, based on our spending. So it's kind of comparable to, except families can't really do that in the real world.
What would this do to inflation? We print more money. We know that's not a good thing for inflation. We know that we just went up another 0.25%. What does that do for inflation if we continue to print more and more money? How can it get back right again?
Well, there's 2 parts of the process here. You know, first there's the debt ceiling crisis, and the way we've resolved debt ceilings over the years since 1917. You know, We've raised them. McConnell had a McConnell amendment, was called, I think, back in 2011. And at that time, we got downgraded. Our federal government credit rating downgraded. We had a 2013, I think it was, debt ceiling crisis. And that debt ceiling at that time was probably about $16 trillion. In 2013, now it's $31 trillion and rising. Now, there is a difference between shutting the government down, which we did once when I was in Congress, to make President Clinton blink, is what we wanted balanced budgets. So there's shutting it down. Then there's defaulting. That's different. If you default on the financial obligations, that's different. So according to the debt ceiling law, if you look at it, you actually look at the wording that they use. If the debt ceiling is not raised, then extraordinary measures have to be used. There's Janet Yellen. You hear about that. She's going to do this and that. Once those are exhausted, and Janet Yellen says, I can't do anymore, which, by the way, she's saying is coming in June, right?
Right.
At that point in time, if Congress doesn't raise the ceiling, and if Janet Yellen, the treasurer, Secretary of the Treasury, says, I've done it all, guys, gals, I can't do any more, then at that point in time, let's say early July, the United States government is legally unable to borrow any money to pay its obligations. It can't borrow anything. It can't do the bonds, borrow it. At that point in time, then the government has to stop making payments unless the Treasury has cash to cover them. And where would they get that from? That's the default. That is the default.
Okay. McCarthy's getting pressure from the Freedom Caucus and from other people saying, look, we've got to negotiate this. And I don't agree with everything they say, but this part, to me, the way it sounds, and you've done a good job over the past few months laying this out, this is the most important thing. This is the thing that every politician who really wants to, this is what everybody needs to be running on, right? This is the platform that's huge, that needs to be out there. What do you think happens with this?
Well, both parties are very disingenuous, both of them. That's our polite congressional speak for, they don't tell the truth. Right. They're disingenuous. They are. Because McCarthy as Speaker is stuck. He's really stuck. I know. I was in those caucuses, and I knew how Gingrich operated, and, Gingrich had a different way he operated, and McCarthy's really stuck, though, because he's got 25 people that say, we're not going to do anything. He can only lose 4 votes. Fine. He doesn't have votes to lose. It's tight for him. So the disingenuous part of the Freedom Caucus, the, let's say, ultra-conservatives, is that, don't do the budget in the debt ceiling. This is about whether you're going to go ahead and raise the limit based on what you did last year. Now, here's what the Freedom Caucus people might say. I didn't vote for that thing. Well, guess what? Enough people did, okay?
Right.
So that's life. So they're going to say, I didn't vote for that. No, I want guaranteed reductions. The president's going to have a hard time saying he wants guaranteed reductions because once you start down this path, let me go to the disingenuous Democrat side. Democrats say, okay, we'll just raise the debt ceiling. And then when we run the bill up again, we'll just raise it next year. That's the Democrat side that's not genuine. Now, the problem with this whole thing is this, though, in a nutshell. By the Republicans saying, we want debt reduction in this debt ceiling bill, that's not where you do debt reduction. You do debt reductions in budget bills. Do a for real budget.
Right.
The Republicans and Democrats have not done a for real budget for 16 years. They don't do it. They do continuing spending.
It's the same thing you and I would do at our house. At our house, we'd say, okay, we can't make more money. We're already working part-time jobs. There's no more money coming in.
Right.
Where can we cut back? Right? Okay, well, we like to sleep at night with the temperature at 68. Maybe we move it up to 71. We like to go out to eat a couple of times a week. Maybe we stop doing that. Sundays we like to take a drive and just hang out in the car. Maybe we quit doing that to save on gas. Whatever it is, we would make the adjustments in the budget. I mean, the fact that we allow 300 to 400 people in the country to live completely different, who are in charge of our money, blows my mind. And that's the bigger part when I say, explain it to me like I'm your grandchild, because we would not allow this to happen.
You just hit a good point. Taking the scenario you just said, let's pretend we're in Congress, your family's in Congress. Right. At the end of the year, they're going to say, well, we made all those decisions last year, and we did this, we did that. We don't have enough money. We better call every relative we have to get some money.
Right.
Because right now, they're calling every relative in the federal government what they're doing, the treasurer, et cetera, to find more money. So that's the problem with this. They need to go back to the budgets. This is one of the... Now, here's the real problem McCarthy has. And if you look at the polls, it's like 39% are blaming the Republicans and 39% are blaming the president if this defaults. Here's our biggest problem, though. This is the problem McCarthy and the caucus for the Republicans will have. Mm-hmm. If we default, if this actually defaults, then the end result is going to be that Wall Street's going to go probably chaotic. Business community is going to start calling Republicans. They'll call Democrats too, but they'll call Republicans and say, oh, my goodness, what are you doing to us, our credit rating? And this is why they ought to all give a little bit right now, because the Chinese are doing everything under the sun to make their currency the world currency. And this is the worst time in our history that this can happen, where the fight becomes the debt ceiling fight. This is not the time. This isn't the time.
We need, and this, but you know what? It may be the perfect time. And you've always told us how China, you know, we've been around 250 years. We've been around all of our lives. Everyone listening is, you know, we've been America for all of our lives. But compared to a lot of these nations, a lot of these countries, we're still relatively new. And you've always talked about China's long, methodical plan that will go through generational leadership. It's not like, okay, well, I got to get this done in my 10 years as leader, 12 years. I mean, they're long game in it. And it almost looks like they have everything timed up perfectly. You know, because we're so divided.
Like we're
refusing to work together. Can't go across the aisle. Nope, we're not going to do it. We're only going to do this. And we're so divided from a partisan standpoint, at least in the numbers. I'm not saying every single, member of Congress is, but at least enough numbers to make a difference. We're so divided. You won't work across the aisle. And here's China, BRICS. I heard of 4 or 5 more countries this weekend that the first time I've heard of them. I follow BRICS news all the time. I follow BRICS news. And here we go again. It's just, it's almost like, I don't believe that anything happens by freak accident. I think a lot of things are, schematically planned over the course of time when it's something this big. And you're talking about a changing of world currency.
Now, you also made a point earlier that was very correct, and it was about inflation and hyperinflation. The real truth, if we really want to be real.
Oh, no. Oh, Bob's phone dropped. Bob's in India. We'll see if he'll call back. And he was just about to get to the good point. Former U.S. Congressman Bob Ney, author of the book Sideswiped and Travelman. He is actually in India right now. Sometimes phones can have bad reception. We're going to try to get Bob back on because he was about to hit a great point about inflation. I hope you guys love this talk because I love it. Let's see. Call him. I'll text him right now. Oh, here he is. Never mind. All right, Bobby, that was texting you right now. You there, buddy?
I think I hit something.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, so you were talking about the point of inflation and hyperinflation.
Yeah, right. And if right now the President of the United States says, I'm going to yield, we're going to do some cuts, blah, 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 it's still symbolic. So this is like the matter of the chest thumping for both sides, because when I say it's symbolic, the real work becomes, how do we do the EPA budget? What are we going to do? What about the monies expended, climate control? What about the monies in health and human services, transportation, et cetera? Every single one of these agencies, that's where you do the real work.
Right.
This is symbolic. This is what this is. Some people even say, why even have it? Because you can have debt ceiling votes. When I was in Congress, I called it the yawn vote. Somebody complained, somebody accepted it, somebody didn't like it. You put your voting card in the machine, you yawned, and you went to dinner. This was not a, oh my goodness, over-the-edge vote when I was there. It wasn't. It wasn't with Clinton. It wasn't with Bush.
What's changed?
Well, they quit doing budgets. Is what really
and that
changed.
creates
And
that's the work that
see,
creates the
your
trouble.
your listeners are probably saying, "Why do I keep saying this?" Because in the process of the budget, you have 11 bills. Bill number 1 might be Health and Human Services and something else, and Labor, HHS, that was the bill, Labor Department, blah, blah, blah. The second bill coming forth might be Transportation, it might be EPA, it might be, it takes all the government, all of it, and it divides it into about 13 bills. And those committees have to go through them and spend months digesting it. Give you another example. It allowed me to stand up and do an amendment on the floor, which I did, and I called for a 5% cut of all the travel of every single agency in the United States. I wanted to reduce their travel by 5%. And I gave examples where they had went to London, 50 times in 1 month or whatever. Anyway, I could stand up and by the way, my amendment died because the bureaucracy had a stranglehold on the Republicans. But anyway, you can stand up and do these, you see.
Right.
And then you say, here's how much you have to spend this year. The budget committee says you can spend this much on transportation, you can spend this much on labor, HHS, you can spend this much on Social Security. It tells you that. And then each committee that focuses on those agencies has to live within that budget. That's how you do it. Now, what they're doing now is all that stuff passed because they don't do budgets. They bring up one resolution and it says, oh, we'll spend a little bit more on domestic, we'll spend a little bit more on defense. Hey, pass this for 1 year. That's what they do. They don't dig into anything. They don't look for the future for anything. They just pass a continuing spending measure. And that is, this is the drama, I understand that. But our problem is the process died towards the end of the Bush administration.
I wanted to spend so much time on this today, not to belabor it, but we spend a lot of time talking with Tom about wars abroad, Ukraine, China posturing, all this stuff. I'm a huge believer, and that's why I wanted to spend today that we have a war within. And I wanted you to explain it in only the way you can, because this is right. This is not as difficult as we make it. I think that when you get on Drudge or you get on MSNBC, whatever it is, wherever it is you go for your news, they really care. This is, you have your budget at home. You got your budget at home. You are borrowing to pay off what you've already borrowed for. You're already working all your part-time jobs. If you don't make a change and you're making no changes to what you do every single day, you're like, well, gosh, I guess we'll just go borrow some more to pay off what we already owe. This is what it really is. And so the fact that we're okay with this and we don't talk about it enough, it's hugely disappointing to me, because I do think this is the war within, right? And I think the two are connected.
Yes. It's like, if you look, now this is my opinion only, but if you ask me and you have gun control and abortion and immigration, and so you've got all these issues people care about, right? And they're important issues. Sure. They really are. If you ask me, though, and this is what I campaigned on in 1994, because I chaired the Senate Finance Committee in Ohio, we had to constitutionally balance the budget. I couldn't do this or borrow that. I had to balance the budget as chairman of that committee. And I ran on that till people got sick of listening to me. And I told them, I'll talk about any issue you want. I'll answer any question about any issue you want. But the number one issue that is the most dangerous issue for America's future is the balancing of the nation's budget. Because eventually, how do you go from 1998 with the first balanced budget in generations, and before that it wasn't like way, way out of control,
Right.
How do you go to 31 trillion?
Right.
Trillion.
An unfathomable number. Steve Bowers used to say, right before you would come on, I don't know if you ever heard him say this, but if you're going to count to a million, it takes, this many minutes. If you're going to count, or 100,000, a million, go up to a billion. If you're going to count to a trillion, it's going to take you like 60 years. Or just something crazy like that, or 150 years. It's just it's unfathomable amount of money.
Oh, it is.
And we're not we're not doing anything. We're the people right now. We're saying, well, what cholesterol medicine should we take next? The one I'm on's not working. As we continue to eat fried Twinkies.
Right. And And, when you look at inflation and things like that, you sit here and you think, well, where's it going to go with $31 trillion in deficit? How do we think that's going to be taken care of? You want to talk about inflation, because one day the credit card machine is going to break down. One day, I used to tell kids when they come for the house, I'd say, this is a voting card, the most expensive credit card on planet Earth. I used to tell them. Wow. And one day, that is going to come to an end because we can't sustain $31 trillion. How do you do that?
And are you convinced it doesn't go up even more than that? Because I'm not. I'm not convinced. Yeah, I'm not convinced we're saying, okay, now we got a problem. Because you're right. We're not doing the work in the budget. There's no way to pay it down. And Americans cannot get taxed more. That's not optional either, right? Because I don't care who's in office. The person that pays it is the middle to lower middle class. They're the ones that pay all the taxes anyway, by and large. I'm talking about, you know what I mean? And they're the ones that can least afford it right now. It makes no sense to me, but you're right. No one's done the work in the budget, and no one's even talking about it. It's like, how
they don't do it. So the whole focus is debt ceiling. Debt. Now, I do understand the Republicans are trying to make a point to the president. President says you shouldn't do. Now, let me get to this for 1 second, if I could. The president says you shouldn't do debt reduction in the debt ceiling bill. He's correct. But you know what? They don't want to do debt reduction, period. So then the Republicans come back and say, I want debt reduction. Well, yeah, you shouldn't do it in there, but I can kind of understand where the Republicans are like, hey, I'm sick and tired of this too. Mm-hmm. When I say Republicans, some of the more conservative ones are sick and tired of it. So it's sort of a matter of what they're saying to each other, and they should basically agree for debt reduction and just do the debt ceiling bill this time, and then fight it out through the House and the Senate and the President. We'll see. I mean, it's not an easy thing to default. It's one thing to shut the government down. It's another thing to default. And the Republicans may get such a kickback from, flowback, I should say, not kickback in politics, flowback from Wall Street and the business community that they'll have to yield to that pressure.
Okay,
we'll see.
So handicap this for us. Play it out in your head. If you were a betting man, what do you think happens with this?
McCarthy's been around long enough as Speaker to know, and Mitch McConnell, that the last thing you want is default. Mm-hmm. And, they can blame Biden. Biden can blame them. They're both going to get hit. Both R's and D's are going to get hit. So I'm going to say that this is going to come out where they're going to agree to, look at debt reduction and probably do a debt ceiling increase maybe for 6 months, maybe.
So we're going to be back here again.
That's what I'm thinking. They'll do one because the new fiscal year will be October the 1st. They're supposed to be working on the budget, but they will get, a pound of flesh out of the president where he has to admit they need to reduce the deficit. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking is going to eventually happen. Maybe not tomorrow, but it will happen as pressure builds. That's what I think.
Yeah, you're probably right. But thank you so much.
I don't think they'll let us default.
Thank you so much for spending time on this, because I do think it's a national security issue. Yeah, this is bigger than just, okay, are we going to, because and when you say, address this debt, you're still not talking about in the budget. You're still not talking about when they're doing these, what is it the Republicans want? How's it phrased? The debt reduction. They're not talking about that in the budget, right?
Right. That's where they got to be doing it. Right. They want debt reduction in this debt ceiling bill. Right. And again, I understand that, but then, the White House doesn't want it in here, but then the White House be like, okay, well, we'll just try it next year, Right. So at some point in time, if they want to get past default, they're going to make some semantics. They're going to come out and say, okay, we'll do another, we will do a temporary debt ceiling, temporary measure until August or September, and the president's going to have to say something to the effect of, we will look at the reductions, for the deficit. But I would scream about the budget process if I were the Republicans, because McCarthy swears we're going back to that's one good thing that the Freedom Caucus did. They're forcing the usual budget process that we had 15, 16 years ago.
Good.
That's a good thing.
There are things I don't agree with them, especially, and I say they, I just mean Marjorie Taylor Greene. There are things I don't agree with, but you know what? I don't care. I don't care. Whoever can drive, land the plane safely at that point, I don't care if you're a pilot or not, if you know how to land the plane safely. So, you know what? She doesn't have to be the most qualified person in the world to me if she can get us on the right path. Bob, thank you so much for going into this today and with us. I know, and we were going to talk more, polls with Biden and Trump, and we're going to get into that on Wednesday. But I do think it's important for everybody to know that this is, there are things that concern me. When you said, a couple of months ago, we hadn't had a balanced budget in 15 years, and I think that time frame's rolled to 16 now. And then, we talk about BRICS some, which is a huge concern. And then, obviously, Tom, we do a lot of geopolitical. This is the war within right now that we're not even seeing. I mean, we're a huge part of it. We just we're not seeing it at all. So I think it's so important the way you can explain it to us.
Yeah, this one touches everybody. If you believe in helping, quote, the poor, or you believe in securing defense, or whatever you believe in, pro-abortion, anti-abortion, whatever you believe in, this is the economic spine of the country, and the people have to pay for this stuff eventually. Right. So nobody's going to have to worry about arguing about things or Social Security because it's going to blow up one day. We can't sustain. We've never had this kind of debt.
No, and no nation ever has. When you pull up the world debt clock, no nation has ever, not any nation. It's not like, well, gosh, back in the 70s when, Lithuania owned 36 trillion. No, that's not true. It's more than anyone's ever owed.
Right. JFK, if you look back to his presidency, I hope I don't misquote this, but it was like, I don't know, $2 million deficit. I forget what. Yeah. And JFK was like pushing to get that paid. He was pushing. He wanted that brought down, whatever it was.
I'm telling you.
And it sat and it went on and on and on. And then finally Gingrich made it a mantra and took over the Congress based on it. And then when we got there, I can tell you this, there's people that are like, didn't want to do it. And Gingrich is like, we didn't just say we were going to do this. We're going to do it. This wasn't something you ran on and then you say, okay, let's see what I can create next election,
It wasn't just fluff. I'm telling you, it blows my mind, but it doesn't surprise me, if that makes any sense. Here, the frustrating part is us. We have to not let this happen. We have to not be okay with this. This has to be a huge deal for us. Has to be.
I'll tell you something too for your listeners, and I can prove this. If enough people handwrote a letter, handwrote a letter. If a member of Congress got like 600, they represent 638,000 people. If they got 600 handwritten letters, for example, on an issue, like, because, they do petitions, you push electronic button, boom. When you get a handwritten letter on the same topic, your staff rushes in and goes, look at this. I have 500 letters. People took the time to handwrite things. Right. Just a handwritten letter that says, I care about this balanced budget. I want this stopped now. I can't do this. Why should you be allowed to do this?
Right. Absolutely. And that's what's so crazy. 1,000 people in our country living like none of us can, doing things that none of us can do. You and I would just starve to death on the street, for lack of a better word. And we're okay with it. And it's our money. You wouldn't let, we wouldn't let anyone else do this to us other than our politicians.
Right. That'd be like me driving down to Tennessee, and I say, "Can everybody please just give me $3,000 each, and I'm gonna spend it for your best interest."
Right.
I think everybody drive me out of town on a rail.
Absolutely, but they do it under the guise of government and don't talk about it. Bob, we hope you have a wonderful. It's evening there, right?
It is. Let's see, what time is it now? It's 5 after 9 in the evening. Yeah.
5 after 9 in the evening. Well, you get some good rest, my friend, and we're going to look forward to talking to you again on Wednesday.
All righty.
Thank you so much. Former U.S. Congressman Bob Ney, author of the book Sideswiped, and really one of the best, for lack of a better term, really one of the best explainers. I know. I mean, the way he could break that down, the way Bob can break that down and explain it to us, and it's important. It's extremely important to know that we can't operate in the same fashion that our government can. And they don't even attempt to balance the budget. It's not even anything that's a concern for them. Nothing. Not one thing. Not one time. Here's who's really in charge. We are. Don't elect any of them again. Don't vote for any of them again. All across the nation. Any of them that are there. So I'm going to vote for somebody different. Because you guys aren't even addressing this. They'll come back here. They'll jump on air with us. They'll do a TV interview. They'll put something on social media. They're like, I care about... No, they don't. 16 years. You can't live that long without balancing your personal budget. You cannot. I cannot. They have. Couple of messages on our way to the break here. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. Our CWA development phone lines are 731-265-6496. It says, is this just political posturing? Or do they don't care about the American people? I think Bob told you without telling you. This comes in and says, I didn't see this one. I'm sorry. This one Bob was on. I apologize, my friend. It says, let me clarify my question. This is talking about the E. Jean Carroll verdict. I didn't mean to conflate the two. I know the difference in civil and criminal trials. Didn't mean to confuse. The question is, are the walls of justice coming down on Trump in the Docs case, Mar-a-Lago, etc.? The E. Jean case doesn't look good for Trump, as Bob pointed out. A civil case is decided by the preponderance of evidence. Trump looked guilty looking at those pictures, saying she is not my type when it's a picture of his wife. Yeah, not the best look. Not the best look there for Trump. This comes in and says, the federal government does not have to have a balanced budget like the states. And for this very reason, the federal government has to take up the financial slack for the United States. Yeah, we had it. Bob had it. Newt Gingrich, think of him what you will. Dude, what a leader. What a leader. We'll be back on Walker Talks.
Hey Jackson in West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Tell me, do you think it'd be alright if I could just crash here tonight? You could see I'm no shape for driving, and anyway I've got no place to go. Yet you know it might not be that bad. You were the best I'd ever had. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I may not be in love. Tomorrow we could drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. Past is gone, but something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. You can trust me not to think and not to sleep around. And if you don't expect too much from me, you might not really down. 'Cause all I really wants to be with you, feeling like I matter too. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I might be here with you. Tomorrow we could drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. Past is gone, something might be found to take its place.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks here on what is now turned into a sunny, thankfully, a beautiful sunny day in Jackson, Tennessee. Starting your Monday off, we'd love to hear from you. We're expecting Commissioner Olivia Abernathy from the United Way to come in. We always have a great time with Olivia. She's very generous with her time. We've got a busy week this week here for you on the program. Hopefully to have Olivia in here today. Of course, Commissioner Tony Niehoff will be in with us tomorrow. Tuesdays with Tony. The Catholic Consigliere. Wednesday, we're waiting on Brandon Shields to see if he will ever come back on the program again. I don't know what you people could have done to offend him the way that you have for him to quit coming on the show. Thursdays, looking for a return maybe from Scott Bumpus and, of course, Julia Ewald on Friday. So busy week of news. I want to hear from you, though. How was your weekend? What did you do? What did you think about Bob's report there on this whole debt ceiling fiasco? This non-balancing budget thing that we've got going. Aren't you tired of that? Of politicians coming on, whatever media outlet it is, from this one to other radio shows to TV interviews to social media posts, and acting like they care about you when we haven't attempted to balance a budget in 16 years? And 16 years ago, we had a pretty balanced one. Aren't you tired of that? Aren't you tired of letting people live off your dime? Cheaper? Not cheaper. That's not true. Aren't you tired of letting people live off your dime and not doing anything? This is worse than the, parents who are in their 60s and they've got a 40-year-old who's never hit a lick at a snake, never had a job in their life, still living at home, eating their food, using their utilities, and driving their car and bringing it back home on empty. This is what our government's done to us. This is the war within. We have got a lot of things to be concerned about. All abroad, all across the globe. Ukraine, but the war there. Russia, China, Taiwan, Australia. We're sending subs, nuclear-capable subs off the coast of Australia. 18% inflation in Poland. What about that? Got a lot of crazy stuff going on, but this is the war within us right now. We have a war in the United States within ourselves. We can't just keep printing money and thinking anything's going to be any different. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
Printing money?
Yeah, printing money.
You're not happy with the economy?
No, not as much. Not as much.
Really?
Are you happy with it?
Well, I thought you would be over heads and heels about your economy.
Which part?
You've got to understand, Chuck, that you're living in a lawless society. See? So your age group, for some reason, has had a difficult time transitioning into what's real and what is make-believe.
Could you put those chips down or whatever it is you're snacking on and crumbling up in the back? And I would like to point out that your age group is the one that's running this country into hell in a handbasket as fast as they can. They're the ones who are actually making the decisions and not addressing the budget. Hasn't been done one time in 16 years. Those are your contemporaries.
Well, the thing of it is, your age group has grown up with free everything. So you want free everything. You don't want to take responsibility.
Right.
You don't want to take a moral standard.
So that's why the politicians have decided to not balance the budget. It's because my age group, people in their 40s, want free stuff. That's why the politicians have increased the debt to $31.5 trillion and haven't even attempted to make budget cuts. That's why. Really, really good point on your behalf. That makes a lot of sense to everyone out there.
What really makes a lot of sense is the clamor about your age group wanting to go with Biden and the leftists, because y'all are already lined up to get into a communist soup line. But you don't realize that. See, you think everything's going to turn around by itself, and it's not. It's not.
We just spent 40 minutes with Bob Ney talking about how every single elected official, from the House to the Senate president, doesn't matter. For 16 years, not one of them has addressed the budget. What Newt Gingrich did, the last actual leader in the House, what he actually did when he forced them to balance the budget and pay off the debt. We haven't had it in 16 years. Doesn't make a darn who's in office. And we keep electing these people. And one of the big reasons it happens is because there are people like you who are so sold out to one party. And if this show were in California, we'd have, we wouldn't have the nut jobs on the right call. We'd have the nut jobs on the left call. But you're so sold out on your party, you don't realize for 16 years, no one's even attempted to balance the budget. And you're okay with that because you think that you're part of this big process. And that's the real key. The problem in this country it's a leadership problem. And for 16 years, we've tried it both ways. We've had majority Republican presidents with a Republican Senate and Republican House. They didn't do it. We've had Democratic leaders with Democratic Senate, Democratic House. They didn't do it. We've had mixtures of the two. They didn't do it. But you're so set out on trying to just blame the left when honestly, every single American, Republican, Democrat, pro-choice, pro-life, every single one of us is affected the same. You're not on a team. They're doing this to you right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They are, Rick.
No, you can get off your little soapbox because all that garbage is garbage.
It's the truth. All right, so when Bush was in office and there was a Republican House and Republican Senate, why didn't they balance the budget then?
That's all bull sugar that you're on. So let's tell the truth.
When did they balance the budget in the past 16 years? When was their attempt made to balance the budget and pay off the debt? When was there? When was there?
How old were you 16 years ago?
16 years ago, I would have been 27, 28.
Okay.
Yeah, 27, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So since that time, those 16 years, all right, started your age group going to school without paying for it, trumping up your mama and your daddy in student loans. Large percentage of you turned into dope heads, sat on your mama's couch until age 26 without turning a spade of dirt and learning what life was about. So ultimately, that and the illegitimate children that y'all permeated over those 16 years has now mushroomed into a society of uneducated, ignorant people that don't have a work ethic and are begging the government to take care of them as they were babies instead of grown folks.
That answers nothing to do why no elected leader, the federal level, has attempted to balance the budget in 16 years, right? You're making societal commentary, which is fine, and there's parts of it I may even agree with. But again, that does not address the fact that no elected official in 16 years at the federal government level has made an attempt.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
None of them, not one. So your societal commentary does not matter.
So your age group hasn't taken a stand against the overwhelming invasion of your country. See, because the majority of you little folks are on the left side of the equation, because we've already had this discussion.
Again, I don't know if it's you can't understand or you don't care. I mean, you're having literally two different conversations on a call-in talk radio show where I'm asking you why on earth we have not had, when we've had all the different combinations of leadership over the past 16 years, all of them, every single kind you could have, and none of them have attempted to balance a budget. Now you're talking about illegal immigration. It's the nuttiest thing in the world. There could be attempts made. So I guess you just can't wrap your mind around it. I'm going to give you one more shot to try to stay on somewhat of a topic for today to see what you have to say.
All right. Now get off your little soapbox.
It's not a soapbox.
Keep your mouth
it's a
shut.
point.
You might learn something. Okay, so you're lawless to the point of saturation, and you're wanting the government. That's out of your mouth, okay? Because essentially the government on both sides of the political equation, and how dare you try to tell me where I stand politically, because you don't have any idea.
Rick, you're a ridiculous neocon. Your boots on the ground. You want a big government. Yeah, I don't have to tell you. Everyone in the world knows. Everyone in the world knows exactly. They've heard you for years and years harping on it. You want a large, oppressive, ridiculously conservative government telling everybody what to do. You're the opposite of freedom loving. You want total control. You want a very oppressive style regime. I don't have to explain that to people. Hell, nobody can explain it to them better than you can. Everyone knows what kind of government you want. You want one of the most oppressive styles of leadership that you could have. You want a ridiculous theocracy. Now, you don't know which theocracy you want, but you want a ridiculous theocracy, very oppressive, very judgmental, very judicious, because you can't make good, solid choices on your own. You've lived a life to where people have had to tell you what to do, what time to wake up, where to be when, what time to go home, when you can take a vacation. You haven't owned anything. You've never been your own man, and that's fine. I don't blame you for that a bit, man. You've done your thing. You've made your living, and now you're enjoying your twilight years and your retirement. But you want to take that oppressive style that you've lived under for so long, and you want to dictate that to everybody. Everybody knows what you are, man. You're a ridiculous, far right-wing lunatic. Right? I'm a conservative. I'm sitting here thinking, I hear you talking. I'm like, man, this guy doesn't seem conservative. You're in favor of huge government. Huge government. That's what you want. That's what you want. You want the government to tell you and everybody else what to do every single hour of the day, because that's the life that you lived. I can understand how you land there. I just can't understand why you think that everybody else would have to live under the same regime.
Oh, you don't. And you're going to reap what you sowed, Chuckles. See, that's the whole gist here. You talk like you're a worldly man and you have experienced life. No, you haven't. You've experienced degradation. You've experienced suppression in this rural area that you grew up in and now live in. Okay? So ultimately, what I have seen is, number one, a government is of the people. So the problem is not with the government. The government has baby-fed you, okay, since your early days when you were born. The government has given you things that you did not earn. See? And so ultimately that's the clash of the age groups that I'm speaking of. You, Chuck, over the last 30 years, in your young, vivacious, I don't know exactly what your age group wanted to accomplish. What you have accomplished is a broke-down education system that it has indoctrinated you and your babies to the point they cannot read. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You come on this radio program of yours, and you start blowing kisses at a system that hasn't taught babies how to read efficiently, and it's across the entire nation. So congratulations to your little age group. Then you throw in all this homosexual and lesbianism and blah. And now, baby boy, the cookie manufacturing company of Uncle Joe is out of money. So we're going to find out what you're made of, see? Because the country is at a breaking point, whether you and Julie and the rest of your little followers realize. Because you don't realize. You wake up every morning with a brand new glazed eye view of the world. And I'm telling you, you're going to reap what you sow.
Guys, if you ever were out there, and we've got a lot of smart listeners and a lot of smart texters and every now and again some smart callers. If you were ever out there and you were asking yourself, when Bob Ney was on, someone who's actually accomplished something, a former U.S. congressman, okay, author of the book Sideswiped, owns everything bad he ever did, didn't do anything that anybody wouldn't do. And if you ever like, and Bob's like, guys, this is the most important thing in our nation right now, is we're not attempting to balance this budget. We can't pay it back. It's $31.5 trillion. And I'm sitting here telling you in 16 years, we've had Democrat control of everything. We've had Republican control of everything. And we've had mixes of all of them in between. We've had all of that in the past 16 years. And I'm telling you, we got to quit putting these idiots back in office because they're not even attempting to try and do it. You couldn't do it in your personal life, yet they're doing it. And you would think, well, gosh, why do we keep electing them? Why do we keep electing them? This guy right here, this is why. He can't, conceptually, he can't get it. They spew out rhetoric for the intellectually deficient. It lands on people like him, and he's like, no, Biden, young people, gays. I mean, all he is a talking point. And idiots like this exist on the left, too. How in the hell do you think Joe Biden, who will probably go down as one of the worst, if not the worst president in the history of the United States, how do you think he got elected? You've got a lot of dumb people on that side, too, just like you got dumb people over here. These people are nothing but a talking point. That's all he is. He's a mile wide and an inch tall. He regurgitates anything said here. I'm sitting here like reasonable people are sitting here thinking, gosh, we haven't had anybody even attempt this in 16 years. And here's all the configurations of this over the past 16 years. How do these people stay in power? How is it even possible for them to be in power? And then you get a phone call, you're like this, and you're like, oh yeah, this is average, everyday, walking around person in the United States. And they know up in Washington, this is the only person we need to sing to. Democrats do it. There's no way in these majority controlled Democratic cities that things are just going to hell in a handbasket in. Memphis is a great example. I've tried to defend Memphis as long as I can. I can't do it anymore. There was a shooting on Bill Street and then a Huey's on Poplar. Shot up, shooting in there. The manager, I read the story over the weekend, the manager was smart enough to get everybody into the freezer. It's just, it's crazy. It's democratically controlled for generations now, and it's falling apart. It's falling apart. All right? And I would say the same thing if it were Republican controlled and it was still going like this. Is at some point, get somebody different in there. Do something different. But we can't keep doing the same thing and think it's going to be different. Bob Ney told you. I'm not talking to Rick. Rick doesn't get this idea. He doesn't get this, but there's enough of you out there that do. There's enough of you out there that do understand what I'm saying. We can't keep doing the exact same thing. They haven't attempted to balance the budget in 16 years. We can't keep doing the exact same thing and expect anything to be different. The people of Memphis cannot continue to do the exact same thing and expect any different. Okay? They just can't. They cannot. We cannot. But the way they stay in power is you've got somebody right here just trying to blast. You've got extremists. Boom, 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 Rick. And if we lived in Memphis, there's people just as far left as he is far right there. And that's how those people can stay in power. And then once they get in power, all they give you is a couple of headlines, a couple of things to say, and you stay. They prey on the intellectually deficient out there. They make them feel like they're part of something. And then they abuse the hell out of them. That's why we haven't tried to balance the budget in 16 years. There's a reason things happen. Got a couple of texts came in on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. This comes in and says, what percentage of our citizens live like you were describing? 40-year-olds living at home, etc. Seriously asking. That's number one. Yeah, I don't know, but I do know it's higher than it used to be as far as people living at home. I do know that. We've heard that for a while. Number two, Chuck, it's all about income equality, period. Have you heard the term deaths of despair? The unfairness in our economy can be measured not only in dollars, but death. Schools, family breakdown, mass incarceration of poor people, predominantly black and brown skin, and some whites too. These deaths started before the fentanyl use. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. I appreciate that meme. This says, notice how Rick always punches down and never punches up. Yeah, but I don't get mad at him. I mean, it is what it is. At some point, I mean, anybody under 70 or whatever he is stupid. He's right. Moral degradation, things like that. He can't even see what's happening to him. And it's happening to him with every single configuration of leadership that we've had at the federal level. We've had Democrat controlled everything, Republican controlled everything, mixtures of all. And none of them in 16 years have addressed the budget, balancing the budget. Not one of those groups. And he still thinks, oh, I'm right. I mean, he's get off my lawn guy. He is get off my lawn guy. But unfortunately, there are people out there who do the voting and just don't know what they're doing. And they depend on people like that. That's why they give you headlines. That's why they come on these radio shows, these TV shows, make these social media posts. They'll tell you they're going to do something and they don't. It's kind of like, man, at what point are we going to do it? It's been 16 years. Bob Ney was there the last time it happened. Newt Gingrich did it. I don't think you're ever going to get that with Democratic leadership. That's why I'm not big on it. Honestly, I'm just not. I have a much more libertarian stance on lots of things. But when it comes to fiscal policy, you're going to have a true conservative. Not the kind of crap that we've had up there for the past 16 years. Going to have a true conservative to balance the budget. Someone's going to have to at least take a look at it. This comes in and says, Advanced Rehab text line, number 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, Rick blaming poor people for the U.S. debt shows that he truly doesn't know how our monetary and economic system works. Yeah, I mean, guys, he doesn't get it, and you know that. And I try not to make any more fun of the man than I absolutely have to, because you know where he's deficient. He was in the military, which is an amazing thing to be in. And I'm very happy that there are people out there that served. But that doesn't make every single other human being who didn't serve an idiot. You get how that works, right? We're very thankful for them. But if you chose a different life path, you're not stupid. If you live in Jackson, Tennessee, you're not necessarily stupid. Doesn't mean you can't be, but it certainly means you don't have to be. You see the rhetoric that comes out, you wonder why people can say outlandish things and it sticks and people believe it. Exhibit A. I've got some 288i glue boards at my office we use on some pest control treatments. And it's going to be absolutely sticky, nasty, all the nasty stuff. All of the nasty stuff. And sticks to it. And that's Rick. That's Rick. All the nasty stuff people say on his particular side sticks to him. He believes it. He buys it. He does it. Doesn't make any sense. But it sticks to him. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, the reason why politicians on either side aren't balancing the budget is because they're not in control of our monetary policy. The Federal Reserve A private banking cartel controls inflation, deflation, and our debt. We need to abolish the Federal Reserve and abolish fractional reserve banking. Yeah. See, he wants to talk about gays and trans, people come across the border. Lots of concerns there. I'm very concerned with the border. You should be too. But yes, when you're talking about, when you send in a text like that to the program that says the reason why politicians on either side aren't balancing the budget is because they're not in control of our monetary policy. The Federal Reserve, a private banking cartel, controls inflation, deflation, and our debt. We need to abolish the Federal Reserve and abolish fractional reserve banking. Yeah, he doesn't get that. Young people don't work. None of them. They're all leftist, gays, trans. See, that's where he lives. When you talk about things like the Federal Reserve and fractional reserve banking, that won't stick to him. Put that in a headline. Put that in a headline. He'd come closer to understanding it. He can't. That's not what he does. And unfortunately, there's lots of people out there like that. That's why we try so hard here to the ones out there. And it's not me. I bring you Bob Ney. I bring you Tom Scuteri. Bring you Olivia Abernathy, Tony Niehoff, Brandon Shields, Julia Ewalt, Scott Bump. Smart people. People much smarter than me. Being smarter than me is not impressive to me. That's most of you out there. I'm just trying to bring you the truth. This comes in and says, Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. This comes in and says, thank you, Rick, for your morning diatribe about how the sky is falling. Soon, it'll be great for the Amen Corner to put in with his own pessimistic outlook. I think things are looking great in West Tennessee outside of Memphis. There are problems, but life ain't a utopia. It's a life. So I choose to focus on the great things that'll happen because Rick had the market cornered on cynicism. Yeah, he needs so hard to be right. This comes in. It says, when you talk crime, this is on our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, Rick is a white Christian nationalist like many of the Republican politicians in Congress. They are tyrannical, authoritarian, and hypocrites. I disagree with that about all the leaders. I think they just don't care. They need certain sects of society to be uninformed, unwilling, unimaginative. That's what they need. That's what they need. Yeah, Olivia Abernathy, you just walk on in the studio. You don't have to wait for someone to bring you in the studio. You just walk on in like you own it. But that's what they need. I don't think it's because of... I don't want to ever do the disservice of lumping all Republicans in the same gene pool that he pees in frequently. That's not fair to all Republicans. My question is, in the past 16 years, with every single selection that we've had at the federal level, they haven't tried to balance the budget. They prey on people like him. They prey on the extreme sides. Both sides do this. He's like, because usually in the extremities, the more extreme you are, the less thinking you do, right? That's how that works. You're so devout in right, you won't do it. I can remember when I was at Union, and there's talk about, reading from like other religious studies and stuff like that. And I think they changed their point on this. But I can remember I went to school with some people who were like, oh, I don't want to look at the Quran at all, right? When you're really, really devout to something, you don't even want to hear another opinion or another side. And I get that when it comes to something like religion. I understand that completely. I'm like, hey, man, like, look, I get you, dude. No problems. But when it's something like a man or a woman leading you, and Bob Ney's like, hey, guys, we didn't even attempted to balance the budget in 16 years. We actually did it when I was in Congress, when I was there. And now they're not even doing it. They're just increasing the debt ceiling. They're talking about all these superficial things that aren't going to matter. See, as devout as you are to your faith, there's huge portions of society on both sides that are as devout to their political parties. And then we're like, wait, this doesn't make sense. This isn't Christ leading us. It's Mitch McConnell. I don't understand. This comes in and says, when you talk crime, you have to talk gun availability in the USA. Was there a mass shooting this weekend? Yes, there was also a dude driving his car, killing 8 people. It's ugly. It's ugly out there. It's an ugly world. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says, Rick is super based. Yeah, sometimes. This comes in and says, Rick, never watched this on VHS. I'm not clicking that link. I know you're trying to give the viruses out. This comes in, yeah, I'm not reading that one. Commissioner Olivia Abernathy, one of our very favorite guests, joins us when we come back here on Walker Talks.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Conquerors are made of different stuff. When the waves come crashing down, they beg for more. When the drop-off sinks beneath them, they grit their teeth and dive head first. And when others quiver, conquerors stare thrills in the face with steely eyes of determination. Sokey Mountain Water Park, Sevierville, Tennessee. Conquer the mountain. Season passes available at SokeyMountainWaterPark.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Fiat, You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
Hi, this is Dan Reeves. Unfortunately, I have a few prescription medications that I must take regularly. Fortunately, we have locally owned and operated Healthcare Pharmacy, an independently owned Health Mart pharmacy. When you need medication to help you return to or maintain your health, it's essential to have a warm, caring, and compassionate clinical expert dedicated to your health. Matt, Tiffany, and Healthcare Pharmacy have proven to be dedicated to the health of our community for the past 40 years. Healthcare Pharmacy is not a department store that sells drugs. It's not 200,000 square feet. In fact, from the front door to the counter, it takes me about 10 steps. Or stay in your vehicle and fill your script at the drive-thru window. Healthcare Pharmacy, serving our community for the past 40 years. Healthcare Pharmacy, 505 Roland Avenue in Jackson. Call 731-423-2273. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
I'm so tired of waiting so long. Babe, I'm gone, gone, gone. Here now, mama, don't you treat me right. You smell like liquor, you've been out all night. I'll do my best to keep out of sight. In the morning, maybe I'll be gone. Gone, gone, babe, I'm gone. Oh Lord, got to keep moving on. I'm so tired of waiting so long. Babe, I'm gone, gone.
I mean, just talk to him, Olivia. Let him know.
Yeah, Jack,
That's some Laith Alsati. You know how I found out about him? He was on The Voice.
Oh.
You ever watch those shows?
No.
You gotta watch
I
them.
don't watch TV now.
I know. But now you can like TikTok those. Like you can get their good performances edited. You know what I'm saying?
2 minutes at a time.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of those things in years, but you can find them. This guy was on there. It's like, and he's exactly what you would think. He's like bald, big beard. Like, look at him. I mean, he looks like a blues singer. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing more blues than that guy. He's awesome. I've listened to his other music. It's not as good. That song, it's called Gone. That's my favorite. And he did it on the show. So, but yeah, Laith Alsati. I play that every now and again on here because I enjoy it.
I like the vibe.
Isn't it like a little blues feel? We got some good blues bands around here. You and your husband, you ever go to Memphis, do the blues thing?
No. We're not fun. I'm telling you.
What do y'all do? You told me you told me you were nerdy last week. I was like, no, you're not nerdy. I'm sure you'll do something fun. What do y'all do for fun? Probably like projects to help the community and things. Just give back.
Well, we went to the beach this weekend. That was fun.
You went to the beach this weekend?
Yeah, in a long time. We did. It was really fun.
Well, did you take the kids?
No.
Oh, no. Oh, so it was fun.
Right.
It was a lot of fun then. There you go. Call back 731-265. I was coming to the phone calls. Good Lord. I can't even say hello to Livia. 731-265-6496. It's our CWA Development call-in phone number, 731-265-6496. Our Advanced Rehab text line. Is it more origami? 731-800-8398. This comes in. I wondered. Here we go. It says... Talk about the shootings you heard about what happened in Texas. Mm-hmm. Texas had a bad weekend. Mm-hmm. It was a bad weekend in Texas. It says, I said, like many of the Republican politicians, just ask them, don't doubt me. No. I mean, I understand there's some that have that, but there's crazy on the left too. We can't just say crazy resides in one political party.
Amen.
Crazy resides everywhere. We've got to make sure we're open and honest about that, because then all of a sudden we allow ourselves to feel like such a team member that we just accept that crazy, and that can't be right. This comes in on Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, let's start making these killers use cars, knives, bottles, clubs instead of guns. then we'd be more in line with all of the other wealthy nations. Yeah, but I mean, he still killed 8 people this weekend, which is a lot. I mean, how about let's just quit killing altogether? Let's not change the tool. Let's just stop killing altogether. That's a odd thought. I don't know if it's going to happen, but there we go. This says sounding great, pal. DTRB. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you out there listening. All right. So Olivia Abernathy's here with us. You went to the beach just for fun.
Just for fun.
What beach did you go to?
Rosemary Beach.
It's a secret beach.
Right.
No,
right.
there's a couple. She's like, I'm not telling you.
We went with friends, and I really just got in the car and went. I didn't plan anything, which was wonderful.
Did you pack?
Yeah, I did.
Did you know? So you knew you were going to the beach?
I did, yeah.
Because sometimes I've heard of husbands and people like this really ruin it for the rest of us out there, and it sucks, and I hate them. But I've heard of husbands like, I packed you up, we're getting in the car, we're going.
No, John would never do that. No.
Okay, because that's that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, no.
And it makes everyone else look bad, and we're like, look, man. But dude, I understand you, and I'm sure your wife's very happy. If you're going to do that, at least don't put that on social media where other women see it, and then they're like, wait, you've never done anything like this. You would agree with that statement, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this comes in, Olivia. This is a great point, and I should have asked you. 731-800-8398. It goes, I hope Olivia didn't get a 30A sticker.
I did not. No, I did not. And this was the first time I'd ever been to 30A.
Did you like it? It's not my jam.
I mean, I enjoyed it.
You had a good time. You were with
beautiful.
friends,
Yes,
with your husband. I mean,
that's right.
So that part was wonderful.
That's right. I don't foresee getting to the point that I would ever get a sticker. I don't know how
You're not
could
sticker
get to
ready.
That point. No, I'm not.
You're not okay.
Brand loyal at this point yet.
I went one time, and it's the beach though. I mean,
right.
Biloxi Beach may be nice. I don't know. It's it's a beach. How bad can it be? I like Beach Lake even. I mean, I'm a pro beach guy. There's one thing you need to know about me before you come in here. I'm very pro beach. But it's not convenient at all. There's nothing convenient about if people didn't come back with those 30A stickers on their car, no one else would like it. It's really good marketing.
It's true.
It's not convenient. There's 3 places to eat. Everything's
there were no airbrush T-shirts.
No.
Stands.
Oh,
no. I was like, where are the Alphins Islands?
No. No, the only thing you're going to find there is 2 restaurants and Judgment. It's not 30A is not for people like me. That's for sure. It's and dorks riding bikes. I mean, honestly, Ole Miss fan, it's right up your alley. I
did ride a bike and it was wonderful. I loved it.
Did you ride one of those big dorky
ones?
Like the Pee Wee Herman bikes?
The motor.
Oh, now that sounds better.
Yeah.
So you rode like a bike motorcycle.
Right.
Okay, now that part
I felt pretty cool.
It's a lot of pedaling.
No.
Beach is hot. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It goes, did Olivia go to Bud and Alley's or the new Red Bar? The old one got burned down.
No.
No, they literally stayed there. She rode a bike one time that came back home. 3-day trip, sat in the house.
Just
they
about
played
that.
Phase 10.
Yeah.
They played Phase 10 and came back. Ask Olivia about a bar. Get out of here with that. This comes in and says, what did Olivia think about the ACE interview y'all had last week? Were you able to hear some of that?
I did. I went back and listened.
What were your thoughts?
I mean, I really like Phil as a person.
Yes,
I think
very
he
nice
is
gentleman.
absolutely very likable. There were still none of the concerns that I had originally were alleviated by the interview necessarily.
I could see that too. And I tried to say, hey, look, here's in the community. Let's get a chance to address it. And he's like, look, we had a lot of applications and it was copy and paste. And he said as much. But that doesn't work in an academic institution like if you're in college or even in high school. You're a senior in high school. You got a paper due in English. You have a paper due for your history class, and you have a paper. And you're like, look, I did a lot of copying and pasting. I'm sorry that I missed. They're going to say, well, that doesn't matter.
Right.
Your teacher's going to be like, that's not how that works.
I think my biggest concern was still the mentality that we're not going to do a lot of this work on the front end.
Mm-hmm.
And if we get accepted, then we will reach out to those people. Then we will do that.
Okay, now that's the part 2. And maybe we can get them back in here. Because like I said, I enjoyed them. This isn't a criticism, but this is and maybe this is a cultural, because they are from up north. Maybe this is a cultural difference. I didn't love that either because he was like, because I was like, I can understand the Boys and Girls Club. Like, I don't like it, but I can understand it. I can't understand keep my hood good. Like that mix up there when you haven't contacted it. And I even not tried to give him an out. That's not the right
But just
word.
to
But
have-
I was like, hey, maybe
yeah.
this happened. Like, you got 4 or 5 people compiling this application. Somebody had it on their punch list to do and didn't do it, and it got thrown in there. And he was like, yeah, maybe that's how it happened. But it had been a couple of weeks. And like, hey, now the first time you screw up with that, you need to say, I'm going to reach out to them tomorrow.
Exactly, because at that point, there's a repair that needs to be made because you got their name
Sure.
wrong first. Second, because you said something that wasn't true. So I feel like there was just not an eagerness to repair that.
And knowing Miss Jones, the handful of times I've interviewed her and met her, knowing her and just being like, hey, you know, we had you on. Here's exactly what
Yeah,
happened. We had you on the
absolutely.
list. I'm so sorry. We shouldn't have put you on there. We are. I have heard great things about you. I want to know about your organization. And if this is something that works out, I want to get involved. And guess what she just said? Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
She's
Let's
not going to
talk.
be like,
Yeah.
nope, you've already screwed up with me.
Right. And the way that I've thought about it, when I campaigned for county commission,
Mm-hmm.
no
Were you
one
a door
really
knocker?
knew me. I was.
Were you?
Yeah.
Was that your guerrilla marketing?
Yeah, so no one really knew me because I'm just
You're from
I'm just
Arkansas.
throwing my name in the hat.
We don't
And-
like to tell people on the show, but a lot of my listeners and texters have bad things to say about Arkansas. I did tell Bob Nay that maybe we could trade it for Puerto Rico, make it a territory. But go ahead. Go ahead. We don't want to live in the Arkansas. But she's not from here, people.
Yeah, so no one knew me, and I did not have that trust. I guess because I'm from Arkansas, or because they didn't know me. But
I would
had
never
to
put
build
that on a campaign sticker.
trust on the front end. So I had to put in a lot of work to get people to know who I am, what my intentions were, that I could do it, that I was smart enough to be able to, somewhat intelligibly lead in
Right.
some capacity. So
It's
I had
always
to
been my
work
challenge.
really, really hard, and I could have not gotten elected, and that might have felt like a waste. But I needed to do it on the front end. That's how I feel about this charter school application. It's like you need to earn the trust of the community if you want to get accepted. You can't wait till after you're accepted to then go and earn the trust of the community. That doesn't make sense to me.
It makes it really difficult to argue when you inject it with a lot of common sense. Because I want to say something other than you're right because that makes for better radio, but that's tough. That's tough. This comes in 731-800-8398 on our advanced rehab text line. It's a good point. It says she should have went to the redneck paradise of PCB, which is where I went a few weeks ago amongst my people at Panama City. Me and my 11-year-old went down there for like 5 days and had the best time.
Yeah.
But yeah, PCB is my people.
Yeah.
Have you
I've
ever
been to
Pa-
Orange Beach.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Okay,
That's
same
like
thing.
the Alabama version.
Same vibe,
Yeah,
okay.
it's literally, you're going to get the same credit score in either place. It's, yeah, you're Destin, Panama City, Orange Beach, it's all the same. All right, this comes in and says, I also don't like the smugness of ACE, thinking they can come down here and tell us how to run our education when they can't get an application correct.
I mean, I think that comes back to the trust thing. I don't want to, put any kind of character assumptions
Sure.
on somebody.
Sure.
But if you don't think that you have to build that trust on the front end, it's hard not to think that that's a little smug. Maybe.
There were some things. I get what their challenges are. Like
I do
this,
too, yeah.
the security plan, for example. I was like, hey, this is a big deal to us here in Tennessee. Just
Right.
a couple months ago with Covenant, and he was like, well, we can't build a security plan when we don't know where the building's going to be. I was like, oh well.
That's true.
But maybe you could have some things that were without a doubt. Like we're going to have metal detectors without a doubt. We're going to have locked front doors without a doubt. Camera entrance system without a doubt.
Right. ID
Only 1 point
verification
entry.
system,
Yeah. So that it's kind of one of those things. I went back and watched the interview too. And I was like, crap, I should have, you know what I mean? But, sometimes when you're with somebody,
But yeah, and that's the thing. I really do get the sense that there are good intentions. Like he kind of comes back a lot of in the conversation to, I care about kids and I want the best for kids. And I'm all about that. That's what I've built my whole life around and career around, is wanting the best for kids. But there's
Right.
a difference between intention and outcomes. And so that's why I feel the need to be a little more.
Yes, I mean, yes, for sure too. Right, and it would be very tough to say that anyone in education is, well, in public school education, at least, is doing it for the money. Like even if you make it to the very tip top, like Dr. King or superintendent in California, wherever. I mean, you're going to make a good living, but you could make more money than that in the private world. So yes, anybody that gets into education it has to have that to stay there at least. No, I think it's interesting. I also thought it was interesting. Was like, look, we're going to have to go back and just see if we even want to make Jackson a choice for us now. And I was like, I was like, it's kind of like that whole thing. You're too young for this, but there was a show that used to be on VH1. It was this long-haired guy. This is back when VH1, still had music every now and again. And he would tell you how to pick up ladies. And I didn't watch it for anything but the comedy, because I already knew at that point. It was just for the comedic value. And he was such a jerk. But he was like, yeah, man, here's what you got to say. And he took these less than cool guys. I was not one of them. He took other guys that are less cool than me and showed them how to do things. And one of the things was like, make them think you're not interested. So when he said that, I was like, wait a minute, are you sure you guys didn't want to be here? Is there anything? I was like, can we do anything?
Hard to get, right.
I was like, can we do anything for you guys? Don't want to. So it was very well played, sir. Very well played. Because I was like, man, I hope I didn't run this for our town. I hope I didn't screw this up for all of us with these questions here. All right. So speaking of education, it's something I did want to talk to you a little bit about this week, because I'm a big believer, and maybe it's just me, but I think a lot of people out there know that United Way is a good thing. Yeah. But, United Way, yeah, they're good. And that's just about all my knowledge base of it. I'm like, okay, well, maybe they give money to flood victims and stuff, or maybe and that's kind of just my thought. I don't know a ton about it.
Right. Most people don't, which is, I'm excited to be here to tell you
Look
more.
at you.
That's
Look
right.
at you.
Historically, United Way has raised money to then fund other nonprofits, which was the model back before.
Why would that be a thing?
Because before the internet and before nonprofits had the capacity to fundraise on their own, they needed a centralized method of fundraising. Okay. So that United Way was made 100 years ago. Okay. So that's historically what it's been. Now, really, it is a convener of nonprofits, a convener of partners to forward the work of community good.
All right. So is it like, let me ask you this. All right, so the foundation here, the West Tennessee Healthcare Foundation, they have a lot of nonprofits under their umbrella, right? Like a housing unit for them, and they're 501(c)(3)s or 501, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Is it kind of like that?
Similar, but not. So the foundation kind of acts as a bank for nonprofits. We just give money. So we still do workplace campaigns where you can do payroll deductions with your paychecks. You give money, and then we disperse that to nonprofits. So you don't have to think about it. You're just giving
Who picks
$5 a check. The nonprofits apply. And then there's a volunteer committee made up of volunteer community members who look through the applications and decide. So staff members don't have a part in that. Volunteers from the community do that.
I got you.
Yeah. Allocate the money.
And does the money stay here? All right, so there's United Way in West Tennessee, but I bet there's one in East Tennessee. I bet there's one in Atlanta.
It actually stays in your county. So United Way West Tennessee serves 15 counties, and it stays in your county.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And all right, so and I want you to send this information back in. My man right here, I'm talking to, he asked you about a reading program that I heard him talk to about on Dan's show that you guys have set up last year. Y'all had set up, and he was wanting to know the results for it, but you said it was a little bit too early. Tell us about that program, because sometimes people call talk radio and be like, kids can't read. Y'all can't teach kids to read. Kids can't read. Kids, and so there are people that are actually doing things.
Yes, absolutely. We actually have a newly formed Office of Childhood Success, and our whole intention is to mobilize and equip the community to be the village for kids, right? Because we don't have a village anymore. It takes a village to raise a child, but we don't have villages anymore. Yeah. So we want to be able to equip and mobilize our community to do that through things like our Read Team program, where you can be a volunteer reading coach, things like our new tutoring program, where you can come in and be a tutor. And then the Bright Start West Tennessee program was really just a strategic planning initiative for us to figure out the issue of childcare and early education.
And that's the one that you were talking about the other day, this Bright Start with the texter who brought it in. And how early would you get the children at this with this?
So it's
program?
Not necessarily a program that we're housing. It's more I'm providing leadership for a whole bunch of different organizations. We have over 45 organizations that are doing work in this space, and we're convening them and trying to move in the same direction, which it's really hard to explain.
Right.
Because, it's just hard to explain. But we
Like
have
different
14
areas?
different strategies
Okay.
to try to increase third grade reading. Because third grade reading, like you said the other day, it's not just a teacher in a third grade classroom.
Right.
Do they have food at home? Do they have access to health care? Do they go to a dentist? Do they have, safe and secure relationships when they get outside of the school building?
Bad mama, bad daddy, bad to one another, bad to the children.
Did they have preschool? Did they learn? Were they ready for kindergarten? Did
Right.
they, all of those things affect our third grade reading scores, but we just throw out third grade reading scores to say how bad our school system is. But
Right.
so much of time is spent outside of school. And so we're trying to address the whole child, the whole family from birth all the way to 8 years old.
And to see what that looks like. What communities are these things in right now?
Well, this is a statewide network, and so West Tennessee is one of two rural networks. Memphis is doing it, Chattanooga's doing it, Nashville, Knoxville, and then West and Northeast.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. What are some of the other areas? Have they been doing it longer? Do we all roll it out at the same time?
They've been doing it longer. We had to catch up a little bit because they've had some things going for a long time.
What have their results been in these other
Chattanooga's
areas?
had a lot of success.
Okay.
Chattanooga has improved their scores and dramatically increased the number of kids who have access to these services. Nashville's having a hard time. Memphis is having a hard time. But they're still working on it.
What do you mean when you say hard time?
It's just hard to make a dent, especially when you have that big of a population.
Sure.
How
Okay.
do you make a dent in that? It takes a long time.
Because you're going to have to really fix a problem. You're probably going to have a large amount of the population of people that need it.
Yeah.
There, because if you've got 10%, even if you affect those 10% positively, there's still 90% that may still have the same struggles.
Right. And it's just childcare is a complicated system. We talked about this the other day, but
really good
right
point.
now we have a huge shortage of childcare. Like, it is a crisis shortage of childcare.
Since then,
Mm-hmm.
I, believe it or not, have been on the phone with a representative in the state of Tennessee. It's like, hey, look, there's this person you need to get to know because she's a rock star. And again, guys, when you hear, oh, Jackson's dumb, no, they're not. We have rock stars in this town rubbing elbows with you every day at the Linwood Kroger, and you just don't know it. But we do. We have so many smart, good decision, caring, actionable people, which is the term I like to use for people like you because it makes me feel terrible about myself. But you're very actionable. But all right, I said there's grant money supposedly we can use, and I don't know if you were able to listen on Friday, but Scott Bumpus was in with me for the first couple hours. And Scott is someone you would love to. Very smart, very thoughtful, very compassionate, very well read, and funny, which
I appreciate it.
Yes, yeah. You just every now and again things get serious, you can crack it up a little bit. But smart Scott's, and we talked for an hour and 10 minutes straight. Hadn't been done radio in a long time in this town. I got a good talking to for it, but I was like, I'm not going to break because this is such an interesting conversation. But we talked about, the expectations of mayor. We got to reduce crime. Okay, well, what does that really look like? Like, quit giving me or start with the topical. Like, here's the iceberg, but let's get all the way to the bottom of the triangle at some point. And I think I'm of the opinion that the reason that from local to state to federal, why that people just throw out headlines and then never give us the article is because they don't know how to write the article.
That's right.
And that's tough. That's what makes people like Brandon Shields and Joy Ewalt such an important part of our show, what we do here, because they actually can write the articles. They can tell us about it. But I was like, what would really reducing crime look like? And what's the mayor's role in it? What's the job? And it was a really interesting. At one point, we've got on cartels. I mean, it was crazy. It moves, but that's how fun intellectual conversation. All the intellect was on Scott's part, but that's how it works. And it's probably the same thing with this. We want kids to read. All right, cool. Teach them in schools. All right, cool. But that's the headline.
Yeah,
that's our headline. That's where we're starting. And then it's everything else in this giant iceberg. We're just seeing the very tip of it, but everything else that matters. But I talked to the representative. I said, we've got some stuff. We have some money in the state right now, is what she's telling me. Why don't we do that here in Jackson? Because we all want Jackson to be better, right? We want it to be cleaner, safer, less potholes, better trash pickup. We all want the same thing. Those are pretty simple. how do we get started with that money? And he did tell me, he said, I'm going to look into it. Which is, you know, what you would say that if you meant it, you would say it even if you weren't. I mean, I was kind of like, I wanted a little bit more to it than that, but that's okay. That's a start. And then the questions asked.
Right. Well, okay. Yeah. So temporary assistance for needy families, TANF. That's the federal, that's what you think of when you think of welfare programs, right?
Okay.
I am all for welfare reform. We have to reform the program.
Correct.
I'm not for getting rid of it completely because we have starving children.
Right.
I think it needs complete reform.
Right.
But
all right, stop right there, if you don't mind. I want you to forget your thought, but I do want to dissect some of this out because everybody can agree with that too. Who would even do that? What would the feasibility, like would we spend more money hypothetically reforming welfare programs than we would actually save? My supposition is no, but I don't know. Like who's in charge of it? We bring an accountant in, we go to H&R Block. What are we doing?
Right. Well, all states have freedom and flexibility in spending their TANF dollars, temporary assistance for needy families. So the state can decide how that gets spent under some parameters, right? So that's where you can kind of get the reform is at the state level. The state can decide to use that creatively, to use that how it's just always been used.
Can they fund through TANF? Can they say, okay, we're getting, just for easy money, we're getting $100 here in the state of Tennessee for welfare, and we're going to spend 10 of that on a group of people auditing the welfare system?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
But right now, we have a $700 million surplus of TANF funds.
Just sitting there.
And again, I'm not for just handing that out in a check, but instead of just sitting on the money that's supposed to go to needy families, let's think of a different way to use it that might work, that might actually have some success in getting people out of poverty and getting kids into a place where they can learn. And
of course, when there's a surplus in anything, you're probably not going to audit when there's a $700 million surplus, right?
Exactly.
You're not going to be...
Because you don't want people to talk about the fact that you have a $700 million surplus.
Right. So that's an interesting thing. It's how could it be redirected? And of course, it's being abused. We know it, right? We've seen it. We've been to the grocery store. We've all seen it. But it's $700 million.
Yes. And this is the pot of money that pays for childcare subsidies, that helps families afford childcare. And we're talking about like crisis levels of unemployment. Childcare helps people go get employed.
All right, so is this $700 not being doled out, or is the $700 not being asked for? And what I mean by that, I'm talking about like people applying for these benefits.
Right.
Do we know?
No, I think it's a mix of the two, but you have the fact that it's incredibly impossible to apply for this. The
like
system
paperwork
of getting
or what?
in, yes, paperwork requirements. You got to turn all these forms in. There's so many different. It used to be part of my job was to help families navigate that system, and
so
it
you
was
could
one
go
of
to
the
the United Way for that.
frustrating things. You can. I don't do it anymore, but I'll
somebody
happy to do
there.
it. Yes, I'm happy to because it's it is enough to make you want to throw something against a wall. And I have a master's degree in social work, and I can't do it.
So they.
That's what I'm saying.
It almost feels like a plan.
That's what is it intentional? I don't know. But we have a $700 million surplus.
Do we draw interest on that money?
To families. I don't know. And I don't know
if it's in a bank, we got to get something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody from commercial bank needs to call up there like, we'll house that money for you and give you, X percent. Surely it's drawing interest. It's got to be. They're politicians. They're not crazy. 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line. They can put it in my bank. That'd get me close to even. 731-800-8398 our CWA development phone line numbers. 731-265-6496. Livy, this comes in and says, it's all about income inequality and taxes. All right. This one comes in, advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, we need to grade the communities. I don't mean negatively. I mean financially and socially, they need financial help, not the schools, teachers, and students. This is the root of our social problem. So instead of saying grading the schools, grade the communities.
Oh, interesting.
I'm going to read that again.
Interesting.
I've never thought about that. We need to grade the communities. I don't mean negatively. I mean financially and socially. If they need financial help, not the schools, teachers, and students. This is the root of our social problems. Well, that was kind of similar to what United Way did in the article that's very well misrepresented on this radio show and others very often. Where Jackson's 95 out of 95. It took lots of different things.
Child welfare as a whole,
into the rate. So it was really a area grade system more so, but the school system is what got lumped in, and that's what people talk about.
But other metrics counted to child poverty, our median household income versus rent prices and things like that. So
this comes in our advanced rehab text line. This is going to make me throw these computers through the window. All right, I'm going to come back to it right now. It says the app is acting a little squirrely. Maybe it's on your end, but I'm going to connect it back. All right, it's connected. Should be good again. Anytime I restart it, it does good. I apologize. All right, this says, my outrage is that ACE can get this charter approval by an unelected committee appointed by Bill Monkeyshine Lee. Y'all quit using that word. That's what Rick calls Gary Deaton. Quit calling other politicians that. Bill Monkeyshine Lee, that overrides our elected school board. Never mind the fact that these appointed charter committee members in Nashville are getting money from these charter schools like ACE. I asked him about that. I don't know if you heard that part, if he would go all the way up to the Nashville thing. And he was very non-committal. He said he doesn't want to. So, whatever that means. Don't want to.
But I might.
We're going to leave it out there. If it's there, you might as well do something. This says this TANF money pool is a good place for this. Now, I don't think they would do this to us. It says this TANF money pool is a good place for the state politicians to steal public money. I've never heard that.
So they did. Let me be fair.
All right.
So they did last year pass a law called the TANF Opportunity Pilot Act, something long name.
Okay.
And then they did an application process where communities could apply for a $25 million grant to go to then use some of that money. So $25 million split up like 5 ways. Not split up 5 ways, multiplied by 5. What is that?
125.
Right. So
look at me. See, I knew I'd bring something into the show at some point. 125 million. All right, so they were going to do what with that though?
Give it to community, like nonprofits and stuff to spend how they would.
Okay, and we're okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
We didn't get one, so I'm kind of mad. I'm
Well,
a
we're
little
not
bit
that
resentful.
okay.
We
then.
applied for it, but yeah.
Y'all, next time, if y'all need me involved, I'm very influential. I'm going to call them out on the show. All right, so is that money then? Okay, I'm going to give it to these nonprofits, which, my one question about nonprofits, it's everybody's question. I mean, you can still remain a nonprofit with like 94% or whatever the number is. So sometimes I'm like, that's a little icky. That's getting close to icky for me. Sure. You know what I'm saying?
I get icky on that too.
Hopefully they gave it to ones that have a much better swing rate than.
I mean, they had an extensive application process.
Okay. Kind of like applying for the TANF. It's a very hard process. Commissioner Olivia Abernathy hanging out with us on Mondays. We love it. We're trying our best to make it a thing all the Mondays because I'm really just rounded the show off nice with you, Tony, Bumpus, Brandon's not shut up. We're not talking about on air the way he stood me up the past 2 weeks in a row. We don't like to bring it up because listeners will send him messages on Facebook that are less than flattering. And we're not proponents of that. But Brandon from the Jackson Post, Julia Ewalt, who was very gracious with her time too. She went to Taylor Swift.
She did. Oh.
Would you go to Taylor Swift?
I would. I'm like.
So you're not that.
I'm
you would
a
have done that.
Taylor Swift fan.
Would you have dressed up?
No.
Because she looked like a pom pom. She had that stuff in her hair. I forget what it was called. She had it like. I don't know. She looked like the pom poms you would shave. She looked like.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not all of her hair, but it's like tinsel. That's what it was. Whatever. I'm not very familiar with females' hair. They're tinseled. You got boys. They don't tinsel their hair. You hear that, Will? No tinseling of the hair. Please. Give me a heart attack. Give me more gray in my beard. But anyway, she went. Did you see it? And she had somebody. I'm going to say this real quick because we're about to go to the top of the hour news. They had somebody staying at their Airbnb, and they stayed at an Airbnb in Nashville, and they were both going to the Taylor Swift. Even the one here, that's how ridiculous rooms got.
Wow.
Like Nights In rooms going for $675.
Oh my gosh.
And it's another $1,200 bed bug job when you get home. So it's not just kidding. It's Nights In a sponsor. You're listening to Walker Talks with Olivia Abernathy. Now, I don't know that they have bed bugs. That's not true. It's in Nashville. But yes, they do.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there are no good options for the United States to avoid an economic calamity. That's if Congress fails to raise the nation's $31 trillion plus borrowing limit in the coming weeks. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise tells the Salem Radio Network the debt limit bill shows the GOP is doing something about the debt limit crisis.
We knew that we wouldn't have the credibility to go to the table and demand that we get reforms to spending if we didn't put something out on our own, if we didn't pass a bill, which meant the Democrats had no desire to solve this problem.
Without an increase, Yellen says the U.S. could default on its debt as early as June 1st. Also at SRNnews.com, a law enforcement official says federal investigators are looking into whether 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
My name's Tommy Bland and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Drew looks at me. I fake a smile so he won't see that I want and I'm needing everything that we should be. I'll bet she's beautiful, that girl he talks about, and she's got everything that I have to live without. Drew talks to me. I laugh 'cause it's so damn funny. drops on my guitar.
92
The
million.
only thing that keeps me wishing
$92 million. Almost the entire TANF itself.
Is what? 92 million what?
$92 million is what Taylor, well, those were the ticket sales for the 3 shows this week.
gosh.
That's not counting ye merch. I was talking to Bass this morning, and he was like, when did we start calling it merch instead of merchandise? I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I try to be very cool. As you can tell, these shorts aren't even khaki. These are, was it pink? What is it, coral?
Salmon.
Yes.
Salmon.
I have on salmon shorts. That's how you know I'm still young. But even I, who's fist fighting to stay young and relevant, don't use the word merch.
Yeah,
but,
I don't like
that. But merch sales are expected to be really, really high too, obviously. People were camped out. I didn't know this. When it comes to anything Taylor Swift related, I go straight to Seabass still. He's still my Taylor Swift. He's going to love that. I said, Bass, if you're listening, you're welcome. But no, he was talking about it, that these people had camped out for 2 days in the merch
Oh my
line.
gosh.
Yes.
Wow.
But I have a theory, and he and I talked about it this morning before a show. I do have a theory, and I'm going to tell you why I think this is. And I want you to tell me what you think, because I think it's very intuitive and smart. I think, and we're all guilty of this, right? Kids don't come with instructions.
Right.
And I can remember, I've got a 20-year-old, 11-year-old. I can remember when they were growing, especially Will, and then his sister, Britley, my stepdaughter, any birthdays, huge deals. First car, huge. I mean, just, everything was like the biggest and the best. So we have created this life. And I say we, I mean, lots of us parents, not all of us, but lots of us parents have created this life out there that is so experiential. Like everything is the biggest thing ever. Mm-hmm. Such a big deal. A lot of me time when you're growing up. Mm-hmm. And I think now that it's a cool, this is experience. We're 2 days, just living in the street in Nashville, which I can't imagine is the safest spot in the world to be in a tent, but what do I know? To get merchandise, to get, the t-shirts or the whatever, the henna tattoos. Maybe is that it? You think? Like these young people, just everything's been such a big experience. So now everything's a big experience.
So intense. It's so
Could you imagine the TikToks going on in that line?
This is also true. The social media, it's
Right.
a whole thing.
It is.
It's tribalism. It's
It's
a whole thing.
They say, I've read reports where it is more addictive, or whatever happens in your brain, like the firings of however one's brain works or doesn't, Rick. No shade thrown here, but however those things work, it's the same setting off as like cocaine or crack or whatever. Like so we're just dopamine. Yeah. We're just doing that with kids. No problem. Here you go, guys. But also, if you've got, how many kids do you have?
2.
You got 2 kids.
Yeah.
So, and their ages are 9 and
10 and 8.
10 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably sometimes you're doing some things, especially a handful of years ago with a 10-year-old. And then, say that he was, or they were, 8 then, and so they're 6, maybe, hey, here's an iPad, just watch.
Right.
So we do that. So we're guilty. And we're like, oh my God, I can't believe this
Especially
happened.
during COVID. I know. COVID was so hard.
The worst time to be a parent.
It was.
Because you had to deal with those guys all the time. It was awful. Like, just come down and look. I used to call my kids the zombies. I was like, y'all just come downstairs and just stare at me.
I know, but I've told them they will not have social media until they graduate high school, and they're going to hate me, and it's okay. I know.
I can't wait. We're gonna. They say never wish your life away, but we're doing this 10 years. No, not even 10 years. It's going to be about 7 years from now. I would be willing to make a gentleman's wager.
Okay.
That you're 16, 17. They're going to have to.
But that might make me stick to it if you bet on it, because I am so stubborn.
We'll bet the TANF fund on it, because that's how confident I am.
Okay, deal.
They're going to have.
I don't know.
You're going to give in.
I don't think I am. I don't know.
What does your husband think? I want to meet your husband.
He is the same way, because he's read all the research on the brain stuff, and he's like, no, we're not doing it. He doesn't even talk to him about it. I'm like trying to engage them in a conversation, and he's like, no, you're not doing it.
Yes, they will.
And he's
it's
afraid
so
of
funny.
child trafficking.
Everybody hates the old guy in the room, but listen, I've been here, done that.
Get him
You're going to get it.
We'll get him a pen pal, a library card.
Good luck finding another kid who has family that won't let them have social media in high school. You'll get him a pen pal. That'll be
probably
great.
Right. You're probably right, but I'm going to.
I'm 1,000,000% right. I'll put the TANF fund up against like $6, right? You only have to pay $6 if I win. I'll give you $700 million.
Deal.
If I win. I'm just telling you, your kids are 100% good. And they may get it before the evening. Who knows? This comes in and says, I could transform the entire world with $700 million. I could definitely transform my world with $700 million. This comes in and says, you trust nonprofits. Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. You want to call in or CWA? Remember, be looking for that green stuff. 731-265-6496 right on the phone lines. Can you see that far over here?
Yeah.
Okay. And I've done pretty good. I've called a couple today. It says, you trust nonprofits to efficiently spend that TANF money on needed citizens, say in Jackson. I think it's a question. Do you trust nonprofits to efficiently spend that TANF money on needed citizens in, say, Jackson?
I don't think nonprofits are perfect. I work in one. I know how hard it is to, be as efficient as you possibly can all the time. I get it. But more efficiently than the government at the state level, right?
Here.
They will they know what the needs of that particular community is, because our needs are different than Nashville and Knoxville. So it makes more sense to me.
And I did tell my man the other day, I was like, what about like having a local person in with because I thought your friend in Memphis, that made a lot of sense to me. Still think I have a franchise idea, by the way. I didn't need to get David, my accountant, needs to put an LLC up there. We'll say good afternoon and welcome into Walker Talks.
Mr. Chuck.
Yes.
Do you remember the movie that Christopher Lambert was in about Tarzan? Or the Great Oak or something?
I remember the one where Phil Collins, it was a cartoon, and he did You'll Be in My Heart. I remember that one. I'm sure the storyline was very similar. And that's a good. I'm going to pull that song up, by the way.
That is a great song.
Go ahead, Bull.
Well, anyway, a lot of the girls back then, when that came out, it was a real good-looking woman that played Jane. She was up in Groundhog Day with Bill Murray, too. Real good-looking girl. I forgot her name.
You mean I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Used to do a shampoo commercial.
Whatever happened to those shampoo commercials, like the Pantenes and everybody? It's like Tiger Woods doing the Buick commercial. I've got a Lincoln. I like 4, but it's fine. I'm going to guess that Tiger Woods is probably not driving that Buick. Like, same thing with Matthew McConaughey. I don't want to upset any of you out there, but I bet he's not really driving a Buick in his everyday life.
Well, this is not a joke, but there's a red-headed African-American that played basketball, and I think he married one of the Kardashian girls. He jumped over a car and dunked the basketball at the same time for a commercial. You remember him?
Okay.
He still plays. He's got freckled and red-headed, but he probably had either...
You're talking about Blake Griffin?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not really redheaded. He's got like an orange tint.
Still around.
Okay. I'm with you. Yeah, that was Blake Griffin. He probably did marry. There a lot of Kardashians. They seem to like the athletes, not so much the radio host.
They like the money that athletes make.
That may be how radio hosts are eliminated. That could very well be the case.
I had something really deep to tell you, but I have thrown myself off.
I think I got you going a different direction. I apologize. Sometimes I've been known to do that. That's why Olivia takes notes when she comes in.
Back to Christopher Lambert. Back in the day, lots and lots of the girls told me that he and I looked exactly alike in our hands. You look at his hands, you look at mine, but you can't tell them apart. He was also in a lot of those sword fight movies. There Can Be Only One. You remember that one?
Zorro?
Highlander.
Oh, Highlander. Yeah, I remember Highlander.
Yeah.
Was it the same dude that was in Highlander was in Tarzan?
That's right.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. So, do you notice hands? Like, is that a thing for you? Like, do you know?
I don't.
I've
never
never
look at my hands. You'll know I don't.
Yeah, well, I mean like guys' hands or something. But I thought I've never met a woman who's like, oh, yeah, those hands. He's really hard to live with, but Lord, those hands. Actually, they may have. Never mind. Scratch that. Dump that. I said that. Hit the dump button. Go ahead, Bull.
If you go back to the movie Boomerang,
the Black Murphy guy. He was a black guy. Eddie Murphy.
He goes by Eddie. He didn't go by Black Murphy, but Eddie. Yeah, Eddie's his name.
Well, I was thinking Bill Murray, and then the other one is Eddie Murphy.
I understand.
So I was thinking about that same last name.
I understand.
But anyway, he couldn't stand the way a woman's foot looked. If the foot couldn't be bad, or he wasn't interested in that movie.
And now,
remember that?
Now, that part I'm completely down with. I mean, I'm not like one of these freaks like that dude. Did you hear about, by the way, did either one of y'all hear about the hotel manager at the Hilton in Nashville? Which God only knows what the Hilton cost. If the night's in $670, Lord only knows what the Hilton was. He was a manager. There was a dude staying there by himself, a guest, and the manager made a copy of the key card. At 5 a.m, the dude woke up with the manager sucking his toes.
No.
I mean, that's not what you want at the Hilton. I mean, now that the night's in is what you call an evening, but that's not what you want at the Hilton.
Was he there for the Taylor Swift concert?
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. I mean,
we're back.
Well, hold on, no, because this story is huge, Bull. I mean, the fact that dude was there. I mean, would you not have been upset? I'm at least getting like breakfast to go or something. I'm getting some retribution.
Back to the Taylor Swift thing.
All right.
I was going out with this real good-looking girl. I mean, she was excellent. And we was together one night, and she says, "Have you ever sucked on a girl's toe?"
Careful.
No, I haven't done that. And I sure didn't want to. But she talked me into it.
Bull.
They have a way of persuasion.
Well, good salesman. All good salesman. And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're making me blush. It could just be the sunburn. I got very nervous this weekend. You asked to check on me, but go ahead.
You saying, why do we reelect all these same old clowns over and over and over and over again? Our country is $31 trillion in debt.
Yep.
I think I know the answer.
Okay.
The corporations that they're in bed with, they like getting their toes sucked by them. And it's not going to change.
I would think that the corporation would actually be the foot owner, and the politicians would be like that sweet young lady you met.
That is correct. It goes both ways.
Yeah, it's bad news.
I mean, hey, where would Pfizer vaccine be if America wasn't buying 5 times more of it than we use to keep their personal stock options growing?
Yeah.
In Pfizer, doesn't matter if we use it or not, as long as it gets bought and paid for.
Yeah. What do you care if you make it? Yeah. As soon as a distributor sells to a manufacturer, they don't care what they do with it. At that point, they made their money.
Same is true about our batteries for the electric cars. If they pass all these laws that this company and that company is going to make a fortune because we're going to enforce making electric cars, politicians make money on the companies that they invest in.
They seem
doesn't matter if it works or not.
They seem to be good with their personal budgets, but not very good with our actual budget. We haven't had I don't know if you heard Bob on there today, and it's so true. It's so true. In 16 years. So it's not like, oh gosh, we just couldn't get to an agreement on the budget. This is, holy smokes, we've not even discussed it. Like, you could not go 16 years without pulling up your checking account. It would be impossible. You can't, if you're like me, I like to do it about every 16 minutes just to make sure. And so when we can't do that at the national level, and we have all the different iterations of leadership you could possibly have, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. You've got an uninformed electorate out there who doesn't understand what's really going on, and you've got people who just want to, push agendas out there, and you got people smart enough who understand psychology and marketing that prey on that stupidity. And I feel sorry for us.
Well, President Obama tried to get a solar array company as the company to go to make all the profits and stuff, but it went bust. Because if you give somebody too much of an advantage, they know they don't even have to try, and then that's failure.
Yeah, it's tough. What do you think out there, Olivia? I mean, you are on the county commission. I mean, y'all talk budgets all the time, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you have to. Mm-hmm. Your personal budget. Mm-hmm. You guys, I'm assuming y'all have a bank account. Mm-hmm. You pull that up every now and again, don't you?
Yes.
All right.
Mm-hmm. It's the first thing my husband looks at every morning. He opens his eyes and pulls. Well, yeah, it
I
makes
can
me anxious, but-
I can remember that with Will and Knox. Every now and again, I'd be like screenshot stuff. I'm like, is this a legit? And one time it wasn't, and it saved us like Now it took some time, but we got like $600 back. Like after 4 or 5 weeks, our account had actually gotten hacked. I was like, dear God.
But most of the time, I'm like, no, I did go to Target. I did. Let me go to Target. Every morning.
Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you, when and if you get married, that whole joint account thing, it sounds like a good idea. Don't let it be like the toes. Don't get yourself talked into it. That's all I'm saying. That's just a gentleman's advice on the joint accounts.
It's like that lady told Bill Waite years ago. He said, hey, did you think in your wildest dreams that you would ever do this?
That was Marilyn Jackson. Yeah. That was the funniest line I've ever heard on radio.
She said, Bill, he's never been in my wildest dreams.
Yeah. That was the way the joke was. Have a good one, my friend. The way the joke goes is Bill was talking to Marilyn Jackson, who's very funny and very quick-witted. And Bill goes, Marilyn, in your wildest dreams, did you ever think you would be married to a state senator? And just immediately she fires back, Bill, in my wildest dreams, Ed's not there. And I was like, that's funny. That's the funniest live thing I've ever heard on the radio. And of course, she didn't mean it. She was kidding. She's very funny. But I thought it was a great line. A couple of messages here. See, this is good. Right? Good song.
This is a great song.
Good Disney song. It's got to be like top 10, 12 Disney songs, like, from their movies. This comes in. It says, tell Bull, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, tell Bull to mirror his stock buys and sells with the best U.S. congressional traders. Yeah, I actually follow a TikTok page that reports on that. So I like to drop $7 or $8 in there every now and again. My Robinhood account to mirror their purchases. This comes in and says, oh, dang it. Pull this up and see if that's right. I'll Google in the break. It says there's another mass shooting in Texas, 9 dead. Is that since the weekend?
I think it was over the weekend.
Yeah, I knew there was one. Which, it doesn't make it better, but I'm thinking if there's another one today.
I don't know.
I'm getting so tired of these. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm running out of words, which is very hard for me to do, but I am. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Olivia says, what's the RWDS patch that the Allen, Texas shooter had stitched on his vest? Some of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers also had it. Is it some kind of gang or terrorist unit?
No idea.
I haven't seen it. I have no idea. I have no idea. I haven't even seen pictures of the shooter, so I have no clue. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. Olivia, this is for you. It says her kids already have social media. They've just got her blocked. That's how that plays.
That might be true.
That's how that plays.
I can see my youngest daughter doing that.
Right. It's always the youngest.
She might
actually. Knox is 11 and he can't TikTok. There's been periods of time we thought about it, but he's went ahead and had a TikTok. I was like, man. Oh, wait, my 20-year-old would not do it. Like I told him, don't get on high with his motor, and he really won't. Pay for his motorcycle, all that stuff. I just pay for his insurance. That's it. But he really won't. My 11-year-old would come down here on a wheelie. It's funny, the difference of the kids. Uh-oh, we pulled that out. This says, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says the brain is 90% developed by age 6 or 7. Did you know the USA spends less on early childhood education and childhood than all the developed nations except Croatia, Turkey, and Latvia?
Yes, I like whoever this is. Yes.
We're talking about it.
Yes.
We're coming back. We're talking about it. Now we know. Now you don't have to hear my jokes. Livy's like, thank God. We'll be right back on Walker Talks.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
In the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains lies a world made for conquerors, for those who slide faster, surf bolder, splash bigger. The ones who test their fortitude on the newest and ultimate water slide thrill, the Edge. Ask yourself this: are you a conqueror? Soaky Mountain Water Park. Conquer the mountain. Season passes available at SoakyMountainWaterPark.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
When the game goes into overtime,
But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Ever been close to tragedy or been close to folks who have? Have you ever felt the pain so powerful, so heavy you collapse? No, well, I never had to knock on wood, but I know someone who has, which makes me wonder if I could. It makes me wonder if I never had to knock on wood. And I'm glad I haven't yet, because I'm sure it isn't good. That's the impression that I get.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. Playing one of our favorite games to play on Monday. Sometimes we do them on Thursdays and Fridays too when Julia's in here. Livia's in here with us now. I was like, have you heard this song before?
No. Nope.
That's funny. I promise you could play songs I've never heard of too. I promise. It's not one of those things. I know, I never listened to a lot of music when I was a kid. Like it was always, usually sports talk radio, but always talk radio in some form or fashion. I was very dorky too. Very dorky. Did you ever listen to talk radio?
No.
Just now? Just since since Walker Talks, that's it.
Every day.
Just starting. No, but it was I would listen to music, don't get me wrong, but it was like to just like, some kids would sit in the room and listen to music.
Yeah.
Just kind of, I would sit in my room and I would listen to sports radio.
Wow.
It was just a dork.
I would put CMT on music videos.
Oh, so you did grow up in that era where they still had the CMT music videos? That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
All right, this comes in Advanced Rehab text line. Olivia, this is bad news. Okay, 731-800-8398. It says, yeah, there was another one today about the mass shooting in Texas. 9 dead. What's going on? I wonder if it's at the border. Somebody send me a link for that so I can figure that out. Dang, that sucks. I'm getting so tired of doing radio when that's the news that crawls across. I love it. No, not doing the radio part. I love doing the radio part. Yeah. I'm talking about the part where that's what crawls across the screen.
Yeah.
I'm not finding it. But I had a hard time finding over the weekend these sites that you normally would go to find news, like updating it. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. Says RWDS stands for Right Wing Death Squads.
I've never heard of that.
I've never heard of that either. All right, so it goes up to, I need to find the other message that came in asking if that was on the vest. Oh, it's awful. Awful. All right, so before we went to break, we did come up, okay, good. We're going to know what we're going to talk about going in because we only have about 28 minutes left with Olivia here. And she works with the United Way of West Tennessee. Is it the same owner? Is ownership the right word of a nonprofit? Like same that would be in...
No, totally different.
Okay. All right. So West Tennessee is its own organizational pool of the United Way. All right. This text came in and says, the brain is 90% developed by age 6 or 7. Did you know the USA spends less on early childhood education and childcare than all the other developed nations except Croatia, Turkey, and Latvia?
Yes.
Okay. So why is that? How is that true, number one?
Yes, it's true.
All right, so number one, it's true.
Yes.
How do we know that it's true?
That we spend less?
Yeah.
The smart people that put out data.
And so I can't imagine.
Yes.
So like as soon as that data comes out, here's what the politicians should do is like, oh, wait, we got to step this game up a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to look at that budget and maybe move some money into a different pile.
Well, because it's so... For every $1 that you invest in early care and education, high quality interventions in the early years, you get at least $7 to $13 in return. because you're saving money on mental health care, you're saving money on your prison system, you're saving money on all of these other programs that you have to address the issues that come up later because their brain was formed in the first 6 years of life.
And if you're thinking, I can't imagine that that's really true because that's a big pill to swallow, right? But if you just look at the same thing, it's the proverbial kicking the can down the road. We don't want to pay for it now. We'll pay for it later. Look what happened with our infrastructure. Everywhere, nationally, statewide, locally, we've kicked it down there because it's never sexy to put that in there. Hey, we just need to maintain some roads when the roads seem fine until all of a sudden they're completely falling apart and we're spending 5 times what we would have done had we just maintained them.
There was a, I think it was like 30 years. I don't know. Well, no, because I'm old now. It was a lot of years ago. It came up. They need to spend more money on it. And what the guy said, some president, I can't remember who it was. I'll have to Google. But he said no, because then women will go work and they won't be in the house, which is where.
Was this a president, like 1960s president?
No, we're talking like, I think like 90s, like maybe 80s. But we're talking like not that long ago. And it was like, well, this is like traditional family values. And so if we
before you know it, we're going to let them vote.
Yeah. Right?
I can't believe, was that maybe, but
I'm going to Google it. I know.
The 80s was Reagan for the most part. And he was, like, that doesn't sound like something he would say. Women will go work.
I'm pretty sure
I
I'm
could
not
definitely
making
see
that up.
like George W. being like just, and not even meaning it the way it sounded. You know, he had some of the best gaffes, like George W. Bush.
Yeah.
The first George W. Bush was not that funny. He was very dry and bland. But the second, George W., he was funny, and I don't even know that he meant to be. And that's my favorite kind of funny. When you just trip, you know what I mean? You're like, you didn't even know what you said was funny. I love that. Boy, that's nuts. All right, so we don't spend it now. Do you think there's a reason? Is there, all right, so the conspiracy theorist out there that says we're intentionally dumbing down the American public. And if you would have heard Rick's phone call today, you would have thought, oh, they've been doing this for 80 plus years. But what do you think are some of the reasons why?
I mean,
a million.
Right. I mean, I don't want to get into the crazy conspiracy stuff, but it's also hard to not see some of that. But I do think that we have not valued caregiving. We've not valued we just haven't valued it as a society, so we don't see it as important. And there was a time when people could survive on one income. So I think there was less urgency to invest in things like childcare and early education because there was a parent at home. But now I can't live on one income. I mean, I can't
it's hard,
live on. Yeah, it's really hard to.
It's hard, yeah. It absolutely is. I don't know what parents like. I don't know when there was such a huge change. So, like my ex-wife and I, there was times where she would stay at home. She's a teacher now, but there were times where she would stay at home with the kids. You know, for a couple of years. There's times she'd go to work and stay, and that was kind of the thing. You know, we'd have another kid and stay at home, and that was fine. I always like work, don't work, and we could make it. It was harder than other times, but then you're right. There was some kind of flip over because I remember even at the end of our partnership, if you will, there was even talk of, you know, because you do a million different things to try to save something, right? And she's like, well, you know, just stay back home. I was like, and you know, teachers don't make a lot, but I was like, that's still a pretty big swing. And we had the whole healthcare thing, which was going to be another huge swing because I own businesses. I don't have I don't do healthcare. I don't have healthcare. That's why I'm so healthy because I can't afford not to be. But yeah, it would have been a big swing. But, you know, 7-8 years before that, we were able to make it. It's weird.
I know. But guess how much money a childcare worker makes in West Tennessee on average?
I don't know, $400 a week.
What's the math on that?
$10
an hour.
I was going to say 10, so that'd have been $10, $8
an hour.
That's insane. I mean, the reason you remember when people used to talk about we got to increase the minimum wage, we did, right? Society did. Companies are trying to hire. $8 an hour?
Yeah. And
is that still true in 2023?
Yeah. I mean, this was when I pulled the data last year. So this was true in 2022.
Well, still elevated incomes.
Yeah.
So it's got to be tough for them. I mean, how are they finding people to work?
They're not. And that's why they're shutting down. And that's why we're in the spot we're in now.
And so if they increase the price to say $12 an hour, which isn't great, but more competitive, they would have to increase the cost of tuition, and then people couldn't afford that.
Right.
So this is this was always the danger of everything. It was like, hey, we're going to have, inflation is we printed money. We owe $31.5 trillion of debt. We printed $8 trillion during COVID. We gave out money that we shouldn't have in PPP. We did all these things, right? There's all these different things that have happened, energy independent, a million different things that have led us here. But one of the things that's in that mix as well is labor costs are higher than they've ever been. What my partner and I, we were talking about over the weekend, what was used to be our profit margins, which were, we're in a very, good business, been around for 20 years, very well-known company, which is good. But we don't, it's not the same anymore. It's shrunk. We can't go up at the same rate that our costs have gone up. We just can't, and still have customers. And we've got a business, a recurring business. And so it's just, I don't know. I don't know how companies are making it out there. It's making it very, very hard for small businesses to get by.
And childcare is different too. And there's so many regulations, so they can only do so much. You have to have 4 kids to every one adult if they're a certain age. Like, there's requirements around keeping kids safe, which is good. There is some overregulation, but it's also, you want your kids safe. And so there's most other countries, which is what this person is, shining a light on, somehow subsidize that whole system, childcare and early education, because it's an infrastructure, common good type thing.
Right. That's going to invest a little. It's almost like if you were buying a good stock.
Yeah.
Invest a little bit of here now, and then 20 years from now, when you're ready to retire, maybe that stock has borne fruit, for example. All right. A couple of messages come in. Our advanced rehab text line, the number 731-800-8398, says, we can't spend money on U.S. kids. We have to invade Taiwan and China. Yeah, that's not good news. I do tell people this all the time, and I really believe it. We already have socialized healthcare, socialized medicine. We have it. It's just in other countries, like a lot of these NATO countries who weren't paying their way because the U.S. military was keeping them safe and taking care of them. So we definitely, they have socialized healthcare there. We just don't have it here. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says the families in Western European countries receive $14,000 per year for early childhood education and childcare. I think that is per child, the texter says.
Yep. We don't know how much we're not doing until you look at what other countries are doing.
But do we want, what about the other side of this coin? We don't want to have people just having babies for the paycheck.
No, right, for sure. I'm not saying we need to cut someone a $14,000 check.
No.
But we've got to figure out how to support the system, give it to the programs, or help, pay somehow. Like, there's got to be some reform.
It's tough because they're the same lines that we all know, and we can say them on this radio show. This is an adult radio show, sometimes more than others during Bull's Call with that lady. But this is an adult radio program, and you hear the thing, they're having kids to just keep their check coming in. People think that out there. People say that out there, and I'm sure there are times where there's probably some truth to that, to how that works. But conversely, there are some people out there who probably do. What did you tell me last week? Or was this Julia? Julia may have said it. We were talking about crime. You can't pull yourself up by the bootstraps if you don't have boots.
Yeah.
That was one of the two of y'all. I can't remember who said it.
I think it was Julia, but
okay, but it's a good saying, and it makes a lot of sense.
And if we believe that a brain is being formed in those early years, then you're actually really probably preventing some of that mentality that would just draw on a check, right? So if you're investing in creating those healthy neurological connections, healthy attachments, they're able to learn, then you're setting them up to not be on the system for
burden
forever.
On society.
Yeah.
Do you think we can have one without the other? And let me make it make sense to you. Do you think that we can say, you know what, stop, get off the program without affecting them when they're young?
No.
It's impossible. So once they get to what age do we think, okay, you hate to say lost, but statistically we've lost a person?
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't want to say that as if someone's dispensable. And there are periods of a child's or of a even adult brain where you have a lot more neuroplasticity and you're able to change things, but it's just a lot harder and more expensive.
Years ago, long before I started doing radio, I would hear Keith Shirley on air. And Keith would talk a lot about, school systems and things like that. And a lot of the topics that we're covering today, but this is, 10, 15 years ago. And I called in one day and I said, Keith, I said, let me ask you this. You've asked this person, and this politician comes on and they give you whatever canned answer they're going to give you depending on what side they're on. And you're sitting there and we're sitting here thinking, I was like, what would you do? Because I said, I think you actually kind of know. You're around it. You write about it. You know what I mean? And he's like, you know what? He said, I would never give up on any kid in the school system, not at any age, not a junior. And he said, but you're 16, 17 years old. Like that's kind of it. He's like, but I would invest. He said, so if I invested 10 to 15% in high school, he goes, I would invest 80% into lower. And that was 15, 20 years ago before I'd heard about a lot of these stats and stuff that have come out since then. And if we are going to turn it around, we may not turn it around overnight. Yeah. It may not be fixed by this weekend, but we could start doing some things that we do know are factual.
Yeah. Because a lot of this brain science came out not that long ago. So now we know better. So when you know better, you do better.
You hope.
Let's do better.
Sometimes when you know better, you do different.
It's not a partisan issue. I hate when people talk about universal preschool. It's like a talking point that people throw out, like that if I'm talking about early education, then I must just want universal pre-K. That is so nuanced because it's not effective if it's not quality. And some people don't want to send their kid there. Universal pre-K is not the one stop answer for all of these problems. So we have to stop just, resorting to talking points. We have to actually figure out what's going to work.
Do
right.
And see. Yeah. Maybe charter schools for early brain development, early pre-K, stuff like that.
There's a micro school starting in Jackson that's working on
is that for tiny people?
Or tiny people.
A micro school.
Yeah, so it's
it's 2 to 4, 2 to 5.
I think they're actually going to go up to kindergarten, but kindergarten will be half day or something. But yeah, I think it's a preschool, pre-K age.
Okay, and is that state funded, state ran?
I think it's private. They'll get grants and stuff from the state, but they're opening it up privately.
Okay. This comes in on Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, dang these socialist countries helping their families. I mean, it's tough, but that's a buzzword. Buzzwords are a real thing.
Yeah.
By the way, buzzwords, negative connotation. I have to be very careful on this show when I use the word progress. I mean, and that sounds silly to say because progress is a word. We're progressing to this.
Right.
Right. That is just a word. That's just a handful of letters. Count them up. 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. Progress. Handful of letters. You say it now, especially as a talk show host. You're like, we heard him. He said progressive. No. It's we're progressively going. It is a word. Yeah. It can't just become this political being when it's a word. Look it up in the dictionary. It doesn't mean left.
Right.
Right. It's the same way with other, the word conservative. I use the word conservative. There's Marjorie Taylor Greene and I are not the same conservative. We're not the same. That's not true. Yes, there are things I'm very conservative. I'm especially from a financial standpoint. We have to.
Someone told me that I should not use the word social worker.
Right. Social is another socialist.
Social work, because that meant I was a child groomer.
Of
and
what?
That's the degree, right? No idea. I have no idea. I don't know how.
Why did you people take our words? What can we, you lunatics out there? Why in the hell did you take over the English language? I've been speaking English the majority of my life. There's a dalliance in Spanish. I didn't do very well, but that's it. And now I don't even know the words that I can use safely. Sometimes there are things in life that are a you problem. This is a you problem. The word social work doesn't mean socialist agenda.
No.
Society. Social. Quit taking our words and dirtying them up. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says a very telling number is 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. I would have figured higher than that, honestly. But this says 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Again, income inequality. In response to you saying we don't want people just having kids, again, why do they do it in other countries? Why don't their people ask this question? Let me read that again because I don't get the question there. Very telling number, 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Again, income inequality. Agreed. In response to you saying we don't want people just having kids, why do they do it in other countries? Why don't the other people ask these questions? But I don't know that they have the total, for lack of a better word, you can get welfare. You can get Section 8 housing. You can get free bus passes. You can get cell phones. You can get utility assistance. I don't know that we know these other countries have all of it. And they very well may, but we don't, I don't know that. And I think so it's not just a welfare thing. The biggest expenditure our government has is Medicare on disability assistance. Bigger. Everyone wants to talk about welfare. Oh, you don't want to work. No, it's this disability stuff. And it was really bastardized during the 2000s. You can watch some very good documentaries on that about the, again, you find an old phone book, flip it over. There's a lawyer on the back of every single phone book in every single, county around the entire Southeast talking about, disability claims and stuff like that. Yeah. It was abused abhorrently. And that's because that's lifetime money. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says poverty poisons the brain due to the stress the mothers go through. This affects the child's speech and learning abilities. Is that true?
It is absolutely true. Yes. Brain science.
I really want to argue with that. I just don't know. I don't know where I would start.
Toxic stress. I mean, you think about it during pregnancy, postpartum, that is most likely for moms to have suicidal ideations, mental health issues, because your brain is all out of whack. Your hormones are all out of whack. Everything's out of whack. And then we hand them a baby and we don't give them any support.
Right.
And we say, figure out. And there's a lot of people who've generationally been raised in families that they don't know how to do that. And we hand them a baby and say, figure it out.
Right.
With no money and with no resources and no support.
And they didn't have it growing up. And honestly, their parents, we're far enough down this road. Their parents may not have had it growing up too.
Yeah, and I feel so passionate about it because I feel like I was one of those. And so then I'm looking around what am I supposed to do with this? And I didn't have insurance to go to see a doctor for postpartum care. That is the most vulnerable time for a child and for a mom and for a whole family system. And we make them do it alone.
And every pregnancy is different, right? I'm trying to think back with my ex-wife, especially the postpartum stuff. It was different. And some of this may have just been the age because Knox is 8, almost 9 years younger than Will. And so the postpartum thing really wasn't that big a deal with Will, but kind of was with Knox. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Depending on the time of your life.
Biologically, it's hard. But then you also think about that. What if you had no money and had no way of earning money and you had,
been there before. Yeah.
Just the toxic stress of living in poverty. When someone hands you a child, it's like you're drowning and then someone hands you a baby and says,
and go back to the number because this seems very suspicious too. Whatever dollar you invest in a child, 0 to 4, is that right?
In those early years.
In the early years, 0 to 5 saves. Studies show 5 to 7,
7 to 13.
Wow,
it's
13.
called the Heckman's curve. You can look it up. He's done so much research on that number.
Why are some of these things that we know to be factual, why are some of them met with resistance and political? You want to give it, because that was a phone call we had before you came in. I don't know if you heard. Hopefully you did. Where it's you people, the problem with the budget is y'all don't want to work. You don't want to do anything. We got gays and trans out here. It's literally, the phone call's no. These are, why aren't elected officials doing this, right? The people who's hey, we can run this country. Let us do it. They're the ones not doing it. It has nothing to do with any of that. But again, that is a pervasive thought within extreme points of communities on either side. But why does that all of a sudden, that data become false? At what point do we hear that and then misconstrue it in our head and make it not true?
I don't know. I really don't know. And I think it messes with greed. It messes with things that I don't know.
It's because I don't want to just be handed money out. I pay too much in taxes already.
Right.
I've said it before. You're an elected official. Any elected official passes that, I'm never vote for him again.
That. But what if you were to move that money from our prison system move it to early childhood education, and then all of a sudden our budget over the years would balance out because we're no longer spending so many millions.
And that would be the way you would get me. And that's what I was going to say. When you can say, okay, invest it. Like there are times right now, like with our cost and stuff, my partner and I, we haven't pulled out money that we would normally pull out owning a business during this time of the year, doing the business that we do. But we will spend money like, cars, need maintenance, things happen that have to be fixed, have to be repaired, have to be maintained, have to be manned. Like we still have to exist. So if you can say, okay, well, look, we're not making as much now, but we still have to keep going down the road because eventually it's cheaper to change the oil in this car rather than to say, well, no, our margins are down now. Let's just drive this car till it blows up. Well, no, let's go and spend the $50, get the oil changed, keep the car. It's going to save us in the long run. We can spend a little bit of money now so we're not dropping 15, 20 grand on a new car later.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
I'm going to say something kind of controversial right before I leave.
That's entire show's
time
about
to leave
that.
After that, I got to go to staff meeting. But I should not say this.
You should. This is the perfect place to do it.
As a mom, as a woman, there's also some element to which the number of women elected officials or the number of women who are in charge of budgets for our government processes, there is 0 women on our county budget committee, 0 women on our financial management committee. So, and I'm not saying that dads aren't involved, but I have a different experience of priorities and, raising a family because I'm a woman. And so I think it matters that there are women involved with making our budgets.
I could not imagine. So
I don't want it to be me because I'm not good at that. I'm not trying to say
right,
me,
but you're just thinking
having a voice of
somebody there should be. All right. So how do you guys get on budgets committees?
It's appointed by the whole body.
And who's the whole body? Like
the commission.
Each commission votes on whoever else. I did not know that.
Yeah,
I thought
so
you just raised your hand.
I mean, you can say that you won on that, but then the commission has to vote on who's put on there. And I'm not saying the people that are on there are great and they know what they're doing.
You're saying maybe another voice.
Because when I started doing this work around childcare, I would talk to people and they'd be like, "Oh, I didn't even know that was an issue." I'm like, "Yeah, because you haven't had to figure out where your kid's going."
That's not. I know. It's interesting. I think so too. Because I think the childcare thing. Because we spent an entire show on Friday talking about crime. Now we're talking about childcare. Now we're talking about But you know what we're talking about? We've had the same conversation for about 3 or 4 days now. Is what we're really talking about. We're just talking about it differently. And this is why. And we'll read 1 text to you, 2 texts to you, then you can leave, please. Wait. This is why you only you get headlines from politicians. You get the tip of the iceberg and then the whole big triangle pyramid part at the bottom. They don't give you because it's tough. This is eating up 6, 8, 9 hours of conversation and we're still not there.
Right.
We're just discussing, okay, this is what we have to do to fix it. This comes in and says corporations care more about their stock price going up rather than the income of workers and companies making the money. Empathy, compassion, community, and love. None of that is in society now. Yet we call ourselves Christians. This comes in and says all other advanced nations have a single payer health care. They don't have to worry about health care costs. The number 1 cause of bankruptcy in USA is health care bills. Shame on us all. Olivia Abernathy, United Way, county commissioner. What commission district? What do you call those? Districts?
District.
What district do you serve? District 2.
District 2.
Y'all got a meeting. Is it tomorrow?
Our meeting's Monday, a week from today.
A week from today. Are you going to be here next Monday?
I don't know.
Is it a meeting during that time?
It's at 8:30.
Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be done by then. I'll call it a bomb threat. It's fine. I'm just kidding. Joke. Guaranteed that's a joke.
You can't make that joke.
That's a joke. Because that may have happened. That wasn't even funny. It's very uncalled for. No, I'm just saying, you should try to make it. Or at least call in from the meeting. What if you just called in from the meeting on the show? Just set the phone on the table.
No. Nope.
Are you sure you don't want to do that? Just think about it.
I'm very sure. You can tune in to Brandon Shields.
He will be there. Although Brandon and I are on outs. He's not coming in 2 weeks in a row. It makes me very upset and very hard to deal with. We're on outs. I'll wait till Julia reports on it when I pull up the JacksonPost.news. Thank you so much for coming in, Olivia. Always have a great time. Good luck with your stinking meeting next week. Have a great day. All right, guys. You've heard a lot of different stuff today on the show. Big time stuff that happened that we're talking about with crime, but it's all connected. Budgets, crime, who we elect, why it matters, why sometimes we let people throw some headlines out at us. And that's all we care about. You care about more than that. You can do better. We can be better. We know you got a lot of choices out there. Be entertained. We appreciate you picking us. Every time you pick us, we pick you right back. We're newstalk965.com, News Talk of West Tennessee, 96.5 FM WBFG, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson. You've been listening to Walker Talks.